Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
It didn't take long for Hagrid to ride his cool motorcycle to Richard's house and brought a pack of homemade rock cakes as a door-to-door gift. Then, under the warm hospitality of the Harris couple, they finished their breakfast. Seeing that Wilson picked up a piece of rock skin cake curiously, he originally planned to break it open and eat some. But Wilson spent a lot of effort, and he couldn't even break off a piece of rock skin cake, so he could only silently take the rock skin cake out again. Put it down again. This scene was seen by Richard, who forcibly endured it for a long time, but still couldn't hold back and laughed, making Wilson blush and then glare at Richard. Richard quickly took the bag of rock cakes and walked to the kitchen. In a place where no one could see, Richard secretly used the softening spell on the rock cakes. After using it, Richard took one and took a bite. Well, the taste was amazing, surprisingly good. Then Richard took a few pieces and put them on a plate and took them out. Olivia saw the biscuit that Richard was holding and took a piece out of curiosity. She was about to bite, but was stopped by Wilson. "This biscuit is a bit hard." "It's okay, my teeth are pretty good." After finishing speaking, Olivia put it in her mouth regardless of her husband's obstruction. Fortunately, it is not very hard, and the taste is really good. Watching Olivia eat the biscuits in a 5 or 60 relaxed manner, and even took another one after eating, Wilson was dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that I'm too imaginary now? And then Wilson fell into deep self-denial. Seeing Wilson's expression, Richard instantly understood what was going on and secretly smiled. "Making you laugh at me just now." Soon after Richard and Hagrid finished their breakfast and said goodbye to their parents, they followed Hagrid out of the house. Hagrid took Richard to sit on his cool motorcycle, twisted the handlebars with both hands, and the flying motorcycle rose from the ground. After arriving in the air, the wind blowing from high altitude is very strong, and the coolness blowing on the face is very comfortable. This kind of relaxed feeling of flying against the wind and the wind blowing over the face is definitely not what riding a motorcycle on the ground or sitting in an airplane in the sky can give you. I feel that this feeling of getting rid of the land directly is really wonderful. The mains can still sit safely in the body of the car, and the comfort level is far more than that of the flying foo-foo. Richard couldn't help but yelled loudly, and Hagrid also laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Before Richard had fully enjoyed the beauty of the sky, he was almost at Welfare Village. It was Hagrid who took the initiative to lower the flying altitude. Richard looked down in the sky and found a beam of light not far away that pierced into the sky, which should be there. Richard patted Hagrid and pointed at the beam of light. Hagrid nodded and flew towards the beam of light. When he was about to arrive, Richard found a middle-aged man in a black robe standing there with Gemma Foley. At this time, Richard suddenly found that the trees in the village in front of him were very strange. No, it was not strange, but it felt a little familiar. Hagrid, leave them alone, raised the height of the motorcycle a bit. "I want to see the whole picture of this welfare village." As he said that, Richard first waved his hand at the father and daughter, and then pointed upwards with his hand. After doing this, Richard patted Hagrid. As soon as Hagrid raised his hand, the scooter climbed up to a higher place. "Dad, what's the matter?" Gemma asked curiously when she saw the scene in front of her. "I don't know either. I'll know when your classmate comes down and asks," the black-robed wizard said calmly. Soon the height of the motorcycle had almost climbed. Richard quickly patted Hagrid's arm. "At this height, can you hover for a while?" Hagrid didn't speak, just nodded and parked the motorcycle in caution. In this way, Richard looked down at the whole village from the air and found that the whole welfare village was surrounded by a strange plant. Richard seems to have seen the shape of these plants somewhere, but he can't remember it. This is a very strange thing. Because of the existence of the memory, Richard's brain is like a computer. As long as it can automatically search for anything it sees, there has never been such a situation. Richard took out a camera from the storage and took a picture of the entire welfare village. Then he patted Hagrid and asked him to take the two of them down. While Foley and his daughter were still standing there waiting, they found that the motorcycle stopped in the air for a while, then turned around and flew towards them. Soon the motorcycle stopped smoothly in front of the father and daughter. Hagrid and Richard got off the motorcycle, and Foley and his daughter walked a few steps to the two. Gemma spoke first. "Let me introduce you. This is my father, Rod Foley, the patriarch of the Foley family. Father, this is the Richard Harris you've been talking about. These two are the staff of Hogwarts, Rubius Hagrid." At this time, Rhodes and Richard, who were introduced, took out their wands respectively, held the wand in their left hand, and pointed the wand head at their right chest, while Hagrid pressed his left hand on his right chest, and then nodded their heads. This is the wizard salute. After saluting, Rhodes walked towards the village with a few people. After entering the village, Richard found that quite a few wizards had already stood on both sides of the main road, saluting wizards to Richard and others. To be honest, apart from feeling the sincerity of the welfare family, Richard was more embarrassed. After all, being watched by so many people was something he had never experienced in 2 lifetimes. Finally, Rhodes took Richard and others to the center of the village. There is a house here, which is no different from a mountain hut in appearance. After walking in, everyone sat down according to priority, and then 2 middle-aged men came in, saluted everyone, and sat down. After the maid put down the tea, Gemma took the initiative to pour tea for everyone, and then at the end sit down on the seat below. "Let me introduce. This is my older brother, Joseph Foley, and this is my younger brother, Frank Foley. This is Richard Harris, and this is Rubius Hagrid." After the introduction, several people walked together again. He gave a wizard salute. "Mr. Harris, Gemma should have told you about our family situation." "Yes, Sister Gemma told me everything, but I don't know why you're looking for me. I'm just a little wizard in Hogwarts who is not in the 2nd year. You should not look for Dumbledore or Nicholas." "Master," Richard asked strangely, this is also the reason why he didn't want to come here at first. "If you don't go to a big shot, come to see me as a student. There is a conspiracy." After the 3 Foley brothers looked at each other, they all showed bitter expressions. "Actually, we've looked for everything we can find over the years," Joseph said. "The still-living master alchemist Nicholas, the 1st-generation Dark Lord Grindelwald, the 1st White Wizard Dumbledore, the 2nd-generation Dark Lord Voldemort, and even the master of magical animals, Newt Scardman, have all found them. Even Nico, but none of them can solve our problem. 0-inch. I don't know why." Richard heard that there was a name Joseph was about to say, but he seemed to have some scruples and didn't say it. "Yes, until last year, our affiliated personnel who were still outside finally found an ancient centaur tribe, and after paying a lot of money, they invited their high priest over, but he couldn't figure out what it was why. Until August, the high priest suddenly sent me a letter, saying that our family's turning point came. His original words were that people other than fate chose the world of wizards. The meteor came to the Academy of Wisdom, and all destiny ended. Will dissipate." Hearing this, even Hagrid looked at Richard. The direction was too obvious. Although he didn't know what someone other than fate was, the Academy of Wisdom was definitely Ravenclaw, and the most dazzling new star of Ravenclaw was undoubtedly G. Only Richard himself knows that people outside of fate refer to as time travel. At first we thought it was Harry Potter, but Harry Potter chose Gryffindor in the end, so we kept asking Gemma to find out about Ravenclaw. But it's not difficult, after all, Mr. Dazzling, and even broke the history of the wizarding world several times. Because of this, we have determined that the person in the prophecy must refer to you, Mr. Harris. Now Richard himself is sure that the High Priest is talking about him, but he doesn't know anything, what's going on. If he doesn't say anything, people will definitely not give him a chance to get in touch with the unicorn. "Mr. Foley." Hearing Richard's voice, the 3 welfares all looked at Richard. "I want to ask, when did you discover the whole problem, and how did you determine the dissipation of the magic power?" After the 3 looked at each other, the Patriarch Rhodes Foley spoke. "In fact, we are not very clear about the specific time. After all, it has been a long time. We did not start to record in detail until we came to the welfare village, according to the instructions of the prophet Cassandra Trelawney. As for how to confirm that the magic power dissipated, actually, Mr. Harris, you can look into our eyes at 1.5. After talking about the benefits in the house, they all looked at Richard. Only then did Richard realize that the pupils of everyone in the room were all red. That's right. As long as you inherit the blood of our Fooley family, you will have red pupils. And as the magic power increases, the color of the pupils will become darker. On the contrary, if the magic power dissipates, the color will become lighter until it turns into white pupils. Then all the magic power dissipated. After finishing speaking, several people looked at each other again and then said to Richard, "Actually, there's another matter, but it is the top secret of our family. Even Gemma doesn't know about it. We hope to discuss it with Mr. Harris alone." It was Hagrid who had been silent all this time and suddenly spoke. "This is not allowed. When I came here, Professor Dumbledore specifically told me that in order to ensure Richard's safety, he must not disappear from my sight." This made Richard feel strange. When did he have such a high status in Dumbledore's eyes? "I can make an unbreakable oath with Richard," Rhodes said suddenly. Now everyone, including Hagrid, looked at Richard. In the wizarding world, as long as the unbreakable oath is made, Richard's safety will be guaranteed. At least the members of the welfare family really have no intention of hurting Richard. In this way, under the witness of everyone, Richard and Rod Foley made an unbreakable oath, and Rod Foley would never hurt Richard Harris. Then Hagrid communicated with Richard again, and after confirming, he followed the two brothers of Foley's family and Gemma out of the house. Rhodes continued after seeing the two people in the house. "Actually, about 30 years ago, I don't know why many clansmen's magic power dissipated even in Foley Village. At that time, the clan was about to collapse, and a few clansmen simply ran out. It is better to die outside. At this time, Mr. Newt Scamander happened to be near the village. He knew about our situation and came here specially to find out. At that time, my father was already in a state of desperation, so he asked me to receive Scamander. Gentlemen, because of this reception, our family has brought a turning point. At that time, Mr. Scamander happened to bring the Yin Huang magical animal unicorn to our family, and the unicorn got out of his suitcase by himself. The body exudes a kind of golden light rhythmically. The feeling of heavy all the time has disappeared miraculously. I quickly found my father. He also tried it. It really is like this. All the clansmen in the village, we all bathed in the light of the unicorn. At this time, we thought that the curse had been lifted, so we tried to walk outside the village, and you know it. It was also because of this incident that I passed about 20 SES and became anew the Patriarch, and the unicorn has been living in the woods behind the village with the consent of Mr. Scamander. Every year, the family will not hold a ceremony to bathe in the golden light. Isn't that all right? Why are you still looking for me?" Richard asked, puzzled. "We don't want to be bound in this small place all the time, and Cheelin is always unstable. What should we do if something happens to us one day?" In fact, hearing Rhodes say that they can be relieved by bathing in the golden light of the unicorn, this gave Richard some ideas. Is it possible to extract Cheelin's skill by yourself, and then add points through experience points to raise the level up? But how to extract skills, although Richard also wants to cooperate? After all, this is a win-win thing that benefits others and himself, but getting skills is not an easy task. The Foley family must now regard the unicorn as a life-saving straw, let alone whether I can subdue the unicorn in the wild by myself. It is impossible to attack the unicorn under the protection of others. Man, how do you convince the people of the welfare family to believe in you? It's hard to do. This is just drawing skills. Even if you draw, who can guarantee that you'll be able to draw which skills? My own directional extraction has already been determined. One is for the petrification of the basilisk, and the other is for the nirvana of the phoenix. These two cannot be checked and do not want to change. Forget it. Let's go to see Cheelin first. This is the most important purpose of my trip. I know Mr. Foley, but I don't know if we could go to see Cheelin first. I want to feel the golden light of Cheelin. Hearing Richard's words, Rhodes didn't hesitate and immediately led Richard out of the room. As soon as he left the room, Richard suddenly thought of the promise he had made to Hagrid. "Mr. Foley, could Hagrid come with us? He's also an expert on fantastic beasts." Hearing what Richard said, Rhodes hesitated for a while, but he agreed after seeing Richard's firm eyes. In this way, Rhodes took Richard and Hagrid to the woods behind the village. After coming to the woods, Richard found many signs of the spell, which must have been set by the Foley family to protect the Chelan. The road ahead, follow me closely. In order to protect the safety of Chelan, we have used a protective method. If you don't pass the correct path, you will easily lose your way. In this way, under the leadership of Rhodes, the three of them shuttled back and forth in the woods, and even walked many paths twice. After walking in the woods for more than half an hour, the three finally arrived at the Chelan's habitat. There is an apparently man-made tree hole here, in which the unicorn lives. When the three of them came to the entrance of the cave, Richard found a lot of fruit piled up outside the cave, but there was no rubbish at all. It was obvious that the Foley family was very concerned about Chelan's living environment. Soon there was a burst of brisk footsteps sounding from the tree hole from far near. At this time, a strange creature with the head of a lion, the horns of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of an elk, and the scales of a dragon appeared in front of everyone. Hagrid's eyes widened in an instant, and he stretched out his hands tremblingly, but then put them down again. This is the Chelan. It is so beautiful. Yes. At this time, seeing the auspicious beasts of Yin Huang Kingdom, Richard couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, a burst of golden light emerged from Chelan's body, and it flickered regularly. Slow down, walk to Chelan gently, Rhodes said to Richard and Hagrid. Richard and Hagrid moved towards the unicorn step by step stiffly. At this time, Chelan also found the two people approaching, but it didn't respond. After all, some people come over every year, and it is used to it. But as Richard approached, Chelan suddenly smelled a familiar smell. This smell is so familiar, but it is sure that it has never smelled it before. How could it be like this? Chelan stretched his head towards Richard curiously. Seeing that Chelan stretched his head towards him, Richard didn't dare to move and look back at Rhodes. At this time, Rhodes was also very pleasantly surprised. Although Chelan has never hurt anyone, it has never been close to anyone. Richard has changed since he came. It seems that Richard must be the one who broke the situation. Why do you have a very familiar smell? Suddenly, a soft female voice sounded from Richard's mind. Is it you? Are you talking about Chelan? With the experience of the unicorn last time, Richard didn't show any special surprise at this time. It's me. I smell a very familiar smell on you, like. Chelan said suddenly after thinking for a while. It's like what I smelled from my mother when I was just born. It should be the smell of the soul. Soul? My soul to Chelan's mother? What the hell? Richard can't understand. At this time, Richard suddenly discovered that Chelan had just spoken to him in Yin Huang language, not the language of Britain. So he had some inspiration and asked in his mind, is it the smell of Yin Huang's soul? I don't know either. After I was born, I was robbed by a bunch of people. I came to this country directly. I have never met Yin Huang people. They are all British. But aren't you also British? Although my body is British, my soul has always been Yin Huang. You smell so good, said Chelan, put his head on Richard's shoulder. Hagrid and Rhodes on the side looked dumbfounded. Why did they get so close all of a sudden? You said you came here since you were born, so do you want to go back? Do you want to go back to Yin Huang? Actually, words not particularly meaningful to me. Here, Newt and that bearded man, Dumbledore, will often visit me. These people around also need me to ease their curse. After Newt dies, maybe I will go back to Yin Huang to have a look. Hearing Chelan say curse, Chen hurriedly asked, do you know that curse? Why can your golden light relieve it? I don't know how I knew, but when Newt came, I could sense curses nearby, and my golden light just restrained these curses. Richard knew that this should be the blood of the unicorn inheritance, but this unicorn obviously hasn't finished the inheritance. Is it costing you to relieve these curses? Of course not. Even if 830 didn't have them, these golden lights would always shine out. May I ask how old you are now? Using your human calculation method, I should be almost an adult now. Then can the golden light of your adulthood lift these curses? It shouldn't be possible, or even if I lift their current curse, they will soon be cursed again. Here Richard is a bit confused. Could it be that people have been cursing the Foley family for so many years? But because the inheritance of Cheelin is not complete, it can't explain it clearly. And even if the inheritance is completed, it may not be able to know. At this moment, Cheelin suddenly felt that a salty pig's hand touched him and immediately kicked out with his front legs and suddenly realized that this person came with this good-smelling little wizard. So he quickly withdrew some strength, but it was too late, and he still kicked that person. Richard heard that there seemed to be wind in his ears and turned his head to take a look, only to find that Hagrid flew backwards at a lightning speed, flying about a dozen meters away. He touched me first, and I just touched him with a little strength. Cheelin said hastily, "Finally, there is such a good-smelling soul, and it is still a fellow of its own. It does not want to scare this person away." At this time, Hagrid spun around on the ground, then got up again, apparently uninjured. Richard just wanted to ask if he could knock it out for the sake of fellow countrymen, and it would definitely not be too hard. But seeing Hagrid's miserable situation, Richard decisively shut his mouth. "Don't you want people to touch you?" "Of course I don't want to. Do you want someone who doesn't know you to touch you casually? And he's so ugly. Then can I touch you?" "Of course you can. You look good and smell good. You can touch me." Hearing what Cheelin said, Richard stretched out his hand to touch Cheelin's body. Rhodes and Hagrid saw that Richard stretched out his hand towards Cheelin's body without fear of death. Just wanted to remind, but Richard's hand has already touched Cheelin. Seeing that Cheelin didn't have any special reaction, the two were relieved, but suddenly Cheelin snorted, which made their hearts rise to their throats again. "Okay, it's too itchy for you to touch me," Cheelin suddenly said to Richard. Richard took his pig hand down this time. "What do you do every day?" "I work hard every day and need to sleep all the time. Only by sleeping can I remember more things and learn more abilities." Richard was also speechless when he heard Cheelin's remarks that he was not a human being. He was not a human being in the first place. "May I have your name?" "My name is Richard. How about you?" "Cheelin, you are so stupid. You keep calling my name and asking me what's my name." After speaking, a pair of tiger eyes even rolled their eyes, as if they couldn't stand the stupid Richard. "Richard, can you tell them to send more? The kind with green skin on the outside and red fruit on the inside? This is more delicious, but they only give it once in a long time. So stingy. Can't you talk? Why don't you talk yourself?" I said it, but they didn't know why. They didn't seem to be able to hear yes. Then I suddenly realized that I didn't match their souls, so I couldn't talk. "For so many years, only you can talk to me." "Then aren't you bored?" Richard said sympathetically. "No, Newt often comes when I sleep, and he often brings some small animals to play with me." "Newt came after sleeping?" Richard heard something unusual. "Then how long does it take you to sleep?" "I don't know, but it should be a long time, and I will sleep less when I accept all the memories as an adult." "Then what are you eating?" "Of course I have to eat. How can I sleep without eating? By the way, it seems that you humans can't. I can eat while sleeping." Although Richard still can't understand, but he can feel very powerful just by feeling. While talking, Cheelin yawned. "I'm sleepy again. Let's talk when I sleep first." "You sleep too long. I'll come to see you when I have time, or when you don't need to sleep so much as an adult." "It's okay. I should be an adult soon, and when I become an adult, I will go and play with you." After finishing speaking, Cheelin turned around and walked towards the tree hole. He stopped to talk when he reached the entrance of the hole. "Don't forget to tell them about the fruit with green skin and red heart." It turned out to be a foodie. Richard never expected that the auspicious unicorn of the great Yenhuang kingdom was also a foodie. Seeing that Cheelin had returned to the cave, Richard came to Rhodes. "There is good news and there is bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Let's hear the bad news first." "Cheelin can't cure your curse. To be exact, even if Cheelin cures your curse, you will soon be infected with the curse again." "What do you mean?" "Our welfare family is not a curse inherited, but someone has been cursing us." Rhodes also issued the same question as Richard. "I don't know. That's what Cheelin said." "What did Kieran say?" "You were talking just now? Do you speak Cheelin language?" Hagrid exclaimed first, and at this moment Rhodes also reacted and looked at Richard. "It's not Cheelin language. I don't know why. It speaks directly in my mind. It says that it can only communicate because my soul can match it." "Then what's the good news?" Rhodes didn't ask why the generations of his family didn't match up with the Cheelin soul, and asked the next question directly. The good news is that the unicorn will soon become an adult. After it becomes an adult, your curse will be further eased, and maybe you will be able to leave the village by then. Hearing that there was a possibility of leaving the village, Rhodes' eyes turned red in an instant. He has never stepped out of the village since he was 18 years old. In fact, they can also go out now, but the three most powerful wizards in the family are their three brothers. They must maintain the highest combat power as a strategic threat. Otherwise, a wizard family that cannot leave the village would have been eaten up. By the way, Cheelin let me tell you that she likes to eat watermelon, and it's too stingy for you to take so long to give her some. It actually likes to eat watermelon. I thought it would definitely not like watermelon, so it buys very expensive fruits. Hearing this, Rhodes was dumbfounded. A large amount of money is used to purchase high-quality fruits from all over the world, but Cheelin doesn't like it, saying that he is stingy and doesn't give watermelons to eat. That can't be done. Cheelin has always been their savior, and they are still continuing the life of their family. Cheelin must be satisfied. You must not only provide watermelons in the future, other fruits and herbs must be prepared. Seeing Rhodes' eyes, Richard was afraid that he would go to another extreme and only provide watermelons, meaning that a single variety would be easy malnutrition. Of course, I will arrange it. After speaking, Richard and Rhodes walked out of the forest together with Hagrid, who was still standing there muttering. He's not even an adult yet. He's really powerful. But I've also interacted with Cheelin before, looking at Hagrid, who was rubbing his chest and giggling. Richard couldn't help but wonder if the unicorn just kicked Hagrid's brain. After walking out of the forest, Richard saw that the buildings in the welfare village were in order, and a lot of trees were planted, growing well, but Richard couldn't feel the vitality in this lush scenery, and it was the midsummer season, but there was always a cold feeling. Have you specially designed this place? It feels very unique. Richard asked Rhodes. Design? Well, basically, they were built casually under the premise of ensuring traffic. There shouldn't be so many, but people in the village can't get out. As long as young people grow up, they will build them by themselves. One house. Gradually, many old houses are unoccupied. So as time goes by, the more you go to the center, the less people there will be. What about these trees? I think they all look the same. They should be the same species. I haven't paid attention to these trees, but they should either be planted by humans or grow naturally. After all, we are almost too old to be human, so why would we bother with trees? Hearing what Rhodes said, Richard felt that it was right. But after thinking about it, he felt that there seemed to be something wrong, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. Richard had never felt like this before. After returning to Rhodes' home in the center of the village, Rhodes arranged for Gemma to receive the two, and then went to find Joseph and Frank to communicate the results of the day. At Rhodes' house, Hagrid kept asking Richard how the unicorn could talk to him and how the voice was. Gemma was also very curious when he heard that Richard could actually talk to the unicorn. It was the first time in so many years. For the first time, someone can talk to Cheelin. While the three were discussing enthusiastically, Hagrid and Gemma talked, Richard listened. The three Fully brothers came in together. Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. Speaking of which, the three brothers actually bowed to Richard. It's nothing, and I didn't do anything. As Cheelin enters the mature stage, your curse will naturally be weakened again. This is all thanks to Cheelin. I just told you in advance what will happen. And everyone calls me Richard, Mr. Harris. I really feel a little awkward. That's how I usually call my dad. Okay, since you don't like that title, then I'll call you Richard. In fact, you may not be very clear about your help to us. First, let us know that the unicorn is still in the growth stage. After the unicorn matures, it will grow up. The curse on us is further weakened, and it may even allow us to go out for a short time without being affected. If we explore it by ourselves, it may take a long time, or the next generation of patriarchs may not be able to find it out. Now it is different. We have more time to make some arrangements. Secondly, you told us about Cheelin's hobbies. This is very important. If one day Cheelin leaves Welfare Village because he is not used to eating, that will be our biggest loss. The last and most important point is that we may have an enemy, Qianli Zhao, or even not an enemy, but a force who is constantly cursing us in the dark. Hearing Rhodes' analysis, he suddenly had the illusion that he saved the welfare family. In this warm atmosphere of mutual flattery, Richard ended his overall inspection of the welfare village. At noon, Richard could only have lunch at Foley's house under the constant compliments of the three brothers. The sumptuousness of the lunch cannot even be described as luxurious. It can only be said that Richard's knowledge is still too little. And the members of the Foley family are very good at being human. They never underestimated Hagrid because he is a giant half-breed wizard who can't even use a magic wand. They even specially accompanied by Joseph. There is no need to mention Richard's treatment for the welfare family. Don't drive while drinking, and don't drive while drinking. Before leaving, Rhodes came to Richard and handed him a briefcase. The little wizards we only bring with Ravenclaw are all advocating wisdom. This bag contains rubbings of the books of our welfare family. I hope you like it. There is also a gift. It is a shop in the Muggle world. I will give it to you in the afternoon. Delivered to your father, Mr. Harris. After finishing speaking, he didn't give Richard a chance to refuse and walked back directly, asking Gemma to send Richard off. After all, they still can't leave the village or village. After finishing the inspection in Welfare Village, Hagrid took Richard on the flying motorcycle and flew to Harris Farm. It didn't take long to arrive at Richard's house. As soon as he walked into the house, Richard saw a strange middle-aged man sitting in the living room, and he didn't know what he was talking to Wilson. When Richard opened the door, he was called by Wilson. Richard, this person said that it belongs to the welfare family. Their patriarch gave us a store and asked me to receive it. So fast. I just came back and arranged for someone to come over. Yes, it's just a store, Dad. Go and receive it. At this point, Richard doesn't know what a store means. All right, then. Seeing that his son knew about it, Wilson agreed and went out with the middle-aged man without thinking too much. Richard originally wanted Hagrid to come in for a cup of tea before leaving, but because Hagrid was going back to take care of the magical animals at Hogwarts, he left without agreeing. At this time, Olivia didn't know what he was doing, and Richard was bored by himself. So he went upstairs and started sorting out the collection of books from the Foley family. As expected, the Traceless Expansion spell was cast in the file bag. Richard took the books out of the file bag for almost an hour and still hasn't finished. But the whole room was covered with books, so Richard had to put the sorted books in the storage. Just as Richard was still taking books out, he heard the downstairs door being opened. "Come down, Richard." Wilson's voice came from downstairs. "Okay, I'll be right down." 17. As he said that, Richard got out a pile of books, rubbed his old waist, and walked downstairs. "Mom, are you back? Where did you go in the afternoon? Why didn't you see you? Let's not talk about that first. Just look at this." Wilson directly interrupted Richard 260, took out a lot of documents from his bag, and handed them to Richard. Looking at this huge pile of documents, Richard felt a little dizzy. He had just come out of such a huge pile of books. How could he show these things to himself? After taking the file, I casually saw the beginning of the file. I wiped it, and Richard quickly flipped through it. And soon after reading the top document, Richard flipped through the following documents, which were all explanatory documents and expanded protection regulations. Isn't it a store? I don't know either. What the Patriarch Welfare told me at the time was a store, but this store is a bit big. What are you talking about? What store? Olivia didn't seem to know what happened. She took a look at the document and exclaimed immediately, "Harrods, yes, I have signed this document. Now we have 61% of the shares in Harrods, and we are already the largest shareholder. However, I have told the manager of Harrods to continue their business model. After all, we are not familiar with it. Herald itself is running very well. Now we just need to arrange for someone in charge of finance to go there." Hearing Wilson's arrangement, Richard also expressed his understanding. After all, they're really not familiar with the operation mode of the department store. After the random management, the store lost money. Judging from the situation in the previous life, even in the 21st century, Harrods Department Store, it is also the most prestigious shopping mall, which shows that their operating model is definitely the best, and there is no need to change it. Richard described the character in his hand. Just after describing it, Richard suddenly felt that he had done this behavior before. Did he ask this question before? Did I ask you that before? Why do I feel that this scene is a bit familiar? Crown paused for a while, as if remembering, and said quickly, I have this feeling too, but I recalled it just now, and it doesn't seem to be there. Could it be that your magic just shattered my memory a little? Impossible. If it's my magic, then why don't I remember? Richard said that I don't blame him. Okay, let's not talk about that first. Can you tell me about this character? Do you know it? At this time, Richard suddenly had an intuition that the crown would lie to himself. If you lie to me, don't blame me. Hearing Richard's words, the crown turned pale with fright. If there's a face, how did he know that I was going to lie to him? Could he read my mind now? Crown, who was intimidated by Richard, didn't dare to make any showy operations, and said it directly. Until he said the names of these characters, both of them were stunned. This is a lot of money, and it will continue to create greater value for the Harris family. Richard, what have you done? And the Welfare family has never heard of it, Caft. Sign at the contract is also not the Welfare family, but another company. It's all about things among wizards. As for the Welfare family, that's for sure. Their pureblood families have always believed that wizards are higher than ordinary people, so they don't use their family names to do things in the ordinary world. There are some white gloves. It's normal, but I didn't expect that this store turned out to be Harold's store. These old pureblood nobles are really amazing. Hearing that Richard said that it was a matter of wizards, the couple did not continue to ask, but they still said to Richard worriedly, Son, we are not short of money, so I hope that no matter what you do, you will first consider your parents and ensure your own safety. Don't worry, I know, by the way, Mom. What did you do in the afternoon? Jennifer and the others are back, but Harris is going to participate in some kind of dentist forum, so I went to accompany her. What about Hermione? Is she still in Paris? Yes, she didn't come back. It should be another 2 weeks. Seeing that there was nothing else going on below, Richard continued to sort out the unfinished books. Finally, after 3 hours, Richard sorted out all the books brought back from the Foley family this time. Of course, most of them are repeated, and only some parts are not read by Richard from the bookstore or Hogwarts. These it is Richard's harvest. After tidying up, Richard felt that he was exhausted. He lay on the bed and didn't want to do anything. He casually picked up the things in the storage. Most of them were books, and some things he found from the room of response, such as what kind of disappearing cabinet, the remaining borrowed food in the Hogwarts kitchen. Fortunately, there is no concept of time in the storage when it is put in or what it looks like. That's when Richard realized he had put a camera in there too. Took the camera out of the storage, opened the box, and a photo fell out. What did he take the photo? Richard casually picked up the photo and found that it was a bird's-eye view of Welfare Village. At this moment, Richard finally remembered that he had indeed taken a photo. But why did he take the photo, and why did he not remember it after taking the photo? No, there is a problem. According to my own memory, it is impossible to forget it so quickly and completely. If I didn't take out the camera, I would have no memory at all. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't help sitting up from the boat, took the photo, and looked at it carefully. On the whole, it is just a photo of a village taken from the air. There is no problem, the house. There is no problem, people. I can't see clearly, so what else is there? There are no strange buildings. They are all normal dwellings. What is the problem? Since I took the photo, I forgot that there must be a problem. Richard kept scratching his head. Richard has dinner. Olivia's voice sounded from downstairs. Richard took the photo and walked downstairs while looking at it. What are you looking at? So serious. Wilson, who was already sitting at the dining table, asked curiously when he saw what Richard was looking at. Nothing, is just a photo, Dad. Is there anything wrong with looking at this photo? Richard said and handed over the photo. Wilson took it over and looked at it carefully. No problem. Isn't it just a picture of a village? This is the Welfare Village of the Welfare family. Oh, so it's them. No wonder, I said. How can an ordinary village find the same tree for decoration? Don't mention the shape of these trees is quite interesting. Trees. Richard took the photo back and looked at it carefully. That's right. At that time, he felt that the shape of these trees was very familiar to the characters he had seen before. Is this the problem? Richard just planned to skip dinner and go directly to study, but was strongly suppressed by Olivia. I had no choice but to gobble up a few mouthfuls and then ran upstairs. Olivia was going to give a lecture, but was stopped by Will Sue. In the room, Richard first drew the characters made up of trees in the photo with a pen and paper. After drawing, he directly used the copy spell to copy a few more points, so as not to forget. First spread a few copies on the table, and then took 2 copies and pasted them on the wall. After that, I can study it with confidence. I must have seen this symbol before, but why can't I remember it? If you don't ask Guan Mian, if you don't care about him for so many days, I'm afraid he must be bored. Richard took off the ring on his hand and directly covered it with level 2 purification lightning. The long-lost screams appeared instantly, and the ring directly changed back to the shape of Ravenclaw's crown. I forgot. The purification lightning has been upgraded, its power has been greatly increased, and the original shape of the ring has been revealed in a single click. Richard hastily stopped casting spells. The crown is still useful. If it kills him, it will not be worth the candle. Are you okay? Say something, and I'll continue without saying anything. It's not good at all. Why is your spell so powerful? My soul and body trembled just now, and the feeling is about to dissipate. As long as you can still talk, let me ask you, do you know this character? Rune text. Hearing Guan utter the name, the events of the previous few days immediately resurfaced in Richard's mind. Buy books from a bookstore, ask Diadem to translate, Diadem to deceive himself, punish Diana, ask Diadem to remember Voldemort's itinerary. Although these things have always been in Richard's brain, but I don't know why these days, these things are like being covered with a layer of tulle, so that Richard can't think of them. Your memory is also affected? Richard asked the crown. Yes, I just remembered something. These words should really have magic power. People will forget it unconsciously. Even a soul body like me can't avoid it. Then why do you still remember the past? If you want to forget, shouldn't you not remember all of them? Why do you still remember the name and the text in the document that Voldemort searched for? After thinking for a while, Guan returned to Tao. Is it possible that these runes were extinct in the first place, but Voldemort discovered these words and inadvertently triggered the ability of these words, making these runes show their magical power again? It made us forget the previous things. Before Voldemort triggered these texts, they were just plain texts, so I can still remember them. Richard carefully considered the situation that Guan said, although it was only a guess, but it could only be considered so. Suddenly Richard thought about the welfare village. More than 30 years ago, the people of the welfare family had been plagued by epidemics. Are these things related? Judging from the trees in welfare village, their curse may be related to the runes. And it is even possible that they were cursed by the power of the runes, and Voldemort accidentally re-triggered the magic of the runes, making all the runes restore their magic power, and at the same time making the curse on the Foley family stronger. The more Richard thought about it, the more likely it was, but if this was the case, then things would be even more difficult. In this way, it is very likely that some people who knew the rune script before, because of the restoration of the magic power of the rune script, they all forgot this kind of script. If this is the case, it will be even more difficult to find out. Think of these things day after day. Forget it. Don't think about these things for now. Let's tell the people in the welfare family about these things. Let them investigate. They're a big family. How can it be easier than myself alone? Thinking of this, Richard took out a pen and paper, drew the character of the trees in Foley Village, and then told Rod Foley that this character is a lost text, the runic text. Presumably the curse they received has something to do with this text. If there is a certain relationship, it is best to look up this rune text and tell Rhodes that this type of text has the magic power that people can gradually forget. Remember to save your memory. I wrote down everything that should be written. After all, they gave me such a big shopping mall, so I have to express it anyway, but I didn't mention anything related to Voldemort. Although no one knows now, Dumbledore should be there soon. Knowing the secret of Voldemort's resurrection and the Horcrux, he didn't want others to find out that he had something to do with this terrorist. Richard called Barnaby over and asked him to deliver the letter. Then Richard, who felt that he was thinking too much today, resolutely chose to sleep. Just as Richard fell asleep, the patriarch of the Foley family also received a letter from Richard. Seeing what Richard wrote in the letter, Rhodes paid special attention to it and quickly called his brother over. Let them read Richard's letter separately. If someone else said it, I probably wouldn't believe it. After all, there is no trace of the runes in our family's records. But this person is Richard, the person who can save our family in the prophecy, which makes me I have to believe it. Joseph spoke first. I think it should be true. In fact, there are no traces in our family's records, which proves why we have no clues all the time. But I am curious, how did 10 little muggle-born masters know these things? Frank continued. Anyway, since Richard told us about this matter, whether it's true or not, we have to seriously investigate it. Frank, first fly into the air to see if the trees in the village are really like this. Hearing what Rhodes said, Frank went out directly. After a short time, Frank pushed the door open again and walked in. Yes, it is indeed this shape, but why haven't we noticed it for so long? Frank also felt something was wrong. Even if we don't know the rune characters, but these trees grow suddenly, and we don't know what kind of tree they are. Why don't we feel a little wrong? It's like they should grow there. Maybe this is the magic power of the words that Richard said. Now I think the Patriarch's decision is correct. Although Herod's is indeed priceless, Richard has the potential for our investment. You can see the return now. Isn't it coming? Okay, there's no need to talk about it. I'll make a copy of this letter first, one copy for each person, so as not to forget it. It's too late now. Let's arrange someone to start investigating this rune, writing tomorrow. Speaking of which, Ronald used the copy curse to copy 2 copies of the letter and handed it to the 2 brothers and told them that it is not possible to decide who is going to curse them. So now everything about Sheelan and Richard is classified as top secret, except none of the 3 of them could say anything. Just when the 3 brothers fell asleep, in the space where the 3 of them stored important items, the letter written by Richard slowly disappeared, whether it was the original letter written by Richard or the letter copied with the spell all gone. The next day, the 3 brothers came to the meeting room after dinner to communicate about the family affairs. Don't think that they will have nothing to do if they leave the village. The welfare family has accumulated for so many years, and the outside industry is also quite huge. The wizard, they have a lot of industries in the world and the muggle world. Although there are managers in charge, some of the more important things still need to be decided by their brothers. After finishing the daily work every day, Rhodes feels as if he has forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it, and he didn't mention it in the end, but what he didn't expect was that his 2 brothers felt this way, but they didn't say it. After that, Richard's life returned to the way it was before. He woke up every morning and shouted to Wilson to exercise, and then it was a decadent day. He either ate with Olivia or rode with Wilson, and basically cut off contact with the wizarding world. As for flowers. However, Richard first wrote down the 4 big characters of runic characters in Yanhuang characters, and then took a picture with the camera. Richard felt that if this kind of characters really had magic power, then handwriting or magical copying would not feel very safe. Only an ordinary camera, this kind of muggle technology, can resist magic, so it was taken, and even the subsequent copies did not use the copy spell, but were copied using a copier, avoiding the participation of magic in the whole process, and printed a few more copies after all. This is the safest place not to be affected by external magic. And then I posted a few on the wall of the bedroom to prevent myself from gradually forgetting. As for the research and investigation, Richard said that it is still let the Foley family do it. He can't do it alone. But what Richard didn't expect was that because he forgot to remind Rhodes to save it with Muggle technology, he just reminded Rhodes to pay attention to memory. Rhodes also copied Richard's letter, but the 3 brothers did not avoid forgetting it. So, only Richard is still forced to remember every day. But sometimes things will eventually develop in the intended direction. One day, Olivia came to Richard's room to clean his room. Although Richard kept cleaning the room with magic spells, Olivia always felt that the magic spells were not in place, so she still had to do it herself, although every time she came in it was just casually. Move, it doesn't even take a minute. Olivia still enjoys it. Richard? Richard has no right to speak, or he told Olivia a few times, but it didn't work at all, and in the end it was up to him. It's Olivia, found her, some important things Richard put directly into the storage. This time when Olivia came in, she frowned and didn't look at the tidy room, then suddenly saw Richard's photo posted on the wall, and immediately said to herself with a smile on her face, "Why are you posting all over the place?" Let's put it on the table first. Saying that, Olivia took off the photo and put it on Richard's desk. At this time, Richard was riding with Wilson and suddenly felt something was wrong, but it disappeared immediately, and Richard ignored it. Olivia was extremely satisfied with the tidy room and went out. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew out of nowhere and gently opened the window of Richard's room, leaving a gap. And then the photos on the table also flew with the wind and soon flew out along the gap of the window. The photo flew farther and farther away from the Harris farm and came to a place where a pair of young people were camping. They flew onto the burning bonfire and burned it up in an instant. In the evening, Richard finished his dinner, came to his room, and lay on the bed after taking a shower. Seeing the empty walls, he always felt that something was missing, but today as Wilson fed the horses and checked the growth of the crops. By the way, I also read some reports from Harrods. I was so tired that I didn't have the energy to continue thinking about it. In the end, Lucien closed his eyes and fell asleep directly. In this way, the runes disappeared from everyone's memory, but the photos in Richard's storage still persisted without being affected by the outside world. The summer vacation is slowly coming to an end in Richard's decadence. Olivia also knows that Richard will go back to that magic school soon, so she has been sticking to Richard for the past few days, letting Richard follow her in everything she does, watching TV, shopping, and sometimes even cooking. Richard watched from the side. If it wasn't for Richard's strong refusal, she even wanted to sleep with Richard in her arms at night. Richard also knows how his mother feels, so he obediently spends more time with Olivia. Finally, with the arrival of the school owl, Richard's second-grade book list was also delivered. Except for one, Standard Charms 2, the book list is all a book called Gilderoy Lockhart. It seems like you're going to that Diagon Alley again. Wilson asked directly after seeing the book list. Yes, but you only need to buy this Standard Spells Level 2, and I've already bought everything else. Okay, then I'll call Harris to see when they plan to go, and if we can, let's go together. Speaking of which, Wilson picked up the phone to call Hermione's father, and finally the two agreed to go there tomorrow morning, and now they will go together after breakfast at Hermione's house. In the early morning of the next day, Richard still insisted on getting up early and exercising. Wilson drove a 7-seater commercial vehicle and brought the mother and son to Hermione's house. After eating a little at Hermione's, he went straight to Diagon Alley. Okay, Richard, I will leave Hermione to you. You should be quite familiar with this place. Let's have a drink in a bar first. I haven't tasted the taste of this place for a long time. I still miss it, isn't it, Harris? Let's go and exchange some wizard currency for Hermione, and then come over for a drink, Mr. Granger said. It's okay. Let Richard pay the bill first. I heard he made a lot of money working part-time here during the holidays. Olivia took the topic and said, and winked at Richard secretly after speaking. Richard came here to work part-time during the holidays? He is really capable. Jennifer was also surprised to hear the news. So let Richard pay the bill first, and you could just give him pounds when the time comes. The Grangers also agreed. After all, it was Richard's own money and they would give him pounds. If it was Wilson's money, they would not accept it, but it was obvious that Olivia knew their thoughts very well, so she deliberately said Richard made a lot of money. In fact, Olivia happened to be right. Although the part-time job at the Fantastic Beasts store didn't cost much, Richard got 600 galleons from Ollivander, which is not a small sum. After coming to Diagon Alley, Richard first gave Hermione 50 galleons. It wasn't that Richard didn't want to give more, but Hermione wouldn't take it if she gave too much. Originally, Hermione only wanted 20, but Richard said that Lockhart's book, it wasn't cheap. So Hermione only charged Richard 50 galleons. Why haven't you written to me since August? Hermione demanded Richard as they walked. Richard was speechless for a while. There were nearly 30 correspondences between them during a holiday. Why didn't they write any more letters? But Richard is not stubborn. He hurriedly apologized first, and then told Hermione that Olivia had been let him be with me, so I don't have time to write letters. But Richard has been in a very unique state since he met Hermione, as if he was playing a game of cultivation, and the protagonist is step by step towards his expectations. Hermione's holiday seems to have opened up a little bit, and she is also taking a big step towards the appearance Richard imagined, Emma. In fact, Hermione wasn't the kind of person looking for trouble. She was suddenly alone with Richard, and she didn't quite get used to it. That's all on purpose. Seeing Richard's sincere attitude, Hermione felt better. Then what should we do first? By the way, let's go to the Fantastic Beasts store first. Didn't you work part-time there for a week? Okay. Richard readily agreed. The two then walked down the road towards the Fantastic Beasts store. Soon we came to the door of the Fantastic Beasts store. At this time, it was no longer the scene when Richard came to work part-time. The store was full of little wizards. To be exact, the whole Diagon Alley was full of little wizards. Richard worked part-time for 7 days, never seen so many people. Mr. Adams. Richard called to a familiar figure in the store. Adams turned around and saw Richard, and quickly squeezed out of the crowded shop. After coming over, he stopped Richard. Didn't I tell you the address of my home at that time? Why don't you go and have a look? Now, Paxley has improved a lot, and I often ask me when Brother Richard will come over, and does he have a gift for you? Hearing that this little brat still wanted to make 2 moves with him, Richard certainly didn't want to disappoint him, but he doesn't have time to do these things now. So how can he think of a way to deal with Beau? Is this little girl your classmate? Do you need any pets? Let me introduce you. Richard turned his eyes and thought of a good way. This is my classmate, and she is Hermione. When he heard that this little girl was Hermione at 4 o'clock in the morning, Adams immediately became excited. After all, he had told his son so many times about the incident at 4 o'clock in the morning, and now that the protagonist is here, it is best for his son to meet him. Hermione, right? Hello, I'm Adams, the owner of the Fantastic Beasts store. My son Pugsley admires you after hearing about your deeds. Can you spare a little time? The doctor can tell him. My case? What is my case? Hermione was a little confused when she heard this. How did she hear about my case? Of course, Richard couldn't let things go wrong. He said hastily, I'm sorry, we have a lot of things to do today, so we really don't have extra time. Let me ask Hermione to talk about her review, and you can pass it on to Pugsley. Adams also knew that it would not be good to let people go to his place from the beginning, so he had no choice but to agree. Hermione, just tell me how many times you studied for the exam last semester. Huh? Review? I started reviewing 10 weeks in advance last semester. As for how many times I reviewed it, I'm not very clear. Did you hear that? Mr. Adams, Hermione will start reviewing 10 weeks before the exam, and the 10 weeks are usually not finished. This means that Hermione has completed all the courses in advance, and then directly reviewed. I think the method is very good. You can let Pugsley learn it. Hearing Hermione's learning method with my own ears made Adams instantly refreshed. In this case, I have to go back and tell Morticia that Pugsley should start learning the content of the next semester ahead of time. Zero. Thank you very much, Hermione. To express my gratitude, you choose a magical animal as a pet, and I will treat you. Hearing this, Hermione was a little hesitant. She wanted to raise a magical animal, but she always felt that the time hadn't come yet, and she was not ready, so she finally refused. Let's wait until the next semester. Next semester, she must choose 10 fantastic animals as pets. Seeing Hermione refuse, Richard went on to make up for it. Mr. Adams, look, Hermione doesn't even keep pets in order to study, because she is afraid that keeping pets will delay her studies. Hearing Richard's words, Adams did not continue to persuade him. After all, he should not delay his study, but he also had to tell Morticia about reducing Pugsley's entertainment time, so as not to affect his study. By the way, Mr. Adams, don't you forget what you promised me. Why, I promised you. It's that one. Don't worry, I won't forget it. Don't worry, I'll keep it for you. In this way, the two bid farewell to Adams and continued walking inside. My case, Richard, tell me quickly, did you say something to Mr. Adams? Richard knew he couldn't hide it, so he told Hermione the whole story. Hermione couldn't laugh anymore after hearing this, and said that Richard was really bad. How could he treat a child like this? At this moment, a tall figure appeared in front of him. Hagrid, Richard called out, and Hagrid also heard someone calling him, and saw Richard walking over happily. When they walked in front of them, Richard and Hermione found that Harry was with Hagrid. At this moment, Harry was disheveled, and one of the lenses of his glasses was broken. So Hermione took out his wand directly. Recovery. Harry's glasses were repaired in an instant. What a magical spell. I must remember it. Harry said, excitedly holding his glasses. 1.7. If I remember correctly, this should be the spell I learned last semester, and you should have memorized it earlier. Richard waved at Harry as he spoke. At this moment, Harry's whole body was completely renewed. Spellcasting without sound or wand? Hermione exclaimed, and Hagrid also looked at Richard in shock. This is not something Hogwarts students can do. Even most adult wizards can't do it in their entire lives, let alone cast spells on Richard as he likes. Okay, it's no big deal. I can only do some simple spells without sound and wand now, and I can't do anything that is a little more difficult. That's amazing too. Hermione was more excited than Richard at this time, and Harry was slightly better. After all, he didn't know what it meant. Okay, let's go together. I'm leaving too. After being shocked, Hagrid thought of what he hadn't finished and bid farewell to the three of them. Just after Hagrid left, Lichu said to Hermione and Harry, "Go to Lehan bookstore to buy books for next semester first, and I'll go to the magic wand shop first." Hearing what Richard said, Hermione and Harry walked to the Lycan bookstore, while Richard walked to Ollivander's wand shop. Richard voluntarily left Harry and Hermione for the wand shop. On the one hand, he was curious about whether Ollivander had made a new wand, and on the other hand, Richard wanted Lucius' smooth diary to be handed over to Ginny. After coming to the wand shop, there happened to be a little wizard picking out a wand. Seeing Richard coming in, Ollivander immediately sped up a bit and quickly chose a wand for the little wizard. In fact, except for some special characters, Ollivander's eyes can basically hit every shot. The correct rate of the first wand should be more than 90%, which is why he could be so excited when he meets a picky little wizard. After all, anyone who has always been ordinary will definitely be excited when a strange thing happens suddenly. After seeing off the little wizard, Ollivander said to Richard, "Hi, Richard. Why are you here?" "I wanted to see if your new wand had any success." Hearing what Richard said, Ollivander's interest came instantly, and he dragged Richard to the workshop. Balabala said a lot of jargon and stick-making, and Richard was dizzy, so he interrupted Ollivander immediately. "Lavender, can you tell me directly whether you have succeeded or not? I don't understand what you said." "It will be successful soon. The main difficulty now is how to make the wand recognize the magic power of different wizards. If you say this, I will understand. It means that the progress has not been topped." Richard also knows that this function should be the most basic foundation of a new wand. "You haven't even achieved the basics, and you still tell soon?" This 20-year-old man can really brag, Richard complained silently. Feeling that the time should be almost up, Richard ignored Ollivander's persuasion and walked directly to Lehan bookstore. As soon as he pushed open the door of the bookstore, Richard heard the bluffing inside. He went to the front and saw that General Lucius was talking to Mr. Weasley. "I don't know what Lucius said," and instantly enraged Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley rushed towards Mr. Malfoy, knocking him onto a bookshelf, and dozens of thick spell books fell on their heads. "Beat him! Beat his father like a wolf!" Fred and George shouted loudly from the side. At this time, the crowd who had gathered there to watch the fun began to back away in panic, fearing that they would hurt themselves, but this behavior bumped into more bookshelves. But who knows who actually cast the spell, and the magic books that fell from the bookshelf flew out one after another. The bookstore owner felt like dying when he saw this situation, and quickly called the clerk to go out to find books. He rushed towards the center of the fight. "Good gentlemen, don't hit me." But for some reason, Lucius and Arthur, who were still entangled, seemed to be pushed by something and knocked the bookstore owner to the ground in a daze. When the bookstore owner arrived, a burly wizard happened to walk over there. What's more, the wizard stepped on the bookstore owner's finger, and the noisy environment prevented him from hearing the bookstore owner's finger. The boss screamed, just felt something on the sole of the foot, and even stomped his foot vigorously. Looking at the chaotic scene, Richard felt a sense of joy inexplicably. After seeing the owner of the bookstore at the bookstore, Richard felt very disgusted with the owner for some reason, so he added fuel to the flames, but he didn't expect that there would be someone behind the owner. Such an encounter made Richard very happy. This is a huge figure appearing in the bookstore. "Let's spread out. Let's all spread out." Hagrid's trademark loud voice is in the bookstore. Then Hagrid ignored the crowd in front of him, walked directly to the center of the battle, picked up the two people who were still fighting like catching chickens, and put them on the two sides. Seeing Hagrid's huge figure, Lucius didn't say much. He stuffed the worn-out Transfiguration textbook into Ginny's hand, with a vicious gleam in his eyes. "Little girl of the Weasley family, take your book. It's the only thing your father can give you." Then Lucius broke free from Hagrid's arm, waved to Draco, and rushed out of the shop. Seeing that Ginny put the book in her satchel, Richard walked out of the bookstore in peace, but did not go away at the door of the bookstore. At this moment, Lucius pushed the door out and saw Richard standing aside, stunned. "Mr. Malfoy, is this how you keep your master's things?" Richard smiled and said to Lucius, "Guess what would happen if he found out?" Lucius was about to say something, but Richard didn't listen and said it directly. "You don't need to explain to me. You should think about how to tell your master." After speaking, Richard went back to the bookstore, pretending to be surprised, and came to Hermione's side. "What happened? What's the mess? And what happened to Mr. Weasley?" "A fight. It was Malfoy's dad. He said a lot of nasty things. So Mr. Weasley got into a fight with him, and Hagrid came and separated them." "Arthur, you shouldn't be like this. Malfoy is so bad. Their family is all bad. Everyone knows that Malfoy's family shouldn't listen to it. Let's go." As he said that, Hagrid pulled Weasley as if walking out the door. At this time, the owner of the bookstore was still crying, clutching his injured hand. Seeing that the Weasleys were about to leave, he quickly signaled the shop assistant to stop them. But the clerk saw that he was almost twice as tall as himself, and his arms were as thick as his waist, so he decisively chose to ignore it. He was only here to work, not to seek death. When they walked to the street, Mrs. Weasley calmed down and said angrily, "How can you do this? What a bad influence it has on the kids. Fight in public. What does it make Gilderoy Lockhart think? That didn't make us lose money." "Lockhart, he's very happy," interrupted George suddenly. "Yeah, didn't you hear when we came out? He asked the guy at the Daily Prophet if he could put the fight in the story, and he said it'd make a splash." Fred followed suit. "That's not okay," Mrs. Weasley said, still angrily. Soon the group arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Seeing Hermione's parents, Mr. Weasley went up excitedly to say hello. Harris also had a headache when he saw this strange man coming, but seeing the curious Wilson beside him, he had no choice but to introduce it to the two of them. Wilson has been curious about the wizarding world since he last made Hagrid's flying bike, and Arthur has always been very interested in the Muggle world. After going back and forth, Wilson and Arthur felt like seeing each other later. So there was a table for Wilson, Harris, Arthur, Olivia, Jennifer, and Mrs. Weasley, Ronald's mother. The rest of the little wizards sat casually. "Harry, why did you come with Ronald and the others?" Hermione asked curiously. At this time, Harry also told Hermione and Richard about his summer vacation and the annoying house elf Dobby. "No wonder you didn't reply when I wrote to you. Then why were you so bad just now? Your eyes are broken." "Just now I accidentally passed the fireplace to Knockturn Alley. Let me tell you, just now I saw Malfoy and his son in Knockturn Alley. They were in a shop." "What did they buy?" Harry asked quickly when Malfoy was heard by Arthur behind him. "No, they didn't buy anything. They sold something." "He's frightened," said Arthur gravely and contentedly. "Oh, I'd love to get evidence of Lucius Malfoy. I heard what the boss said. If the rumors are true, then Malfoy sales are less than half of what the family sells," Harry said hastily. Hearing this news, Arthur became even happier, and the 950 who muttered to himself seemed to be planning something. "Be careful, Arthur," Mrs. Weasley warned him. "That family is not easy to mess with. Don't bite the bones you can't chew." "Can I ask who is that Malfoy?" Wilson asked, curiously seeing that everyone was talking about this man. "He is a bad guy. It should be said that their family is all bad guys." Arthur summed it up and told Wilson, "Okay, don't mention him. Have you finished drinking? We should go home after drinking." Mrs. Weasley seemed to want everyone to mention this person and hurriedly urged, "Okay, leave them alone. Let's continue talking, Molly. How did you say you baked bread just now?" Olivia pulled Mrs. Weasley back. Since she ate the rock cake brought by Hagrid last time, I'm also very interested in the teacher's meals. "What happened next? What happened after that?" Hermione continued to ask Harry. And then I came out of that store, and I met Hagrid, and he went there and said he was looking for something to get rid of meat-eating slugs, and then he took me out and met you. And that was it. It's so cool that you went to Noctur Alley. George and Fred always wanted to go, but the adults wouldn't let us go, Ronald said with emotion. At this time, Richard found that the little girl named Ginny had been looking this way from time to time. He knew that this little girl was Harry's future home, so he decided to help her, and it was not very good to keep the diary there, but he could introduce a qualified owner to the diary. Hermione, look at that little girl who has been staring at Harry. She must be his admirer. Why don't you call her over and take a good look at Harry? Hermione looked at Ginny upon hearing the words, and sure enough, she found that Ginny was secretly looking at Harry. So Hermione went over and pulled Ginny over and whispered something in Ginny's ear quietly. Ginny immediately blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. As time passed, a small gathering of 3 families soon came to an end. However, Richard has never been able to figure out how to get the diary out of Ginny's bag. At this moment, suddenly Richard heard someone calling himself. It turned out to be Hannah, seeing Richard in a group of young wizards in her bar. She was going to say hello. And Richard suddenly had an idea. Holding the wine glass, he turned towards Hannah. At the moment of turning around, he purposely ran into Ronald next to him and poured the butterbeer from the glass into Ginny's bag with a flick of his hand, pretending not to know. "Be careful," Hermione exclaimed immediately when she realized the situation. And Richard also pretended to have just noticed and quickly put the wine glass in his hand back on the table. Then he picked up Ginny's satchel, wiped it pretending to be in a panic, and emptied all of Ginny's books, and then secretly pulled out the diary at an angle that no one else could see. Originally, Richard wanted to put it directly into the storage, but he didn't put it in. Then Richard remembered that the Horcrux cannot be put into the storage, so he can only temporarily put it in the back waist. Seeing Richard's flustered behavior, Hermione couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. What's wrong with this Richard? Can't he use magic spells? He hurriedly stopped Richard's behavior, and then used a cleansing spell. "I'm really sorry, Ginny. I accidentally wet all your books, so let me buy you a new set. You are here now, waiting for me to come over soon." As he said that, Richard went back to Diagon Alley regardless of the Weasley family's obstruction. He bought all the new first-grade books, including Gilderoy's book set, bought a bag for himself, and put the diary in it. After returning, under the persuasion of Harry, Hermione, and Ronald, Ginny accepted the newly bought books from Richard. And Mrs. Weasley is still saying that these are second-hand books, and they can be used after drying. Olivia could only tell about Richard's part-time job in Diagon Alley during the holidays and made a lot of money. My God, he is still so young. Can he work part-time? Mrs. Weasley was surprised when she heard that. In fact, Richard also doesn't understand. There's so many people in the Weasley family. Ginny doesn't say, Ronald, George, Fred, Percy are not young. Why can't they find a part-time job or something during the holidays? I can only say that Mrs. Weasley treats them so doting. It was his own strong request. The main reason is that he likes that wonderful animal too much, and he has nothing to do during the holidays. Isn't it too boring to stay at home all the time? And because we are ordinary people who don't know much about the wizarding world, part-time work can also help you understand the wizarding world better. So we all agreed to let him work part-time. Olivia still didn't understand Fantastic Beasts, but everyone sitting here was very kind, and no one had to correct them. Hearing Olivia's words, Mrs. Weasley was also a little moved. Don't tell me that Ginny and Ronald are too young. Ronald is still young. Percy? Percy can't do it. Percy has a lot of things to do, even on vacation. But George okay with Fred. They've been at home annoying themselves over the holidays anyway. So just find something for them to do over the holidays. Arthur, do you want George and Fred to work part-time in Diagon Alley next vacation? Anyway, they don't have much to do at home, so they cause me trouble, said Mrs. Weasley. I think so too. Mr. Weasley also knew how the twins behaved at home and strongly agreed. We don't want to come. We still have something to do. George directly refused. Yes, we are very busy during the holidays. Fred followed suit. At this time, Richard suddenly pulled the twins to the side and said to them, Actually, I think you should come. Don't refuse. Listen to me first. Isn't there a magic joke shop in Diagon Alley? Actually, I think you can go there to work part-time. You can learn how others. Wouldn't it be better to make joke props and then add what you think is acceptable to your prank props? As your partners, I suggest you study hard, and we can continue to cooperate after you graduate, opening 10 of our own prank shop in Diagon Alley. Originally, the twins only listened to what Richard said when Richard was his partner, but when they heard about their prank prop store, they were instantly hit. Yeah, we're also going to open a store that sells prank props that we make ourselves. Then the two brothers ran back and said to Mrs. Weasley, "Mom, we will definitely come to work part-time next year." Mrs. Weasley wasn't surprised to hear of the sudden transformation of the two. The pair were often neurotic, but as long as they could get into trouble at home. Harry and the Weasleys returned to the burrow via Flu Powder, and Wilson couldn't drive because he was drinking, which allowed Olivia to return with the family in the truck. The rest of the time passed quickly, and it was time to start school soon. Richard was called up early this morning. Yes, he was called up much earlier than usual when Richard would exercise in the morning. After getting up, Olivia kept urging Richard to get things ready so that nothing would be missed. Just as Richard finished his breakfast, took the prepared salute, and went out to the car, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said to Wilson, "Father, find a construction company, preferably out of town, to seal off the underground fortress passage in your studio, and then completely lock all the doors from the inside. Then close the passage in the basement of your home open." In fact, Richard has considered this matter for a long time, but he forgot to mention it all the time. Now that he is going to start school soon, he hopes that he can get this matter settled during his schooling, so that he can take a good rest when he is in next year's vacation. Although Wilson didn't know what his son was going to do, it wasn't a complicated matter, so he agreed. Soon the family arrived at King's Cross Station. This time it was earlier, and Richard was not late at last. Even Hermione and the others hadn't arrived when Richard arrived. In this way, after Richard's family waited in the parking lot of the station for a while, Hermione's family also arrived at the station. Seeing the Richard family, the Grangers also came over with Hermione. The adults exchanged greetings there, and Richard and Hermione also chatted. "Why did you arrive so early today? You were almost late the last few times." "It's because I was almost late a few times before, so I absolutely can't be late this time." At this time, Wilson and Mr. Granger came to ask the two of them, "Are you going in now? We have to wait for Harry and the others. Or, you should go first." Hearing what Richard said, Wilson and the others discussed it. Anyway, they had already arrived at the station, and they could not get on the platform, so they left first. After Richard and Hermione waited bored for a while, they saw that the time was almost up, but they still didn't see Harry and the Weasley family. "Why don't we wait on the train? There'll be no empty boxes in a while," Richard suggested. Hermione saw that the time was almost up and agreed. So the two first passed platform 9 3/4 and came to the Hogwarts Express. After looking for a box and putting the salute on it, Richard took out a book about the miscellaneous history of the wizarding world that he got from the Foley family and began to read it. And Hermione did stick her head out of the train window, looking towards the entrance. Seeing that the departure time was approaching, the Weasley family finally appeared on the platform. "Ginny here," Hermione greeted the Weasleys' youngest daughter. "Hermione." Ginny was also waving at Hermione. Didn't she just meet each other? Why are the two getting so familiar? Richard looked at Hermione strangely. "Quick, get on the train first, and then you'll sit with Hermione." Mrs. Weasley urged Ginny and sent her to the train. After Ginny came to the box, Hermione drew her head back and started whispering to Ginny. Richard held the window and greeted the Weasleys. "What about Ronald and Harry?" "They're right behind. They should have boarded the train." Before exchanging a few pleasantries, the train started slowly. Ginny hurriedly waved goodbye to the couple, and Hermione assured Mrs. Weasley that she would take care of Ginny at school. As the speed of the train gradually increased, the platform became smaller and smaller until it was completely invisible. Hermione noticed that Richard had been staring at the sky outside the train and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "It's nothing, I just seem to see a car outside. It must be a hallucination." Richard knew very well that it should be Ronald and Harry. In fact, this kind of immersive experience of the plot is a very magical feeling, like a prophet, as if he knows everything. Zhao Hao which is one of the reasons why Richard has been reluctant to change the plot. By the way, have you seen Harry and the others? Hermione only remembered at this moment why she hadn't seen Harry and the others all this time. Did not see? Then let Ginny and I go find it. Hermione pulled Ginny out of the box after saying that. After about 10 minutes, the door of the box was suddenly opened. Hermione and Ginny walked in with the twins. Harry, they seem to have missed the train, and Percy has written to Professor McGonagall. How did this happen? Obviously, we all came together. Ginny said worriedly. What color is your family's car? Richard suddenly asked the twin brothers. Why is it blue? Although I hope I'm wrong, but I just saw another blue car flying above us. You see, it appeared again. Richard pointed outside. That's Dad's car, isn't it? Ginny also saw the car flying in the sky. Ronald and Harry are up there. Hermione exclaimed along with the twins. Surely it will be seen by many people. They will be expelled. Hermione shouted in a panic. Hearing the expulsion, Ginny burst into tears. The twin brothers waved their hands outside excitedly. This is so cool. Nope. And Hermione did stick her head out of the train window, looking towards the entrance. Seeing that the departure time was approaching, the Weasley family finally appeared on the platform. Ginny here. Hermione greeted the Weasleys' youngest daughter. Hermione. Ginny was also waving at Hermione. Didn't she just meet each other? Why are the two getting so familiar? Richard looked at Hermione strangely. Quick, get on the train first, and then you'll sit with Hermione. Mrs. Weasley urged Ginny and sent her to the train. After Ginny came to the box, Hermione drew her head back and started whispering to Ginny. Richard held the window and greeted the Weasleys. What about Ronald and Harry? They're right behind. They should have boarded the train. Before exchanging a few pleasantries, the train started slowly. Ginny hurriedly waved goodbye to the couple, and Hermione assured Mrs. Weasley that she would take care of Ginny at school. As the speed of the train gradually increased, the platform became smaller and smaller until it was completely invisible. Hermione noticed that Richard had been staring at the sky outside the train and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "It's nothing. I just seem to see a car outside. It must be a hallucination." Richard knew very well that it should be Ronald and Harry. In fact, this kind of immersive experience of the plot is a very magical feeling, like a prophet, as if he knows everything, Zhao Hao, which is one of the reasons why Richard has been reluctant to change the plot. By the way, have you seen Harry and the others? Hermione only remembered at this moment why she hadn't seen Harry and the others all this time. Did not see? Then let Ginny and I go find it. Hermione pulled Ginny out of the box after saying that. After about 10 minutes, the door of the box was suddenly opened. Hermione and Ginny walked in with the twins. Harry, they seem to have missed the train, and Percy has written to Professor McGonagall. How did this happen? Obviously, we all came together. Ginny said worriedly. What color is your family's car? Richard suddenly asked the twin brothers. Why is it blue? Although I hope I'm wrong, but I just saw another blue car flying above us. You see, it appeared again. Richard pointed outside. That's Dad's car, isn't it? Ginny also saw the car flying in the sky. Ronald and Harry are up there. Hermione exclaimed along with the twins. Surely it will be seen by many people. They will be expelled. Hermione shouted in a panic. Hearing the expulsion, Ginny burst into tears. The twin brothers waved their hands outside excitedly. This is so cool. Nope. Before the time went back to the train, Ronald and Harry could only go back to Arthur's car and wait because they couldn't get into the station. At this time, Ronald suddenly suggested, Harry, we can fly to Hogwarts. Is this okay? Little wizards can't use magic outside of school. Harry hesitated. We're stuck, aren't we? We gotta rush back to school, don't we? In a real emergency, little wizards can use magic. Section 19 of the restriction regulations still has provisions. Hearing Ronald's words, Harry's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the adventurous element in his body was fully stimulated. The two started the car, just like that, and staggered into the air. But because of a problem with the invisible function of the car, in order to avoid being discovered, he had to fly into the clouds. But in order to avoid getting lost, I have to descend from time to time to see the direction of the Hogwarts express train and then go back to the clouds. That's why they appear and then disappear. At the same time, Professor McGonagall also received a letter from Percy. Holding the letter, Professor McGonagall hurriedly found Dumbledore. "Albus, you should check Harry and Ronald are gone. This is a letter from Percy just now. They should be enjoying a wonderful journey. Don't worry about Minerva." Dumbledore didn't accept the letter from Professor McGonagall, but said directly with a smile, "Do you want a cockroach pile?" "No, I have a lot of things to do, and I can't be as leisurely as you." Professor McGonagall said angrily, "Ah, it's chili-flavored, so spicy, so spicy." Seeing that Professor McGonagall didn't want it, Dumbledore directly threw a pile of cockroaches into his mouth. Ignoring Dumbledore's trickery, McGonagall left the headmaster's office directly. Knowing that Harry and Ronald have nothing to do, Professor McGonagall is relieved. She still has a lot of things to do in the future. With such a principal, everything is done by the vice principal. It is really unconscionable. I must tell my mother how dare he do this, and even drag Harry. As the cars appeared regularly in the air for a long time, Ginny's worry gradually turned into anger, and she said to Hermione angrily. At this moment, cheers erupted from outside the box, and the little wizards of Gryffindor were all shouting the names of Harry and Ronald. It seems that the twins told other people about Harry and Ronald's feat, so that all the young wizards in Hogwarts knew that they drove to Hogwarts by car. Soon, as the sky gradually turned dark, the speed of the train slowly slowed down. At this time, Richard also took the initiative to come outside the box. Now, it was time to change his clothes and put on the wizard robe. Soon, Hermione and Ginny changed their clothes and put Richard in. Soon the Hogwarts Express came to a complete stop, and a rough voice sounded outside. "Okay, all the wizards get out of the car. The first graders come to me. Hurry up." At this time, all the little wizards got off the train. Ginny walked towards Hagrid, while Richard and Hermione walked in the opposite direction. Soon they came to a small road where all the little wizards other than the first grade got on the bus and went to Hogwarts Castle in order. "It's strange. Why don't these carriages have horses? Are they powered by magic?" Hermione asked curiously. "No, there's a magical animal thestrals in front of every carriage. This magical animal can only be seen by those who have seen death, understand death in a broad sense, and know the meaning of death. In fact, this is why Harry couldn't see the thestrals at first. Only when he saw Cedric's death did he really understand the meaning of death. It is also for this reason that I was able to see thestrals in 5th grade." At this time, Richard looked at the thestrals in front of the carriage and was very moved. If he could extract all these thestrals, he could almost upgrade a skill or draw a skill. I have to say that Richard is a bit drifting. He wants to draw a character with only one skill from the hundreds of magical animals in his entire magical animal store. It can only be said that he is thinking a little too much. Seeing Richard staring at the front of the carriage, Hermione asked curiously, "Can you see it?" "Okay." After finishing speaking, Richard regretted it. And if Hermione could see why, how should he answer? Fortunately, Hermione didn't continue to ask. She thought that Richard must have seen the death of a relative, and Richard had a good relationship with this relative, so he could understand the meaning of death. So the understanding Hermione didn't continue to ask. "Okay, let's get into the carriage," Hermione said as she pulled Richard into the nearest carriage. "Can I sit here?" Neville's voice sounded from the side at this moment. "Of course, come up," Hermione readily agreed. At the same time, a little wizard named Hufflepuff, whom Richard and the others didn't know, also boarded the carriage. After the 4 people were full, the carriage was heading towards Hogwarts. "Hi, Richard. I wanted to ask Harry if they're all right." Neville asked Richard. And that's what Hermione wanted to know, so she looked at Richard. "Hello, Neville. Harry and the others are sure to be fine. Ronald's brother has already sent a letter to the school. Since the school doesn't take care of it, nothing will happen. Don't worry." Hearing what Richard said, he and Neville felt relieved. Soon the carriage stopped, and after a few people got off the carriage, they found that they had arrived at the gate of Hogwarts Castle. After passing through the gate, Richard and Hermione parted, one towards the Gryffindor dining area and the other towards Ravenclaw. When they came to Ravenclaw's dining table, the wizards of the academy greeted Richard one after another. Richard came to sit next to Terry. "What's up, Terry?" Did you have a good vacation? That's it, except for a visit to my uncle in Germany. Just stayed at home. Nothing, Kafk, to do. Very boring, by the way. Do you know what happened to Harry Potter? Why did Gryffindor? Everyone's talking about Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley driving to Hogwarts. I don't know the specifics. I just heard that they didn't catch the train and came here by car. At this time, a beautiful shadow suddenly came to Richard's side and continued to do it next to Richard. Hi, Richard. How was your holiday? Hello, senior sister Penello. It's just like that. It's normal. At this moment, Professor McGonagall rang the wine glass as usual, and the noisy hall became quiet. Why isn't Professor Snape on the professor's chair? Penello approached Richard and whispered in Richard's ears. Suddenly, a gust of fragrant wind blew by. It was a bit itchy. Richard tried not to scratch his ears and looked toward the professor's chair. Sure enough, Snape wasn't there. Who knows? There might be something going on. Then you said it might have something to do with Harry Potter and the others? At this time, Richard couldn't help but scratched his ear, feeling a little more comfortable in an instant. It seems that every woman has a gossip physique. Richard didn't hear what Professor Dumbledore said and went directly to the sorting session. It was at this moment that Richard saw Harry and Ronald limping into the Great Hall and sneaking down at the end of the Gryffindor table. Seeing Richard looking at them, Harry felt embarrassed, but also a sense of pride rose from his heart. Holding a glass of drink, Richard raised his hand to Harry and ignored them and continued to watch the sorting ceremony. At this moment, Harry also noticed that Professor Snape was not on the professor's chair and nudged Ronald with his elbow. Look, Snape's not up there. Maybe he's sick, Ronald said expectantly. It's also possible that he was transferred. Harry also began to let himself go. It's best if he gets fired. Ronald said what he had been waiting for a long time. There is also a possibility that he is right behind you, waiting for you to tell him why you came by car. It's impossible he won't know. Hearing a strange voice from behind, Ronald immediately retorted. Harry suddenly felt that the voice was so familiar. He looked back quietly. His heart rose in his throat in an instant, and he stood up immediately. Harry, what are you? Ronald saw Harry standing up and was about to turn around to ask what happened to Harry, when he saw Professor Snape standing behind them. This time he realized that that was what Snape said just now. Suddenly a desire to urinate surged from the bladder, and Ronald quickly squeezed it. Just like that, Harry and Ronald fell into Snape's clutches. Still the same as the original, Gryffindor has another red-haired Weasley, Ginny Weasley. And Ravenclaw also got their crazy girl, Luna Lovegood. When Luna walked towards Ravenclaw, Richard focused on this popular supporting role in the original book. Silver eyes, dark golden brown hair, pale complexion, very light eyebrows. Wore a pair of turnip earrings and a necklace made of butterbeer corks. But I have to say that the real Luna is far more beautiful than the Luna in the movie. And looking at her, Richard's heart was calmed down just now because of Penello's slight agitation. Just when all the little wizards had completed their branching, Snape appeared on the professor's seat, came to Professor McGonagall's side, and said something to her. Professor McGonagall straightened his face instantly, got up, and followed Snape out. Dumbledore didn't see much after seeing it, and he regulated the behavior of the little wizard as usual, and then directly announced the start of the dinner, and then left the seat and walked out. What happened to them? Penello asked Richard curiously. Probably dealing with Harry Potter. Then why Professor Snape in the first place? I think it's probably love. Hearing what Richard said, Penello froze for a moment, then said with a smile, Yes, we all love the Savior. Just when all the little wizards were enjoying the well-prepared welcome dinner at Hogwarts, Harry and Ronald, as expected, were pardoned by Dumbledore, and the only punishment they received was not to attend the welcome dinner in detention for labor. This sent Snape livid and Dumbledore back into the Great Hall. After a while, Professor McGonagall also came back, but his face was much better than when he went out. Finally, with a melodious and beautiful, messy school song, the dinner party is over. The prefects of each college took them back to the lounge. Richard originally planned to go back directly, but was actually stopped by Professor Snape, who informed him that he would go to his office every Wednesday night to practice potions. Then there is Hermione. She still doesn't know about Harry and the others. She went back to the dormitory just now, but found that Harry and the others hadn't come back. She was very worried, so she wanted to pull Richard to wait for Harry and Ronald together. Come on, let's ask Professor McGonagall. She must know where Harry is and how they are. Hearing Richard's words, Hermione agreed very much. She should ask her headmaster. Then the two came to Professor McGonagall's office, and after learning about Harry's punishment from Professor McGonagall, the two left the office. On the way back, Richard saw Hermione's expression was a bit troubled. What's wrong with you, Hermione? I don't think you're very happy. I don't know how to describe my current mood. It is said that Harry and Ronald were not fired. This is a very good thing. I'm also happy for them, but I don't know why I'm not happy. I always feel that it's not right. They violated many school rules, but they did not receive the punishment they deserved. Am I a little bit bad? I don't want my friends to be punished more severely. Of course not, Hermione. You are a very good girl, kind and innocent, full of hope for this world. You hope that everyone will do things according to the rules and regulations, and punish the good and punish the evil. There is nothing wrong with it. It is a very correct thing. But the wizarding world we are in now is a very special world. You can think of it as medieval Britain. You say Robin Hood behavior is right or wrong. In fact, we could try to analyze it through the surface phenomenon. You see, now we all know that Voldemort is not dead, and Harry is the key to dealing with Voldemort. So, as long as Harry has no principal mistakes, we can actually try to forgive him a little. And of course, we cannot allow him to make mistakes. As is my friend, this requires you to remind and teach more on the sidelines. By the way, Harry and the Weasley family arrived at the same station. Why didn't Harry and Ronald get on the train? There must be something wrong with it. You can ask Harry. After listening to Richard's persuasion, Hermione also felt much better and whispered involuntarily, "Nice to have you." What? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Hermione's voice was so low that Richard couldn't hear clearly and hurriedly asked, "It's nothing. You go back quickly. I'll be waiting for Harry in the dormitory. You are right. As Harry's friend, I will definitely supervise him." Under the dim light, Hermione's face was a little red, and she hurriedly Richard drove away. At this time, the Hogwarts castle was silent, and two footsteps sounded from afar. It was Harry and Ronald. They walked past the talking portraits and creaking armor, climbed a narrow set of stone steps, and came to the corridor of the secret entrance to the Tower of Gryffindor, which was hidden behind a painting. There was a fat lady in a pink silk dress. "Password?" asked the fat lady as they approached. While the two were scratching their heads and talking nonsense, Hermione came out from the shadows. "You should be expelled for daring to drive to Hogwarts." Startled by Hermione's sudden voice, Harry and Ronald spoke hastily. "We have no choice. The wall of the platform suddenly refused to let us in, so we came here by car." "Then why don't you write to Professor McGonagall and ask the school to solve this matter?" Hermione, a top student, couldn't understand the fear of professors like Ronald and Harry. "Teachers are the best choice." "Okay, stop talking. You see I'm injured? Let's go in first." Ronald pointed at the corner of his eye where a trace of blood was oozing. "Honey-eating bird." The fat lady's portrait unscrewed. At this moment, a thunderous applause erupted in the Gryffindor common room. It seemed that the students of Gryffindor House were still awake, all huddled in the circular common room waiting for them. A lot of hands stretched out from the hole, pulling Harry and Ronald in. "Wonderful!" exclaimed Lee Jordan. "Really amazing. What a wonderful way. Driving a flying car into the Whomping Willow. People will talk about it for years." "Good job," said a fifth grader who had never spoken to Harry before. Fred and George pressed forward and asked together, "Why didn't you call us back?" Ronald flushed and smiled sheepishly, but Harry could tell that one person was not at all happy. Percy was standing behind some excited freshmen and seemed about to squeeze in and tell them off. Harry poked Ronald in the ribs and tipped his head towards Percy, and Ronald immediately understood. "Okay, let's go. We are too tired. It's time to go to bed." After speaking, Harry and Ronald ran out of the dormitory. At the same time, after answering the question about the eagle-shaped door knocker, Richard first came to his room, put all the things in place, and then looked at the diary in the satchel. In order to avoid problems, Richard seemed to put the book in the satchel, put the satchel in the suitcase, lock the suitcase, and put a locking spell on the suitcase. Seeing his arrangement, Richard admired himself. It was perfect, so it should not be lost. After everything was done, Richard came to the common room, but there was no one in the common room at this time. Richard made it to the sofa in the lounge, took out the book on the train, and continued to read. The time was ticking, and before I knew it, it was already 12 o'clock. At this time, a ghost emitting blue light appeared in front of Richard from nowhere. "Are you waiting for me?" "At this time, I can only wait for you, Ms. Gray. Your magic power has increased." "Yes, for some reason this holiday, my magic power has increased a bit. Do you want to try it?" Asking for flowers. Seeing that Ms. Gray nodded, Richard took out his wand and used purifying lightning directly on Ms. Gray. The moment lightning touched Ms. Gray, she trembled violently. Blue light instantly enveloped the entire lounge. Richard was afraid of being discovered, so he quickly stopped casting the spell. The blue light also gradually weakened as Richard stopped and gradually returned to its original appearance. "Why don't we go to the response room? This movement is a bit loud. It's not good to disturb others." After waiting for a few minutes, Ms. Gray replied, "Forget it. Although the power is indeed much stronger, but it still doesn't work. Let's talk about it when your magic power is stronger." After a pause, Ms. Gray looked at Ji-shung's ring and said, "Why does your ring strike me as familiar?" Hearing what Ms. Gray said, Richard didn't intend to hide it and directly activated the magic to change the ring back into the Ravenclaw crown. "Crown!" Seeing the Ravenclaw crown in front of her eyes, Ms. Gray suddenly felt a little dazed. "It turns out that this thing is here with you now." "Yes, for some reason, I found it, but now it is in a special situation, so please forgive me for not being able to return it to you." "A Horcrux, right? How did you know?" "I didn't perceive it at first, but after you changed it back to its original form, I sensed the traces of Tom's soul from inside. It should be the inferior spell created by the black wizard named Hierbois." "Forget it. Now I don't need this thing anymore. On behalf of my mother Ravenclaw, I officially present the Ravenclaw crown to you, Richard Harris." Hearing Ms. Gray's solemn declaration, Richard quickly pointed his wand at his right chest. "I, Richard Harris, solemnly swear once again that I will never bury the crown of Ravenclaw, but will make it bloom again." Just after Richard took the oath, he actually felt that he had some connection with the crown in front of him, some inexplicable connection. After hearing Richard's oath, Ms. Gray suddenly felt that she had an extra memory about her mother. But this memory was very vague, and she could only vaguely hear her mother telling herself. Words like crown, chamber, workshop. Ms. Gray shared these memories with Richard. "Do you have to wear the crown in Ravenclaw's workshop to know how to open the Chamber of Secrets?" Richard asked. "But where's Ravenclaw's studio?" "It should be the Room of Requirement." "The Room of Requirement was originally created by my mother for work," Ms. Gray replied. At this time, Richard started to measure. It is definitely not possible to wear the crown directly. The Voldemort inside must be cleaned first, but the Horcrux of Voldemort is still relatively easy to use. It was a matter of time before Voldemort was wiped out, but before he was wiped out, he had to squeeze out his last value, such as the black magic he knew. At this time, Voldemort's Horcrux didn't know that he was jumping sideways on the verge of death overnight, but fortunately, he saved his mere life with Richard's thought. The next morning, when Richard came to the auditorium for breakfast, he found everyone looking at the Gryffindor dining area. "What happened?" Richard asked Miles. "Ronald of Gryffindor has a howler letter, and everyone is waiting to see it." This was followed by a loud bang from Gryffindor's table. "I won't be surprised if they fire you after stealing the car. Let's see how I deal with you." You probably never thought about how your father and I felt when we found out that the car was gone. It was Mrs. Weasley's cry, 100 times longer than usual, which rattled the plates and spoons on the table and echoed deafeningly from the 4 stone walls. "Received Dumbledore's letter last night. Your father was so ashamed that he almost died. We worked so hard to bring you up, but we didn't expect you to do such a thing. You and Harry almost lost their lives." Harry kept listening to when his name pops up. He tried his best to pretend not to hear the sound of hitting the eardrum. "It's so annoying. Your father will be censored in the unit. It's all your fault. If you don't follow the rules, We will bring you back immediately." At this point, the roar stopped, and Richard could still feel the buzzing in his ears. 580 really didn't know what Gryffindor felt like. The farce in the morning stopped with the arrival of the professors. Professor Flitwick called Penello over and asked her to send out all the little wizard schedules. Ravenclaw's first class in his second year was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and he didn't take it with Slytherin. After breakfast, Richard first went back to the dormitory with Miles to get the books from Lockhart. This time he really took them. Richard felt that it would be right to put these books in the memory of his brain. I don't respect my own brain, so I keep it outside. After taking the books, the little wizards all felt Lockhart's classroom. Entering the classroom, the little wizards recently discovered that the entire classroom has been rearranged, and Lockhart's photos have been hung everywhere they can see. At this time, Professor Lockhart also appeared in the classroom on time. "Me," he said, pointing to his own photo, also winking. "Gilderoy Lockhart, 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, 5-time Wizards Weekly Award for Most Charming Smile. But I don't talk about that. I'm not a female ghost driven away by a smile." After finishing this paragraph, Lockhart waited for the little wizard below to give him feedback. However, the little wizards of Ravenclaw and Slytherin are in class here, and they have more brains than Gryffindor, so except for a few little witches, most of them didn't respond. "I see you all bought my complete set, which is great. I thought we'd start with a quiz today. Don't be afraid to just see how you're reading and understanding." After speaking, Lockhart handed out the test paper in his hand. 30 minutes, you can start now." When Richard got the test paper, he glanced at it, and it was indeed the same as in the original book, such as Lockhart's favorite color, revenge, and other things. After reading it, Richard threw the test paper aside and ignored it, then took out the book he hadn't finished yesterday and continued to read. Soon, after 30 minutes, Lockhart collected all the test papers and began to read them. "It seems that you still don't know enough about my book. No one even knows what color I like. I remember I mentioned it in a year with the Tibetan snowman. And some students, even it's not okay to not know the greatest achievement." Suddenly, Harold's voice paused, and his 2 eyebrows squeezed in the middle. "Why is there a blank test paper here, without even a name? Whose is this?" At this time, Richard was already immersed in the world of the book, and he didn't pay attention to Lockhart at all. Seeing that no one stood up, Lockhart thought he had posted too much, so he didn't continue to ask. This lesson was supposed to teach you how to defend against the most terrifying and evil creatures in the wizarding world, Lockhart said, putting his hand on the cage next to it covered with a black cloth. This made the little wizards except Richard look at Lockhart nervously and excitedly. "But you know so little about me, so I decided that you should start by getting to know me in this lesson, and now I can only put away this ferocious monster." At this time, the little wizards all showed disappointment. Seeing the expressions of these little wizards, Lockhart was very proud. He thought his teaching plan was very good. Even the little wizards of Ravenclaw and Slytherin were under his control, and the rest of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were not a problem at all. Then the rest of the class ended with Lockhart constantly reading his own book. By noon, Hermione found Richard. "Well, how is Lockhart getting taught?" "Lockhart? I didn't care. I read every class in the book. Why didn't I listen to what he said?" Hermione also knew that Richard's spell level was far beyond that of the little wizard, so it was understandable for Richard not to listen to the class. "But Hermione, you have to be mentally prepared." "What mental preparation?" Hermione was puzzled. "In fact, many times we still need to see the essence through the phenomenon." Richard knew now that even if he said Lockhart was a liar, Hermione would have a hard time believing it. Not to mention Hermione, Lockhart has been in the wizarding world for so many years without being discovered, and even wrote 7 books, each of which is so popular, there must be something special about him, just like his forgetting curse. Just speaking of this spell, I'm afraid even Dumbledore and Voldemort are no more than that. Looking at Richard, Hermione couldn't help clenching her little fist. This man was so annoying. He always half-spoken. "It's fine if I don't say anything. I don't want to listen anymore." Hermione left with her head held high. In the afternoon, Richard also had a class on herbal medicine, which he took with Slytherin. Ravenclaw basically took all the classes with Slytherin this semester. Before class, Richard ran back to the dormitory and took out the precious notebook. It was time to give this notebook to the owner Richard had chosen for him. Then Richard came to the greenhouse, and when he arrived, Professor Sprout was already waiting there. There was a patched hat on her fluttering hair, a lot of mud on her clothes, and a lot of bandages on her arms. It looked like she was still repairing the Whomping Willow. Richard looked into the distance, and sure enough, many branches of the Whomping Willow were hung with bandages. Today we are going to the third greenhouse. Come on, little ones. 0-inch Professor Sprout still said to the little wizards in a kind tone. Hearing that they were going to the third greenhouse, the little wizards whispered with great interest. They only entered the first greenhouse last semester, but the plants in the third greenhouse are more interesting and more dangerous. Professor Sprout took a large key from his belt and opened the door. In an instant, there was a smell of damp soil and manure, mixed with a strong fragrance of flowers. The flowers were the size of umbrellas and hung from the ceiling. Professor Sprout walked behind a bench in the middle of the greenhouse. On the stool were about 20 pairs of earmuffs of different colors. Today we're going to repot the mandrake. Can anyone tell me about the characteristics of the mandrake? After speaking, Professor Sprout looked at Richard. In fact, Richard didn't want to compete for points this semester. After all, one Academy Cup is enough. But since the professor looked at him, it must be to give others face. Besides, Richard still respects the professor very much. Seeing Richard raise his hand, Sprout called his name directly. Mandrake, also known as mandrake root, is a powerful recovery agent, which can be used in the refining of many recovery potions, mainly used to treat transformed people or people who have been cursed back to its original state. Excellent. 10 points for Ravenclaw. Mandrake is an important part of most antidotes, but it's also dangerous. Can anyone tell me why? Richard didn't raise his hand this time, and Professor Sprout didn't look at Richard and directly clicked a little Slytherin wizard to answer the question. After getting the correct answer, Professor Sprout gave extra points without prejudice. After that, Professor Sprout showed everyone how to change the basin. After the show, it's the little wizard's turn. A plate for 4, lots of pots here, compost in a bag over there. Watch out for the poisonous tentacles. It's teething. She slapped a spiky crimson plant, making it withdrew the tentacles that quietly stretched out to her shoulders. Don't look at Professor Sprout's 2.1 E's. It's not like that at all. Mandrakes don't want to be pulled out of the soil, but they don't seem to want to go back either. They twisted their bodies, kicked their feet wildly, waved their small pointed fists, and gnashed their teeth. Richard and they focused together, and it took a lot of effort to succeed. But this is already very fast, and many students didn't finish it until after class. When the get out of class was over, Richard sneaked up to Draco Malfoy. Then he deliberately pretended to accidentally hit Draco, and Draco's school bag fell to the ground. Draco wanted to start spraying, but when he saw Richard, he swallowed what he wanted to say and just said something aggrieved. "Be careful. Sorry, I didn't notice just now." Richard also apologized very kindly. While Draco was picking up the book, Richard put the diary directly into Draco's bag while no one was paying attention. This way focuses on returning things to their original owners. How could Lucius throw such an important thing away? Richard returned the diary to Draco out of kindness to help others. After all, no matter how big or small Malfoy, it's all Malfoy. The new semester has no pressure on Richard in the normal course. But Snape's Wednesday night drills had Richard in a lot of trouble. It was time for Wednesday night training again, and Richard knocked on Professor Snape's door nervously. "Come in." Snape's voice was still somber. "Professor, what are we doing tonight?" Richard asked directly after walking in. He knew that Snape was not a person who liked to chat, so it would be best to say something directly. "See that pile of African tree, snake skins next to it? Cut them up first, chop them up, and put them in the cabinet next to them." After a pause, he continued, "Do you know what medicine can be made from the skin of the African tree snake? You can make compound potions. What other materials are needed for the compound medicine? 3 parts of sap grass picked by the full moon, 2 bundles of 2-eared grass. For parts of leeches, 2 spoons of lacewings boiled for 21 days in advance, 3 parts of African tree, snake skin fragments, 1 part of bicorn horn, 1 spoon of grass gnats. Snape nodded with a speed beyond the reach of the naked eye. Today, you will first prepare 5 ingredients, and then boil the lacewing worms. After the lacewing worms are boiled, practice making compound potions. In fact, in addition to talent, potion production is more important than practice. A wizard with a high talent for potion, refining a potion that has never been touched, is definitely not as good as an ordinary wizard who has done it many times. Richard's potion level 20 had also been rapidly improved by Snape. It wasn't until close to 11 o'clock that Richard finished all the work and put in the cabinet after Snape's inspection. Now he is waiting for the lacewings to be boiled, but it will take 3 weeks. Okay, you don't have to come over for the next 2 weeks. You can come over in the evening after 3 weeks. Richard said goodbye to Snape and left the office, yawning as he headed for Ravenclaw's lounge. On the way back, Richard also met Mrs. Norris. But Mrs. Norris seemed to recognize Richard. She didn't bark, but ran to Richard's legs and rubbed them. Richard also squatted down, touched Mrs. Norris' head, and then took out a few dried fish from the storage container and fed them to Mrs. Norris. Don't ask why there are. It was Filch who also walked over from not far away and saw that Richard was looking for Mrs. Norris, and Richard actually saw it through the eyes of the person who was the second most hated by all the little wizards in the school. The first must be Snape, a ray of tenderness. It's all right, Mr. Harris. It can't eat too much at night. You should go back to bed too. It's already late. Sleeping too late is bad for your health. Filch said to Richard gently. Okay, you can call me Richard, not Mr. Harris. Richard left after speaking. Filch stayed where he was and said nothing silently. Then he hugged Mrs. Norris and stroked her gently. Last semester, all the professors at Hogwarts discussed Richard, even the lovable Professor Snape. Filch is also afraid of Snape. Richard could be said to be destined to be a big figure in the wizarding world in the future, comparable to Dumbledore Big Shot. Mrs. Norris is a very sensitive cat. It can feel the emotions of wizards, and Mrs. Norris being close to Richard means that Richard also likes Mrs. Norris, and Filch is deeply moved by this alone. And Filch felt a kind of equal treatment from him. There was no fear or dislike for him, nor did he despise him. Only mutual respect, not to mention that Richard saved Filch last semester. A week of classes is finally over. On Saturday morning, Richard still insisted on waking up early to exercise. After exercising, Richard went back to the dormitory and took a shower. After a vacation, Richard was still used to showering after exercising. Although the spell could be resolved, it still felt like something was missing. After rinsing, it's time for breakfast. After breakfast, Richard came to Gryffindor's table, intending to invite Hermione and Harry to find Hagrid together. After all, there's still a group of Thestrals and Hippogriffs in school now, and Richard has been hungry for these for a long time. But after looking around, I didn't see the trio. Forget it, Richard plans to go by himself. After leaving the Hogwarts castle, Richard walked towards Hagrid's hut when he suddenly found Hermione and Ronald sitting in the auditorium. Richard walked over to them. When they came to them, suddenly a sharp voice sounded. Look over here, Hagrid. Richard looked towards the sound and saw a very thin, gray-haired boy who was taking pictures of Harry with an ordinary camera like a demon. It turned out to be Harry's fanatic Colin. Richard chuckled to himself. Hermione. Good morning, Ronald. So you are here. Richard? Why are you here? And I said you must not get up now. Hermione still knew Richard better, but that was Richard before. How was it possible? I went to exercise early in the morning, and then I came here after breakfast. Hermione showed a look of disbelief. Is this still the same Richard who has been having trouble getting out of bed? At this time, Gryffindor's Quidditch captain would came to Harry and Fred on a broom. Why is that freshman taking pictures? I don't like it. He might be a Slytherin spy, try to spy on our new training regimen. And the one behind him is Richard Harris of Ravenclaw. Is he going to spy on us too? No, that freshman is from Gryffindor. As for Richard, he should have come to see me. You're overthinking it. He doesn't like Quidditch, so he won't come over to spy on the plan. Harry quickly explained. That's right, Richard wouldn't do that. George flew over at some point and helped explain. And the Slytherins don't need to spy. They're already here. After speaking, George pointed towards the edge of the playground. Wood looked in the direction of George's finger, and sure enough, several Slytherin wizards in green robes were walking towards the field with brooms. Wood rushed to the ground violently, and the nearby grass trembled when he landed. "Flint," Wood yelled at the captain of the Slytherin team, "this is our training time, and we got up early. Please go out." Marcus Flint was bigger than Wood. "It's a big place, Wood," he replied with troll-like cunning. Alicia, Angelina, and Katie also came over. There were no girls in the Slytherin team, and they stood side by side in a row, squinting at the Gryffindor team with identical expressions. "But I've got the court." Wood snapped, "I've got it." "Oh," said Flint, "but I have a note signed by Professor Snape. I, Professor Severus Snape, have allowed the Slytherins to practice at the Quidditch pitch today. Train their new seekers." "You added a new seeker?" Wood's attention was diverted. "Where is it?" A smaller boy flashed out from behind the 6 tall players, with a smug smile on his pale, pointed face. It was Draco Malfoy. "Malfoy!" Harry exclaimed upon seeing the man. "That's right. I'm a new seeker of Slytherin now," Malfoy said arrogantly. "By the way, Harry, your broom is out of date. Use it to sweep floors." Malfoy still didn't dare to offend everyone in Gryffindor, so he could only turn on Harry alone. All the members of the Slytherin team laughed even more proudly. Then please take a look at the gift he gave to the Slytherin team generously. At this time, everyone looked at the broomsticks of the 7,580 people in Slytherin. The 7 new, smooth, and shiny broomsticks, and the 7 lines of beautiful gold letters, Nimbus 2001, dazzled the eyes of the Gryffindor players in the morning sun. "That's where the halos come from," Ronald exclaimed. Ronald, who just saw the situation here, pulled Richard and Hermione, who were chatting, and ran over. "Of course my dad gave it to the team. As a graduate of Slytherin, he is very concerned about the situation of the academy. My dad is not like a Weasley. He doesn't even have a job now. He can get any kind of broom." Malfoy mocked Ronald directly with his father's proud face. "It turns out that you used money to join the Quidditch team. Gryffindor is not like you, who rely on real strength. I have to say that Richard taught Hermione very well, and Hermione said it straight to the point. This damage to Malfoy can be said to be a critical blow, and it just hit Malfoy's pain point. Immediately came to Hermione, said viciously, 'No one talks to you, you dirty little mudblood.' As soon as the sentence came out of Malfoy's mouth, he was instantly sent flying by a beam of light, lying on the ground, crying in pain. Everyone else looked behind Hermione. I saw Richard standing impressively behind Hermione and pointing at Malfoy with his hand outstretched. Casting spells without a soundless wand is indeed less powerful, and he can still shout. At this time, Richard walked in front of Hermione, who was still in a sluggish state with a calm expression on his face. But this kind of calm made Harry and the others feel strange. They had never seen Richard's expression before. "Damn it, you dared to sneak attack. Teach him a lesson." Originally, Richard was the chief culprit who interrupted their 7 consecutive Slytherin championships, and now he even sneaked up on their seeker in front of them. Flint and others immediately took out his wand and cast various spells on Richard. At this moment, the 6 people in Slytherin used their respective spells one after another. Flaming Fire, Incisor Game Stick, Bones and Pieces, Drowsy, Thunderbolt Explosion, Total Petrochemical. Seeing these spells flying towards Richard, Harry already closed his eyes. But Hermione resolutely ran in front of Richard, trying to block these spells for Richard with her own body. Richard hastily pulled Hermione aside, then pulled out his wand, squatted down, and thrust the wand towards the ground forcefully. All curses end. At this time, an orange light curtain rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. At this moment, Slytherin's magic spells also flew over, but all the magic spells turned into nothingness after touching the light curtain. If it wasn't because of Hermione's presence, Richard would have used this spell at all, as long as the iron armor curse could have blocked it. But in order to prevent Hermione from being affected, Richard had to use this spell, which exposed a little. At this time, the Gryffindor Quidditch players also pulled out their wands one after another, preparing for the end of Richard's spell. and they also joined in to sanction these little snakes. Richard pulled out his wand from the ground, got the orange light curtain, and surrounded the Slytherin people. Seeing that the light curtain was about to touch the Slytherin people, they used their spells in a panic to fight back, but none of them could pass through the light curtain, until the light curtain rolled up several people and flew upwards. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded from the side. Who allowed you to cast spells on your classmates at Hogwarts? It turned out that it was Snape who saw Richard's light curtain and hurried over when he knew something was wrong. Seeing that Snape had arrived, Richard knew that he couldn't fight anymore, so he had to dissipate his spell. As soon as the spell disappeared, several people in Slytherin fell from the sky. Howled! But after Richard dissipated the spell, he suddenly hit Malfoy again, hitting Malfoy's arm. Everyone present heard a bang, and then Malfoy stopped howling and passed out. Slytherin and the others saw Richard's cruelty and quickly covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. Seeing that Richard dared to hurt someone in front of him, Snape was completely outraged. How dare you? How dare you? If he dares to say that word to Hermione next time, I can guarantee that the broken arm this time will be the head next time. Facing Snape's anger, he still treated it calmly. What happened? At this moment, the giants of the school all came. Headmaster Dumbledore, Deputy Headmaster McGonagall, Headmaster Flitwick of Ravenclaw, Headmaster Sprout of Hufflepuff. Seeing the Slytherins and the motionless Malfoy lying on the ground, Dumbledore asked, and Harry quickly said, it was Malfoy who scolded first. He called Hermione a mudblood, and Richard cast a curse on him. It was those people who sneaked up on Richard, and Richard retaliated. Hearing Harry say the name Mudblood, Snape's eyes narrowed, his eyebrows moved towards the middle and slanted down, his hands clenched into fists and then loosened. When Snape looked at Malfoy again, what wasn't much of a relationship had turned into disgust. In any case, Richard used spells on his classmates at school and caused harm, even though the other party said the extremely insulting word mudblood. Dumbledore said to Snape suddenly, "What do you think, Snape? It's the students of your house who are injured. Since Professor McGonagall punished Harry for his mistakes, let Professor Flitwick say that Richard belonged to Ravenclaw." Hearing Snape's words, all the little wizards present opened their mouths in surprise. Is this the speaker, Snape? At this moment, Harry wanted to go up and touch his head to see if Snape had a fever, or did he mean this Snape? Is someone else impersonating? But apart from these little wizards, the other professors present here are all old people from Hogwarts. They knew very well what happened to Snape and Harry's mother Lily back then. So when the word mudblood came out, they knew that Snape would definitely not catch him. He couldn't let it go, and Dumbledore used the word inappropriately again. Although Richard used the spell, it did not cause serious consequences, which shows that he has restrained himself, and he is not for his own benefit, but for his classmates. Of course, punishment is still necessary. Ravenclaw deducts 50 points, and Richard is confinement 1 week. Professor Flitwick saw the ball, kicked to his feet. Didn't he let himself kick it? And seeing how a second-year wizard can fight against so many senior wizards in Slytherin, isn't this a natural heir to his successor? It seems that the title of the champion of the fighting competition can be passed on in Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick is delighted thinking, this obviously too light punishment was passed, and the Slytherins who were still on the ground could only dare not speak out. What are you doing here? Why didn't anyone notify me? A funny voice appeared behind the crowd, and they knew which Peacock Lockhart was coming without looking. Lockhart pushed aside the onlookers and squeezed the front. He saw several young wizards sitting on the ground, and one even fell into a coma. What happened? The fight. I'm an expert on that, back in Ravenclaw. I don't remember what happened to you in Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick quickly stopped Lockhart from slandering Ravenclaw. At this time, Lockhart also saw Professor Flitwick. When he was in Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick was already the dean of Ravenclaw. It was a bit risky to brag in front of him, so he quickly made a ha-ha. Then he rolled his eyes and continued. They need therapy, which I'm also very good at. As he spoke, he walked towards Malfoy, but was stopped by Snape on the way. Malfoy said that he was his godson. He was injured now, and if he was being healed by Lockhart, he might not be able to explain to Lucius. Hogwarts has its own infirmary, so you don't need your help. Flynn especially pretended to be dead there and sent Malfoy to Madame Pomfrey. Hearing his headmaster's words, Flint quickly got up, called people together, and carried Malfoy to Hogwarts Castle with a limp. Not to mention these people practice Quidditch every day. His physical fitness is still excellent. And so the farce ended in a total Slytherin rout. Before leaving, Snape glanced at Richard and left without saying anything. Professor Flitwick patted Richard on the back. He couldn't reach it if he wanted to pat his shoulder, and then walked with Dumbledore and the others. And Lockhart also knew what happened from the mouth of the little wizard next to him, and quickly took a good look at Richard, thinking silently, this is a hard stubble, and he can't provoke it in the future, but now the little wizards of Ravenclaw are like this. Well, a second-year wizard can knock down 6 or 7 senior wizards in Slytherin. It seems that the future is not going to be easy. Lockhart sighed. While catching up with Snape, who had left first, he was still babbling there. His medical level was very high, if he was allowed to treat him. Well now, they should all be healed. From the twitching of Snape's shoulders from time to time, he could tell that he was suffering very hard now. After this incident, Gryffindor did not intend to continue training and would directly announce his disbandment. Richard and Hermione came to Hagrid's hut together. Along the way, Richard was also adjusting his emotions. Originally, Richard knew that this would happen in the 2nd grade, and he was also mentally prepared. But I didn't expect that when the thing really happened, Richard's anger was out of his control. If he hadn't restrained himself in the end, I believe Malfoy's end would be worse or even die. When it came to Hagrid's hut, Richard was almost adjusted. At this moment, Hagrid was playing with Yaya outside the house. He was very happy to see several people coming to see him, and warmly greeted them to enter the house. Then he took out the evil rock cake. At the beginning, the rock cakes could barely bite when soaked in water, but after Hagrid's improvement, the current rock cakes are hard to break even after being soaked in water. The only way is the softening spell. Hagrid asked strangely when he saw that everyone was not talking much. Qian Zhao's. What's the matter with you? You seem to be in a bad mood. Harry looked at Richard and then told Hagrid what had happened on the Quidditch pitch. Hagrid was very disapproving and gave Richard a thumbs up. Nice job, the bad boys of Slytherin. That's what they should be doing, especially the Malfoy one. He's the worst one. Confinement is also simple. I can apply to Professor Flitwick to let Richard patrol the Forbidden Forest with me. Do you agree, Jitcha? Of course. Richard heard that he could go to the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. Of course he agreed. Such a good thing. If it is really possible, can he be locked up a few more times in the future? Seeing that Richard's mood has returned to normal, the others are also relieved. Hagrid's hut became lively again. Hagrid also took out his newly invented fudge. Seeing that several people were unwilling to try it, he quickly assured that this would definitely be biteable. Such a few people tried it, and when they first entered it, it felt soft and sweet, and it felt very good. But as he kept chewing, Richard gradually discovered something was wrong. I rubbed it, but it kept biting, and it became more and more sticky until the last few people found it was difficult to open their mouths. Richard and the others finally finished eating Hagrid's special cheese in Hagrid's hut, and everyone covered their occlusal muscles, commonly known as cheeks. Sure enough, the food here at Hagrid is still not something you can eat casually. Seeing everyone's appearance, Hagrid smiled very happily. You still need to exercise more. You'll be exhausted even after eating a jelly bean. By the way, Harry, Lockhart, said you were issuing autograph photos. Why didn't I get them? I didn't post a signed photo, he protested fiercely, but because of the overwork of the occlusal muscles, the corners of his mouth trembled uncontrollably, and at the same time, the middle water also flowed out from the corners of his mouth. If only Lockhart was still spreading such rumors. But he saw Hagrid smile. I'm kidding. He patted Harry on the back affectionately, knocking Harry's face against the table. I know you don't. I told Lockhart you don't have to. You're already more famous than him without trying. I bet he didn't like it very much. Harry said, sitting up straight, rubbing his chin. I guess not very happy, Hagrid said with a twinkle in his eye. And then I told him I'd never read his book, and he decided to go. Would you like some more fudge? Ronald, This sentence made Ronald shake his head again and again. Because Harry, who had only eaten some fudge since he got up, was really hungry, so the few people who wanted to continue playing for a while returned to Hogwarts Castle under Harry's constant urging. As soon as they stepped into the cool hall, Harry and Ronald were dragged away by Professor McGonagall, who had been waiting for a long time. After all, they had not yet finished confinement. Now, it was just Richard and Hermione. Hermione said to Richard on the way to the auditorium, "Thank you just now. It's okay. The main reason is that Malfoy is too angry and dares to say anything." After a pause of 440, Richard continued, "I was so angry just now, I didn't scare you." Hermione shook her head lightly, bit her lip, and asked curiously, "That mudblood sounds rude, but what does it mean? Why are you so angry?" This is an extremely insulting term, a slanderous term for people of ordinary origin, that is, people whose parents do not know magic, and has a racial discrimination meaning. Hearing this, Hermione also knew why Richard was so angry. Then Malfoy really deserved it. He should be dealt with so harshly. After thinking for a while, Hermione continued, "But you can't hit too hard, especially with so many people. What if you get fired for this?" "Don't worry. Have you forgotten what I told you that day? Dumbledore won't fire me for this matter. You know that the idea he pursued with Grindelwald when he was young was for the greater good." "Grindelwald? Is that the first Dark Lord Grindelwald? Is Professor Dumbledore still related to Grindelwald?" Hermione was very surprised when she heard this for the first time. Yes, their relationship is very close. Seeing that Hermione wanted to continue asking, Richard said hastily, "I won't talk about their affairs anymore. You can look up the information yourself. After all, what I said contains my own subjective ideas. After you check it out, we can communicate." Hearing what Richard said, Hermione gave up her plan to continue asking and checked by herself. At the same time, Malfoy was slowly waking up in the infirmary. The first thing that caught my eye was the bandages on my arms. Then Malfoy slowly recalled things on the field. "Damn Richard Harris, Mudblood Hermione, and Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley. I must tell my dad to drive them out of Hogwarts." Malfoy hammered the bedboard with his hand, but forgot his own hand was injured, which caused Malfoy to fold his arms and howl again. That's when Snape came in from outside. "All right, Miss Pomfrey has repaired your hand, so you don't need to perform here." Malfoy is already in distress at this time. He is really in pain. "Godfather, that Richard is like this. Did the school punish him?" "Punishment? Great. This Richard must have been kicked out of Hogwarts. What about the others?" "No." Before Snape could finish, Malfoy started talking to himself. "Is Richard the only one who got kicked out of Hogwarts? That's fine too. I'll make them look good for the rest. What I'm saying is that Richard wasn't kicked out of Hogwarts, but he got some punishment." 17. "How was it possible? He attacked me. I was injured. Why didn't he get kicked out?" "Because of you. Because you said that word that must never be said at Hogwarts." At this point, Snape's eyes also turned cold. "I don't care. I must let Richard leave Hogwarts. I want to find my father." Malfoy shouted, "I'll tell Lucius if that's what you want." After speaking, Snape left the infirmary like a gust of black wind. After returning to his office, Snape contemplated for a moment, then summoned an owl, wrote something casually, and let the owl take it away. After everything was done, Snape sat alone at the table and closed his eyes silently. The episode that he dared not recall all the time reappeared in Snape's mind because of the word mudblood, and it was still so clear. Lily's strange eyes after hearing this word tormented Snape for countless days and nights. When you meet someone and make a mistake, you want to make it up and pay it off, only to realize in the end that you are powerless and the sin you committed can never be made up for. We can never pay back what we have done, and that is the saddest thing. If I had been more courageous at the time, the ending would definitely have been different, but the fact is that Lily is dead and has left me forever. Just then, a tear fell from the corner of Snape's eye. Thinking of what Richard did for Hermione today, Snape silently swore that they would have a good result. Soon it was the time Snape and Lucius had agreed upon. At this time, the fireplace in Snape's office suddenly burst into flames, and in the raging flames, a face slowly emerged. "Severus, what happened? Why did you want to talk to me all of a sudden?" Snape knew that this matter must not be kept secret. If Draco told Lucius himself, he would definitely be in big trouble. It is too easy for a pure-blood family to deal with a little muggle-born wizard. So he planned to tell Lucius himself. I hope Lucius can look at his own face and let Richard go. Lucius, Draco was attacked at school today. Of course it's not serious, and there is nothing wrong now. Lucius knew that if it was as simple as Snape said, he would not have contacted him. So there must be other things, and the thought of his son being hurt made Lucius extremely angry. Stop talking. I'll go over now. No matter who it is, I will make him pay the price. After speaking, Lucius stopped talking. Not long after, Lucius brought Narcissa to Hogwarts Castle. Snape, who had been waiting for a long time, notified Dumbledore and brought them to the infirmary. Son, how are you doing? Seeing Draco in bandages, Narcissa went straight over. Mom, why are you here? Dad, you are here too. Draco, who saw Lucius and Narcissa, was dull for a moment, and then started to cry. I was attacked, and that damned one broke my hands, Dad. You must help me avenge. Seeing her son's appearance, Narcissa was very sad. But Lucius calmed down a lot. Seeing that Draco still had the strength to howl, he knew that his son was fine. Now he is more angry than worried about his son. Yes, it is anger. Someone dared to attack his son in Hogwarts. After meeting Snape's eyes, the two left the ward and came to the corridor. Severus, tell me what happened and who attacked Draco. Today, Draco called a little Gryffindor wizard a mudblood, which P*********D off her friends. So she attacked Draco, Lucius, calling that kind of address at Hogwarts. It's Dumbledore doesn't allow it. I don't suggest you continue to pursue it. After all, there is Dumbledore here. Even if Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, then I'm also a director of Hogwarts. According to the school rules of Hogwarts, if you shoot a classmate, you must be expelled. As long as that little wizard is expelled, I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Hearing Dumbledore, Lucius flinched a little, but the honor of the family and the attack on his son made it impossible for him to ignore it. The little wizard was not expelled. He is still a student at Hogwarts. Hearing this, Lucius became even more angry. Tell me the name of that net master. At this moment, Narcissa pushed the door and came out, looking at Lucius with complicated eyes. What's the matter, Narcissa? It's that guy. Narcissa didn't say Richard's name, but she believed her husband understood her. Sure enough, Lucius fell silent after hearing Narcissa's words, and then asked Snape with a glimmer of hope. Is that the little wizard named Richard Harris? Snape finally heard Richard's name from Lucius. At this time, an old voice came from not far away. Why are you standing here? Why don't you go to my office and have a talk? Dumbledore appeared in front of several people with the sound. The few people followed Dumbledore without any hesitation. After arriving at the headmaster's office, Dumbledore asked Lucius directly without any courtesy. Lucius doesn't know what you have to do at school. Snape was surprised to find that Lucius, who had always been aggressive, was a little at a loss for words at this moment. Could it be that Dumbledore shot at Lucius? We heard that Draco was injured, so we came to see him. I was relieved to see that he was fine, but I hope that the little wizard who attacked Draco can get a fair punishment. At this time, Narcissa suddenly spoke up. Lucius was relieved when he saw this, but he said after thinking about it, I wish I could have a chat with Richard, just the two of us. Snape tried to refuse, but was stopped by Dumbledore. Okay, Severus, go get Richard. Snape hesitated for a moment, but walked out of the headmaster's room anyway. At this time, Richard was studying in the library, I don't believe it, and suddenly felt the whispers around him getting smaller and smaller, until someone stood in front of his desk, blocking part of the light. Richard looked up and saw that Professor Snape was already standing in front of him. Dumbledore wants you to go there now. All right, Professor, I'll be there right away. With that said, Richard patted Hermione's little hand holding his clothes and followed Snape away. Hermione was still a little disturbed to see the two leave the library. At this time, a Slytherin wizard actually came in front of Hermione and said directly to Hermione, I just saw Malfoy's parents come to Hogwarts. I think you'd better go and see Harry Potter. Who are you? Aren't you from Slytherin? Why did you tell me this? Hermione was very puzzled. Would a wizard from the Snake Court be so kind? I belong to the Foley family, and Gemma Foley is my cousin. As for why I told you, because Lord Harris is very important to our family. I can't say anything else. You can ask Lord Harris. You'd better hurry up. Point. After speaking, the Slytherin wizard who called himself the Foley family left. Although she doesn't know if it's true or not, Hermione knows that Richard went to the welfare family during the holidays, and the welfare family even gave Harrods to Richard. It seems at least Cian Lu and the welfare family are really important. So Hermione hurriedly returned the book, ran to the Gryffindors' lounge quickly, and found Harry and Ronald, who were playing wizard chess. Quick! Richard was called away by Snape. Isn't this normal? Richard has been learning how to make potions with Snape. Ronald said, non-committally. But Snape says Dumbledore sent him to call Richard, and that Malfoy's parents have been seen at Hogwarts. Hearing this, Harry immediately stood up and said to Hermione and Ronald, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go to the principal's office as soon as possible, and we can't let them play tricks." Then, the three of them quickly came to the gate of the gargoyle on the 8th floor. Do any of you know the password? Of course I don't know, and even if we knew, we can't go in. This is the principal's office. Hermione finally calmed down and motioned for Harry and Ronald to wait here. And it was in the principal's office at this time. "Principal Dumbledore, what do you want me to do?" Richard ignored Lucius and asked Dumbledore directly. "It's not me. It's one of our school directors, Mr. Malfoy. He wants to chat with you." "Do I have to talk to him?" "Of course not. This is Hogwarts. As the headmaster of the school, I will protect every little wizard from being coerced by others. Then I won't talk to him." "Okay, then you can go back." Unexpectedly, Loud Dang didn't think of Lucius at all and let Richard go back directly. "Forget it, Principal. After all, I hit Draco, so let's talk about it anyway." Dumbledore glanced at Richard and smiled slightly. "Since you say so, that's fine. Let's have a good talk." Richard came directly to Lucius. "So, Mr. Malfoy, what are you going to tell me?" Lucius glanced at Dumbledore first, then said to Richard, "Let's go out and find a quieter place to talk without disturbing Headmaster Dumbledore." After speaking, he looked at Richard, who shrugged his shoulders, said goodbye to Dumbledore, and left the headmaster's office. As soon as he left the principal's office, he found that Hermione and the others were waiting outside. "Richard, are you okay? What do they want?" Hermione asked Richard urgently. "It's okay. This is Hogwarts. With Dumbledore here, they don't dare to do anything. Don't worry. You go back first. I still have something to do. I will find you when I eat." After speaking, Richard waved his hands, letting Hermione and the others go first. Seeing that Richard really has nothing to do, and just now he was concerned about it. And it is true that this is Hogwarts, and Dumbledore is here. Thinking of this, Hermione and Harry left first. Immediately, Lucius also came out of the principal's office and walked towards Richard, while Narcissa was waiting at the door with Snape. "What on earth are you trying to do? Why are you hurting my son?" "Why? It's because Draco swears at people. It's not good. I'm just educating him for you. If you offend someone you shouldn't do, or do something you shouldn't do, you'll die without knowing how." Lucius couldn't believe what Richard said. He didn't think that a person related to Voldemort would care about a mudblood witch, but he couldn't refute Richard. "Then I'll let Malfoy transfer to another school instead of Hogwarts." 17. Why do you want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Don't forget that your master is watching you. He is very dissatisfied with your throwing his things around. Malfoy can't go. He left. Then wouldn't the notebook be given away for free? So for that thing. Lucius looked like I understood. But to reassure him before he actually ran away, Richard went on. "Let's end this time." "Really?" Lucius was pleasantly surprised to hear whether it was Richard or anyone else willing to stop pursuing it. "Ask for flowers." "Yes, that's it. This time I'm just teaching you a lesson. I believe you know that you're wrong. Remember to use your brain when you do things in the future. Don't be too arrogant. It's useless." After speaking, Richard left directly, and Lucius also returned to Narcissa's side. Seeing that they finished talking, Snape seemed to be going well, so he didn't care about it. "Okay, Severus, we've already talked about it. This is the end of the matter. Thank you for this matter. Narcissa and I will go to see Draco again, and then we will go back. We will rely on you to watch Draco more in the future." "Draco." At this moment, Snape was a little dazed, what the situation, Lucius was willing to stop here, and he wanted to thank Richard for not pursuing it. It seems that I have underestimated this little wizard. Not only is he amazingly talented, but he must also have other things. This is not something that can be done with talent alone. Lucius and Narcissa returned to the infirmary. At this time, Draco was lying on the bed drowsy, but when he heard the sound of the door opening and saw that his parents had returned, he quickly opened his eyes and asked, "How about Dad? Did you fire that Richard?" Point 0. Okay, Draco. This matter is over. You don't want to provoke that Richard and the people around him in the future. Why? What does it mean to stop here? I'm still lying on the hospital bed. And why I don't want to provoke him? This time he was the one who attacked me first. Malfoy was very puzzled. Why? Draco Malfoy. I told you that a qualified pure-blood aristocrat must learn to judge the situation. This is Dumbledore's home court. He is close to those non-pure-blood wizards. How dare you speak openly about the mud here? Kind of. And have you ever heard about that, Richard? Do you know his details? I won't say anything much better. Think about it carefully. If you can't even figure this out, then you shouldn't even think about inheriting the Malfoy family. After Lucius went out, Narcissa hurriedly said to Draco, "Son, think about what your father said. We are all for your own good." After finishing speaking, he also left, leaving Draco alone in the infirmary, doubting his life. What's the matter? Isn't Richard just a little wizard with better talent and strength? Why can't Dad help me get revenge on him? Draco couldn't figure out. Even if it was his mistake before, Dad didn't help him settle it. But this time, someone bullied him. He just told the fact that Hermione was originally a mudblood, and he was attacked by others. Why doesn't Daddy help me avenge it? At this moment, Draco really had big question marks piled up in his little head. Forget it. Even if my father doesn't help me avenge, then I can only rely on myself. But Richard's strength is a little bit higher than myself, in my opinion. How should I avenge him? Just when Draco was puzzled, he suddenly thought of the diary that suddenly appeared in his bag a few days ago. He had never paid attention to it, but he accidentally discovered the day before yesterday that the diary instinctively to answer the question, Draco, who was born in a family of pure-blood wizards, especially because he has a lot of black magic props in his family, knew that there must be something wrong with this diary, so he locked that diary wisely. I plan to write a letter to ask my father if he knows, and now it seems that I can try this diary to see if there is anything I can do. After Lucius and Narcissa left Hogwarts, they directly apparat back to Malfoy Manor. It's finally over this time. Lucius first said with emotion and then angrily, "Damn Richard. I'm sure I'll make him regret it." Okay, Lucius, let's not provoke him after all. Although Narcissa didn't finish speaking, Lucius knew what she meant. In fact, he has nothing to do with Richard. Just now he was just incompetent and furious. At this moment, a house elf came to the living room. This house elf was as tall as a baby, with bat-like ears, a slender nose, and protruding green eyes the size of tennis balls. He wore only a long pillowcase all over his body. "Master, someone is visiting outside," and he said his name is Joseph Foley. Joseph Foley? Lucius was also surprised when he heard the name. "Take him to the front hall. I'll be there right away." Lucius thought for a moment. "Forget it. You go and prepare refreshments. I'll go there by myself." As Lucius said, he walked toward the gate. He knew about the welfare family, which had a long history and profound heritage. If it weren't for the strange curse, the layout of the wizard temple would be different now. And even so, as far as he knew about 423, there were shadows of the welfare family behind some important departments of the Ministry of Magic all the year round. Why'd they come back to find him? He didn't provoke that family. Joseph Foley, isn't that the elder brother of the patriarch of this generation of the Foley family? Thinking that every time a direct line member of the Foley family leaves the village, something big will happen. Lucius' scalp felt numb for a while, and he quickly walked a few steps. When I came to the door, I found that only one person was relieved. Lucius was about to exchange some pleasantries when he was interrupted by Joseph. "Are you Lucius Malfoy? I'm Joseph Foley. You should know my name. I don't have much time to talk nonsense with you. I'm here to tell you that if Mr. Harris has any unexpectedly, your whole family has to be buried with him. You may have misunderstood. Mr. Foley, I don't have any ideas about Richard Harris. You should know what happened today. I went to Hogwarts with my wife just now, and I also talked to Richard Harris. After that, we all agreed to stop here, and no one will pursue it further. That's the best. Okay, Mr. Malfoy, I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, Joseph directly used apparition and left. Seeing Joseph leave, Lucius also returned to the living room, where Narcissa was already waiting. Why are you alone? And Joseph Foley. By the way, what is he doing here? He came to warn us not to move Richard Harris. What? Narcissa looked in disbelief. Take such a big risk and come out just to keep us from touching that Richard. Yes, it seems that there are still many secrets in this. Did you say it was because of the mysterious man? Narcissa suddenly thought. Okay, don't say any more. I said don't mention that person in this family. Lucius became angry. Who's there? Lucius suddenly roared into the corner. Master, I'm here to serve refreshments. A cautious voice came from a corner. Lucius walked up to the house elf expressionlessly and kicked it to the ground. Dobby, you damned. How many times have I told you not to overhear us? Master, Dobby didn't eavesdrop. Dobby just came to set up refreshments. Lucius knew that he had asked Dobby to deliver the tea, but today's incident really made him too annoyed, so he continued away to vent. So Lucius beat Dobby with his cane involuntarily, cursing Richard in a low voice while whipping. Seeing Dobby wailing in pain on the ground, Lucius let Dobby go. Okay, get out, forget it this time. If there's another time, I will definitely cut off your head. After Dobby heard it, he quickly limped up and then walked away with a phantom. Okay, Lucius, I know you're not happy today, and you've vented it now. Don't be angry anymore. Lucius nodded, and then took Narcissa to the backyard. When Richard went to have breakfast the next day, he just entered the gate of the auditorium. The originally chaotic auditorium became quiet in an instant. Then the other three houses on the other side of Slytherin burst into loud applause and cheers. As for the Slytherin wizards, many glared at Richard, but some of them remained calm. Richard hurried to sit down at the dining table in his college and asked Miles on the side, "What's going on here? As everyone knows, you single-handedly knocked out all the Slytherins. There's also a rumor that you beat up Professor Snape." Terry added from the side, "It really is a three-person painting tiger, but now Richard doesn't know how he will compare with Snape. However, if Richard doesn't use system skills, he is definitely not Snape's opponent. As for using system skills, Richard is still a little bit sure." Richard had a very restless breakfast. From time to time, Wizard from Gryffindor came to talk to Richard. Even Colin, Harry's diehard fan, came over to take pictures of Richard, but Richard refused. He didn't want to be bored to death in the future. This Colin, he has no sense of boundaries. As long as he agrees once, he may take pictures at will for countless times afterwards. Although he is not Harry, he must not make this kind of mistake, and he must solve it from the root cause. Richard couldn't take it anymore, so he had to run away from the auditorium. At this moment, Snape asked Professor Flitwick at the professor's seat in the auditorium, "Phileas, how do you plan to arrange Richard's confinement? Can you let him come to me to prepare ingredients for potions?" "Excuse me, Severus. Hagrid told me yesterday that it is troublesome for him to patrol the Forbidden Forest alone, and I hope Richard can join him," and I agreed. Hearing Professor Flitwick's answer, Snape couldn't say anything more, so he just nodded. After Richard came out of the auditorium, he originally planned to go to the library, but considering that it might not be peaceful to go to the library now, he might be kicked out by Mrs. Pants. In the end, Richard decided to go to the Room of Requirement, because there happened to be a matter that could be resolved in the Room of Requirement. Arriving on the 8th floor, Richard kept thinking about the need for a place to make things, and then walked back and forth 3 times. After the mysterious door appeared, Richard pushed the door and entered. Alchemy is a branch of magic and an ancient science that studies the composition, structure, and magical properties of the 4 basic elements, as well as the transmutation of matter. It has strong ties to potions, chemistry, and transmutation magic. Alchemy can be traced back to ancient times. Although Muggles believe that alchemy is just rough and primitive chemistry, there are still wizards who actively learn and practice it in the 20th century. Zero Alchemy is an elective course in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and wizardry only students in grades 6 and 7 can take it as an elective. But I have to admit that alchemy has declined now, and there has been no master alchemist since Nicole May. Richard once again intends to use alchemy to make a necklace that can prevent the basilisk from attacking and will not be petrified. Of course, this did not happen overnight. Although Richard was decadent during the summer vacation, he also learned a lot of alchemy knowledge from Guan Guan. Welfare is gifted by the family, so it has to be successful. When he came to the production stage, Richard first took out all the drawings prepared in advance and related materials. According to Richard's design, the necklace is made of mithril, and the jewelry given by the Welfare family is ready-made, and the pendant is an extremely rare amethyst, which is Richard's main work today. Amethyst has a long history of using magic. It was first used to hang over and prevent drunkenness. However, through the development of alchemy, alchemists gradually discovered that amethyst can improve the quality of the soul, inspire wisdom, and have the power of soul. Aspects of protection against dark and negative influences. Even Nicholas May has a research report on amethyst. However, it can be said that it is quite difficult to stimulate the quality of the soul of amethyst, to listen to sounds, and the ability to inspire wisdom. At least Richard can't do it now, and it can even be said that according to the current decline of alchemy, only Nicholas May has it. Possible. Fortunately, Richard just wanted the soul protection ability of amethyst, because the petrification of the basilisk is actually a kind of petrification of the soul. It is not difficult to activate the protective ability of amethyst. You only need to paint an alchemy circle on the surface, and then use alchemy to integrate the magic circle into the gemstone, as long as you often use the mithril necklace to wash the calendar. Although Richard has practiced many times during the holidays, after all, there's only one rare amethyst, and now Richard has no suitable way to purchase it, so it is necessary to practice a few more times for 2.7. Richard took out a man-made crystal similar in texture to amethyst and began to carve it carefully. Soon the first man-made crystal made a mistake, and Richard's speed was a bit too fast, which caused the joint to be scratched accidentally. Richard took out the second man-made crystal. He didn't start it directly, but closed his eyes first and slowly recalled the feeling when the carving was successful during the holiday, and then started to carve. This time the speed was obvious and dropped a lot. Richard carved more carefully. Unfortunately, it failed. This time, it was because the speed was so slow that when Richard reached the back, he could no longer complete the engraving. After all, the engraving of the magic circle must be formed once and cannot be engraved repeatedly. Richard was not discouraged, so he closed his eyes and slowly recalled the mistake just now. Then he continued to take out the third artificial crystal and carved it. This time the carving went very smoothly, and finally the carving was successful in one go. Richard continued to close his eyes and recall the technique and feeling of carving just now, took out another artificial crystal, and continued to carve, which was still a success. This time Richard didn't close his eyes to remember. He took out the amethyst directly, took a deep breath, and started the formal carving. Hogwarts, inside the room of requirement. Richard looked at the carved amethyst in front of him, and he was very proud. It was a success. After practicing so many times, it finally took shape at one time. Both excited and tired, Richard picked up the amethyst tremblingly and took a good look at it for a while. Then close your eyes and rest for a while. The next step is to use alchemy to embed the magic circle, but first embed the amethyst into the base. Richard took a mithril necklace with a pendant base, carefully controlled the output of physical strength, and used the dragon flame to slowly melt the base until the surface began to show a liquid flow. Richard quickly placed the amethyst on it, and then used the water spell to cool down. At this time, the complete necklace is completed, and only the embedded magic circle is left to activate. Holding the necklace, Richard first slowly introduced the magic power through the necklace, and it was really smooth. Richard could clearly feel that his magic power flowed to the base through the necklace, and then entered and exited the magic circle through the base. Gradually, the magic circle was completely filled with Richard's magic power and slowly moved toward the inner core of the amethyst. In the end, the magic circle stopped at the core. Then the magic power in the magic circle spreads to the surrounding through the inner texture of the amethyst. At this time, Richard obviously felt a sense of blockage, so he increased the transmission of magic power. Soon the powerful magic power penetrated the entire amethyst, and the real amethyst burst out with dazzling light. Looking at these dazzling purple lights, Richard knew he had succeeded. Instantly, a feeling of exhaustion welled up in his heart. This time Richard felt that his mental power was obviously consumed more than his magic power. Mainly, 20 still needs to concentrate all the time and dare not slack off in the slightest. This kind of concentration consumes too much of people. Originally, Richard wanted to experiment with the improvement effect of his dragon's breath, but now he was mentally exhausted so that he didn't want to think about it. First, he used transfiguration to turn the chair into a futon, and then sat down cross-legged, preparing to meditate for a while to refresh his spirit. But unexpectedly, within 10 minutes of meditating, Richard would slowly lie down. "It's so comfortable, let's lie down for a while. Get up right away. Get up right away. Right away, right away, horse." That's right. Richard just lay down on the futon and fell asleep peacefully. When Richard fell asleep, the three of Hermione were looking for him all over Hogwarts. "Didn't you agree to tell us who said it today? Where did he go?" Hermione was very annoyed. This made both Harry and Ronald cautious, and quickly echoed, Yes, where did he go?" "We searched the library and the dormitory, but we still couldn't find him. By the way, do you remember that last semester, Richard asked Ronald's twin brother and said he was somewhere on the 8th floor, so would he be there?" Hermione suddenly thought of Richard looking for George and Fry last semester moral thing. "It's possible, so let's ask them now," Harry asked hastily. Let's go now." Speaking of which, the three returned to the Gryffindor lounge. Hermione was waiting in the common room. Harry and Ronald went to the twins' dormitory, but it happened that the twin brothers were not there, and Lee Jordan told them that the twins had just said to go to a certain place on the 8th floor. The room is gone. After the two returned to the common room, they told Hermione the news. Then the three decided Hermione's decision to find them on the 8th floor. When the trio reached the 8th floor, they found the twin brothers walking up and down the corridor. "George, Fred, have you seen Richard?" Hermione asked directly. "Richard? We haven't seen him, but we suspect he should be inside," said George, pointing to the blank wall. "Aren't they awake yet?" Ronald asked Harry softly. "I think this is their new prank. Next, they will say that this place is like platform 9 3/4, which can be passed through, and then people can bump into the wall." Harry made his own guess, but he didn't expect his guess to be heard by the twin brothers. George and Fred immediately pulled Harry over, clamping Harry from left to right. "I found Harry. You are very talented." "Yes, you have a talent for pranks. I have to say that your prank just now was indeed a bit of a level. But that would reveal our secret." "That's right. So this prank can only run aground." George and Fred completely baffled Harry's sentence after sentence. "What a prank. What was my idea? Wait, what do you guys say?" Hermione also fainted from the sidelines. The twins explained after looking at each other. "Originally, we just wanted to tell Harry. After all, he has the potential to become the new king of mischief, has given up on Richard. After we tell Harry, he'll tell you. So just tell the three of you. There's a magical room in Hogwarts. This room is located opposite the tapestry of Barnabas on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. When a user concentrates on thinking about the required venue and walks through it 3 times after a section of the wall, a very smooth door will appear in the wall to enter the room of requirement." That's right, it's here, but the room of requirement can only be used by one person at a time. Now that we can't get in, it means there must be someone inside. Yes, if you've searched everywhere and can't find Richard, then Richard's in there. The last sentence the twins said together. Hearing what the twins said, Master Hermione began to discuss in a low voice. "This should be true. It feels true. After all, last semester Richard also said about the 8th floor. Then what should we do? Wait here? I don't know when Richard will come out." Seeing the three of them gathered together, they didn't know what they were talking about. "We've told you. It's up to you to believe it or not. Yes, we don't plan to wait any longer. Let's go first. Remember not to tell this secret to anyone else." After speaking, the twin brothers left directly. "Let's go too. We haven't finished our homework yet." Harry actually mentioned his homework for the first time. This sentence surprised Ronald very much, and just as he was about to say something, Harry nudged him with his elbow. "Yeah, I haven't done my homework either. If I wait too long, I won't be able to finish my homework." Ronald immediately understood Harry's meaning and left here first. As for when to write after going down, he could decide elsewhere. For example, play a game of wizard chess first and don't play it while writing. Hearing Harry and Ronald's words, Hermione didn't force her anymore. After all, she couldn't delay her studies, so the three of them left the 8th floor right behind the twins. I don't know how long it took. Richard felt a pang of hunger in the groggy state, barely opened his eyes, took out his pocket watch from his pocket, and looked at it. It was already 5 o'clock. Richard sat up quickly. Why did he sleep for so long, and even miss the most important thing? Fortunately, I am up now, otherwise I would have missed the big one at night. Richard repacked his things and put them to storage, then took out the gift box that he had prepared earlier, packed it carefully, and put it in the storage, and then walked out of the response room. After arriving at the auditorium, the dinner had already started. Richard hurried to the dining table in his academy and started eating. That's right, the most important thing is cooking. Now that he is still growing, he can't miss a meal. Otherwise, it will not grow tall. Soon Richard's dinner was almost finished, and he was going to have a piece of cheese for dessert. At this time, Richard felt that there were 2 sets of eyes staring at him. To be precise, there were several sets of eyes, but 2 sets of eyes made Richard feel more deeply. Looking at the past according to the feeling, the nearest one is Senior Penelope. At this time, Penelope Clearwater is looking at him with surprised eyes. Richard knows that 383 should be surprised by the way he eats. This can be ignored. As for the gaze from behind, Richard chooses to ignore it directly. Yes, it ignores it. Gryffindor is next to Ravenclaw. Richard's seat is facing Gryffindor, so Richard knows it must be Hermione and the others looking at him. Obviously yesterday, he promised to tell them and Lucio the content of Malfoy's conversation, but today Richard disappeared for a day. Richard knew that Hermione and the twins had looked for him, but at that time Richard was lying on the futon, although he heard the sound outside but didn't want to move, so he ignored them. Richard will not admit that he is guilty and dare not look back. Looking a little further away, here is the Slytherin's dining table. This is where Richard's black fans gather. So he searched carefully. At this time, a person immediately shifted his eyes as soon as he made contact with him, and then lowered his head, but his light blonde hair was still very conspicuous. Draco Malfoy. It seems, should be I am hating myself, but Richard is not worried. With Malfoy now, it is not Richard who is arrogant. No matter what he does, it will not affect him at all. Make good use of the diary to make his ordinary life more exciting. Work hard, boy. Richard silently cheered for Draco. Then I saw Gemma Foley. At this time, Gemma looked at Richard seriously. The Lee family knew that they should have something to look for. Richard finished the cheese in his hands first, then drank another cup of black tea, nodded to Gemma, left his seat, and walked towards the door. Richard stood outside the door for a short time, and Gemma followed. Senior Gemma, I don't know what you want from me. Well, Richard, yesterday my uncle, Joseph Foley, went to Mr. Lucius Malfoy himself, told him you were the most important friend of our family, and warned Lucius if anything went wrong with you. Our Foley family will never let them go, Malfoy. Richard heard that the elder brother of the welfare home owner actually went out of the welfare village in person for his own sake, and Richard was a little moved. Although this was just an exchange of benefits, compared to the contribution of the welfare home, his little help was too embarrassing to mention. Did Mr. Joseph go there in person? How is that so embarrassing? How will it affect Mr. Joseph once you come out? The magic power has declined somewhat, but the impact is not that great. Moreover, compared to your safety, the price is insignificant. I didn't want to tell you, but I was afraid that Lucius would affect your mood, so my father still asked me to follow you. Say, please also tell Mr. Rhodes that Lucius alone can't affect me, so your father doesn't have to worry. Afterwards, Richard expressed his thanks again and again. The two parted ways after chatting for a few more words. Richard continued to wait at the door while Gemma headed towards the Slytherin lounge. After seeing Malfoy just now, Richard is also thinking about where Malfoy and the diary have gone. Seeing Malfoy just now, he should not be controlled by Tom, the diary Horcrux. But no matter where you go, as long as the basilisk is released, I am afraid that I and Hermione and the others will definitely be attacked. I am not afraid. After all, I am proficient in the language of snakes. Judging from the situation in the original book, this basilisk seems to be a talker, talking nonstop wherever he goes, so Richard is not afraid of sneak attacks. Then Hermione is the most dangerous, so give her the necklace as soon as possible. Richard waited at the door for a long time, rejected Ravenclaw's invitation to go back to the dormitory together, and saw Ginny and Luna passing by the door. When passing Richard, Luna suddenly stopped and stared at Richard for a while. It's strange why you haven't been harassed. Maybe it's because I'm pure. Pure? Possibly. By the way, have you found the horned snork? No, you know the horned snork? I've heard of it. It seems that someone said that they saw it in Sweden. Then I'm going to write a letter to tell my dad. He's been looking for the horned beast. Do you believe in the existence of the horned snorkel? Why don't you believe it? Before I came to Hogwarts, I always thought wizards were fake. Now I'm even a wizard myself. So why doesn't the horned snork exist? Luna took a deep look at Richard, then pulled Ginny without saying anything, and walked away in a skip. Just when Richard was tired of waiting, finally Hermione and the others came out. Seeing Richard, Hermione ran over angrily, and both Harry and Ronald looked at him with pity. Richard, where did you go this day? Do you know that we were looking for you? Harry and Ronald continued chatting quickly as if they were joking. That's where you went. I was in the room of requirement, and I heard your voices at that time, but because my spiritual power and magic power were almost exhausted, I didn't have the energy to speak or move around at all, so I didn't reply to you. It is professional to be able to say that playing poor Richard. What dangerous thing are you doing again? And how are you doing now? Hermione asked hastily. Harry and Ronald also looked at Richard with worried eyes. But when they saw Richard dodging Hermione and winking at the two said that this trick is really good and they learned it. Harry, Ronald, why are you still here? I remember that this should be the time for you to be locked up. Filch told me that the trophy has not been wiped, and Professor Lockhart's letter has not been written. I don't know when Professor McGonagall wrote the voice came from behind several people. The sudden sound startled Harry and Ronald. After listening to the content, they had no choice but to bid farewell to Richard, Hermione, and continue their confinement. Why haven't you finished the confinement after 2 weeks of school? Richard asked Hermione curiously. I asked them about this, and Harry said that. Professor Lockhart has so many fans and keeps sending him letters, so Harry has not been able to finish it. As for Ronald, he can only say that he is too unlucky. People often come back to him after he is finished. Dirty again, so it's not finished yet. Hearing Hermione's explanation, Richard could only pray for these two suffering brothers. By the way, you haven't said what you talked about with that Lucius Malfoy. And what did you do today? Richard didn't answer Hermione's words, but directly took out the gift box and handed it to Hermione. What's this? That's what I'm doing today. Can I open it and see? Of course. Hermione unwrapped it carefully, then opened the gift box and was immediately fascinated by the necklace inside. It's so beautiful. Did you make this? Yes, I originally wanted to give it to you as a birthday present on your birthday, but I think it's better to give you time now. Hermione didn't care about the time, knowing that Richard almost drained herself dry just to make her a birthday present. The emotion of being moved surged into her heart instantly, and besides being moved, Hermione didn't know why Hermione felt a sweet sense of happiness. Can you show me? Suddenly, a voice rang from the ears of the two. +2 #L, #=. At this moment, Hermione felt that she had an urge to kill and looked at the voice viciously. It turned out to be Professor Dumbledore. Hermione quickly took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. Of course, Professor. Dumbledore agreed word by word. Richard also looked at Dumbledore and shrugged that there was no problem. Dumbledore took the necklace from Hermione, looked at it carefully, and cast a spell directly on the pendant with his wand. Just when Hermione was about to shout, Richard pulled Hermione to stop her. To be honest, Richard really wanted someone to try it out, and Dumbledore was undoubtedly the best candidate. Even if he broke it, he would have to pay 10 of the headmaster's money if he couldn't break the academic stuff. The moment Dumbledore's spell touched the pendant, a purple film of light appeared instantly, blocking the spell. Very, very good. Did you do it yourself, Richard? Yes, Professor. I really don't know what to say. Even when Nick was young, he couldn't be better than you in alchemy. Now I really don't know which field is your shortcoming. Dumbledore was half surprised, half terrified, and finally looked at Richard helplessly. Too modest, Professor. I can only make this necklace in alchemy, and I've prepared for a month just for the preliminary work of making this necklace. After many failures, I just finished it today. When I activated the magic circle, I almost missed it. It just squeezed me dry. It is absolutely incomparable with Master Nicholas. By the way, Professor, please evaluate how this necklace is for the defense against dark arts involving the soul. Although I'm not very good at black magic, let alone soul-type black magic, but from my experience, this necklace can resist even Tom using soul black magic. Okay, I won't disturb you. Dumbledore returned the necklace to Hermione. By the way, I'll give you a little suggestion. In fact, you can go to the small flower bed. It's too obstructive for people to come and go. After speaking, Dumbledore blinked at the two of them. You single gay old man, still using your advice? Richard chose to ignore Dumbledore's words. Then he led Hermione to the small garden for a stroll. Have you really been preparing for that long? Of course, you don't know that it is too difficult to carve a magic circle. Don't make a single stroke and never break it. You can't make any mistakes. Even after practicing for so long, I failed twice today until I succeeded twice. It was only the second time that I dared to describe it. And the activation of the magic circle later is also very difficult. You should take it with you from today onwards. Don't take it off even when you take a shower. I have solidified the cleaning spell and waterproof spell. By the way, you have to remember to infuse mana into it after a long time. Considering that your mana is relatively small, don't infuse until the mana is exhausted. It is best to infuse a little every day. It doesn't need to be too much, as long as the amethyst protection can be triggered normally. Lilaheo, then you put it on for me. Said Hermione returned the necklace to Richard, then turned her back to Richard. Richard undid the clasp, then carefully passed the necklace around Hermione's neck and snapped the clasp back on. Hermione turned around, covered her hands with her hands, and leaned forward to kiss Richard directly on the face. Then he ran away without waiting for Richard to say anything. Richard covered the place where he was kissed and said silently, "It's the second time. This is the second time. The first time was so sudden. The second time is still so sudden. There will never be a third time." Then Richard returned to the dormitory happily, first chatted with Terry Miles in the common room for a while, watched them play a game of wizard chess, and then went back to sleep. Just as Richard was slowly falling asleep, sleeping all day, he was in Slytherin's dormitory. With Goyle and Crabbe gritting their teeth and farting, Malfoy pulled himself under the covers. With a quill pen, he wrote down his experiences in the past few days in an old diary. The strange thing is that every time Malfoy finishes writing a sentence, the text will disappear automatically. After knowing that Malfoy has written all the content, new content automatically appeared in the diary. Just in the Slytherin lounge, Malfoy read the reply in the diary carefully under the covers. This Richard is really disgusting, but even if it is a formal wizard duel, I think it will be difficult for you to win. How is this possible? He just attacked me. If we fight one-on-one, I can definitely defeat him. Then why don't you challenge him? I'm a member of the Malfoy family, a pure-blood noble. How could I challenge like a mudblood? Malfoy was deeply proud of his bloodline. It turned out to be a stupid, pure-blood nobleman. That's really great. Tom was secretly happy in the diary, originally thinking about how to lure the little wizard to release the basilisk in the secret room. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a pure-blood, or a pure-blood who was bullied by a mudblood. Although Tom silently looked down on Malfoy, a little wizard from a pure-blood family with countless resources, unexpectedly defeated by a mudblood in the same grade. Stupid enough. Malfoy, what do you think of Hogwarts now? Tom suddenly asked Malfoy. Hogwarts is very good. My father is still the director of Hogwarts, Malfoy said proudly. What if Hogwarts doesn't have mudbloods, or those half-blood wizards, but only pure-blood wizards? Seeing the words that surfaced in the diary, Malfoy also felt a little moved, but after thinking about it carefully, if there were only pure blood left without those mudbloods and half-blood wizards, wouldn't it be that there would be a lot less students to show off? If they're all pure bloods, then the pure bloods of the higher grades can only trouble the pure bloods of the lower grades. After all, among the pure blood families, there are several families whose strength is not worse than the Malfoy family. In fact, it is much stronger. 690, if these people bully me, I believe my father will not take care of it. The rest is the most important thing. Now, those little idiots like Hufflepuff and Gryffindor can distract the attention of the professors. If these are gone, wouldn't they force themselves to study every day? There are also Quidditch competitions. If there were not so many young wizards, would the school not hold Quidditch competitions? Then how can I be a Slytherin seeker? Thinking of this, Malfoy hurriedly wrote in his diary. That's not okay. Tom didn't expect that in this short period of time, Malfoy used his own way of thinking to find the necessity of Muggle wizards and half-blood wizards at Hogwarts. This wave, Malfoy has to be praised. T&D is really a little genius. Why? Why can't those non-pure blood wizards be eliminated? Tom asked strangely. Malfoy would not tell others about his little thoughts. He hesitated for a while and could only write them in his diary. No. Dumbledore is still at Hogwarts. No one could do it. And if it is clear like Filch, Hagrid, who will work after they're cleared. Seeing this familiar name, Tom also wanted to kill the thief, but he couldn't recover. He knew that as long as Dumbledore was at Hogwarts, it would be difficult for him to achieve his goal, but he has nothing to do with Dumbledore. Suddenly he thought that Malfoy had just said that his father was the director of Hogwarts. Maybe there was room for manipulation. But for now, it is better to seduce him and let him become his own puppet. But it seems that I just saw an interesting name. Hagrid? Is that Rubeus Hagrid? Yes, do you know him? I know, why don't you know me? Tom didn't continue the topic, but changed the text and asked suddenly. Then Malfoy, do you want to become stronger? Of course. Malfoy wrote in his diary without hesitation. I can teach you and give you some powerful spells, so that Richard is no match for you. Malfoy just wanted to answer, but immediately thought of Lucius' teaching. There is no free lunch in the world. If a person treats you well for no reason, then you should pay attention to he must want to get more from you. The benefits of, why are you helping me and what do you want from me? When Malfoy wrote this sentence, Tom was also a little surprised. Why did this obviously stupid little wizard suddenly have a brain? Actually, when I was a student, I was also a member of Slytherin. At that time, a very horrible thing happened in the school, and even a little witch died because of it, and I caught the bad guy. The then headmaster Professor Armando Dippet personally awarded me the special contribution to Hogwarts. The villain who caused the tragedy was also kicked out of Hogwarts and could not cast spells for the rest of his life. However, according to what you said just now, that person returned to Hogwarts. How unbelievable this is. I don't know what happened to Hogwarts now and why it became like this, but it must have something to do with Dumbledore. Did I mention? Filch? Isn't he a squib? That's an open secret. Malfoy asked suddenly. Not Filch, it's Hagrid. Hagrid? The half-giant? He did such a thing. Then what does that have to do with you helping me? I'm helping you to make Hogwarts a better place. You can't mess it up just because Dumbledore likes Muggle wizards and half-blood wizards. So I want to drive Dumbledore out and let him leave Hogwarts. Think about your father's relationship with Dumbledore. If you kicked Dumbledore out of school and then let your father, Cabba, replace someone he supported, what a great benefit to your Malfoy family. It is also my ideal to drive Dumbledore out. Isn't this a win-win thing? At this moment, Malfoy also thought about what Lucius said to himself on the bed in the ward. It was true that if Dumbledore was kicked out of Hogwarts, the birds would be proud of me. Malfoy just wanted to agree, but then he thought about it. And Richard, he made such a big mess this time. He couldn't let Richard go. He asked quickly, what about Richard? What about the Richard the first want to get revenge on? I can't let him go. Why can't this Richard be let go? Under such a grand blueprint, what is Richard? Tom already understands why a young wizard from a pure-blood family can't even deal with a muggle wizard. The layout is just too small. Of course we have to deal with Richard. He is just a small stone in our plan. As long as our plan is successful, he is not up to you. Hearing this, Malfoy was also very satisfied. Okay, how do we work together? First, you need to hug the diary and pour the magic power in your body into the diary. Worried that Malfoy would refuse, Tom said hastily, "It doesn't need to be too much, just a little bit, just like casting the magic power that could be used by a fluorescent spell." Malfoy didn't think much, picked up the diary, and poured the magic power in his body into the diary with his hands. As the magic power left the body, Malfoy felt more and more tired and slowly fell asleep. When Malfoy fell asleep completely, a tall boy with black hair slowly floated out from the diary. His whole body exuded a faint blue light. It was the Voldemort in his youth, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Stupid Malfoy. Now let me see what happened and why Dumbledore is still here. As he spoke, Tom picked up Malfoy's wand from the table and cast a spell directly at Malfoy. Insomnia. It was a silvery light shooting from the wand's order to Malfoy's head. At this time, Tom closed his eyes, but he could still see his eyeballs shaking constantly through the eyelids. After a while, the silver light automatically disconnected, and the boy's appearance began to become blurred. Why is it like this? The future me failed or lost a baby. What happened at that time? Tom clenched his hands tightly into fists, gritted his teeth, and called out a name. Harry Potter. After calming down for a while, Tom tried to control Malfoy, but found that he couldn't. They're still on guard against me. It seems that they need to do a little trick. Thinking of this, Tom exhausted the remaining magic power in his body and cast a memory spell on Malfoy, changing Malfoy's memory. As long as Malfoy slowly digested all these memories and opened his heart to Tom, Tom would be able to smoothly control Malfoy and do some things. In a modified memory, Tom in the diary has become Malfoy's best friend. Malfoy will tell him everything. Tonight, Malfoy told Tom all the experiences of the past few days, and Tom has been reassuring and Tom also planned to give him some spells to strengthen his strength so that he could clean up that Richard by himself. In Tom's memory, what methods can a second-year little wizard have? Their fights are no different from children's fights, and they only need a dozen or two spells to solve it. After doing these things, Tom's soul also dissipated and turned into a blue light and returned to the diary. Nothing seemed to happen in the dormitory, except for the sound of grinding teeth, snoring and farting, and Malfoy's paler face. When Tom appeared just now, Harry suddenly covered the scar on his head with his hands, his small face curled up tightly. But he relaxed after a while, turned over, and fell back into a deep sleep. Time passed slowly when Richard was bored. Soon it was the night after the 3-week appointment with Snape. Richard stood at the door of Snape's office, a little hesitant. Since the last conflict with Slytherin, Richard hadn't been alone with Snape, and he didn't know what he meant now, and asked him to refine the potion. While Richard was struggling with the door, the office door suddenly opened by itself. "Why don't you come in and stay at the door? Do you want me to come out and invite you to come in?" No need, Professor. I'm just meeting to discuss the refining sequence of the compound medicine. So as not to make mistakes later, let's go in now." When Richard walked into the office, he found 5 cauldrons already on the table. "Go get the materials from the shelf yourself and start making." Snape sat on the side without looking up, writing something inexplicably. After Richard agreed, he began to prepare the materials himself. After all the materials were prepared, "Professor, I'm going to start," Richard said to Snape. Snape still didn't look up, just waved his hand. Seeing this situation, Richard didn't hesitate and directly added 3 parts of sap grass and 2 bundles of 2-eared grass into the first crucible, stirred it clockwise for 3 times, and then waved his wand to let the potion start to brew. By analogy, Richard activated the remaining 4 crucibles. At this time, Snape stood up, observed them one by one, and then went back to continue writing. After waiting quietly for an hour, Richard added 4 parts of leeches to the crucible and 2 parts of lacewing powder into the first crucible, heated it at low temperature for 30 seconds, and wave his wand to complete this stage. By analogy, all the remaining 4 crucibles were processed in the same way. The rest is the last step that can be done today. Richard added 3 parts of African tree snake skin and 1 part of bicorn horn powder into the crucible, heated at a high temperature for 20 seconds, and then waved the wand to let the potion boil, and the remaining 4 same steps. The professor has done everything he can do today, and the rest will be 20.4 hours later. Snape didn't reply, but came to the table first and checked the situation of the crucibles one by one again. Tomorrow, remember to come over and finish the remaining steps by yourself. Just like last time, Snape went back to continue writing after reading it. Professor, what happened last time? Richard suddenly brought up what happened last time, making Snape's writing hand tremble slightly. What happened last time? Didn't you talk to Lucius? Although I don't know what you talked about with Lucius, I generally understand that it should be about the welfare family. The welfare family will indeed make Lucius afraid, but after all, the number of times the welfare family can come out is limited. It's better not to leave Hogwarts as much as possible, and Lucius doesn't dare to mess around here. Fortunately, your home is very close to the Foley family, and Lucius won't go to your home to trouble you, so you don't have to worry. Hearing this, Richard was also very speechless. Why are you people so imaginative? But it can be seen that Professor Snape is still very concerned about his affairs. Richard said that I am very relieved that I did not do so much work for you in vain. What about you, Professor? After all, I'm beating Slytherin students. Oh, that's nothing. The school's business, and you've been punished. This was Snape's sudden frown. It's been 3 weeks. Why haven't you been confined? Hagrid didn't look for you. Otherwise, you can come to me to accept the punishment of confinement. No need, Professor. Hagrid said that these few weeks are because of some problems with those hippogriffs. He needs to check from time to time, so he doesn't have time to patrol the Forbidden Forest. Just wait until the end of this week. We will bring them from next Monday. Follow me to inspect the Forbidden Forest. Well, let's solve it as soon as possible. I heard that other school managers have found out about this matter, and they're already dissatisfied with you for not accepting punishment. After finishing speaking, Snape waved to Richard, indicating that Richard could go. Just as Richard walked out of Snape's office towards Ravenclaw's lounge, he heard a loud noise in the hallway, followed by screaming. Something went wrong. Richard hurriedly ran towards the sound. As soon as he turned the corner, Richard saw big bright red characters written in blood on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Those who make enemies with the air, too, will usher in death. Sure enough, it started, but the time is not quite consistent with the original, and the words on the wall are also different from the original, more like the movie version, but many times it is obviously more like the original novel. Richard didn't think about it any further, and pushed away the young wizards who were watching. Richard found that the 3 of Harry were surrounding a petrified cat. Harry, what happened? Before Harry could speak, a voice came from behind. An enemy of the air will die. The next one is you. Draco Malfoy said to Lucien. He had squeezed to the front of the crowd. His cold eyes were alive, and his usually bloodless face was flushed red. He looked at the still, stiff cat hanging there with a grin on his face. At this time, the other little wizards all looked at Malfoy like a fool. I really don't know if it gave him the courage to talk to Richard like this. Did he forget how miserable he was last time? Richard was about to draw out his wand when Filch pushed his way through the crowd. Then, Filch saw Mrs. Norris being hung, and he stumbled back a few steps, grabbing his face with his hands in horror. My cat! My cat! What happened to Mrs. Norris? He screamed. This time, because of Richard, Filch did not directly target Harry. Richard, what happened to my cat? Who did it? Tell me who did it. Don't worry, Filch. Mrs. Norris is not dead. She was just petrified. Son will be able to recover soon if there is any potion. Hearing this, Filch's worry eased. Richard went on to say, as for who it is, it should be Malfoy. Just now he said that the next one is me, so I think it's him. As soon as Richard's words came out, the 3 of Hermione's faces twitched. If the current environment was not suitable, they would definitely laugh. Hearing Richard's words, Filch turned around directly, faced Malfoy screaming, and walked over, grabbed Malfoy's neck. You want to kill my cat. You want to kill Mrs. Norris. I will kill you. I will. Filch! At this moment, Dumbledore rushed over, followed by the other professors. Dumbledore jumped through the crowd first and took Mrs. Norris off the torch holder. Okay, except for Malfoy, Harry, Hermione, Ronald, and Richard, all the other little wizards go back to the lounge and don't stay here anymore. The prefects are watching that no little wizards leave tonight. After speaking, the prefects of each college arrange for the young wizards of their respective colleges to return to their respective lounges. 0 looking for flowers. Well, Argus, it's not dead, it's just petrified. I know, Headmaster Dumbledore. Richard told me just now. Malfoy must have killed my cat and petrified him only after he failed. I didn't. I was with Goyle and Crabbe tonight. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Malfoy explained calmly. At this point, Dumbledore glanced at Snape, and Snape walked straight to the Slytherin lounge. Malfoy's complexion turned bad all of a sudden. It was obvious that he didn't believe in himself. And what about you? I was with Professor Snape all night, and I was the last one to arrive. Richard explained. It can't be Richard. Mrs. Norris likes Richard so much, it can't be him. At this time, everyone didn't expect Filch to defend Richard. Dumbledore looked at Richard and Filch in surprise. When were they so nice? Then Dumbledore looked at the 3 of Harry. Just when the 3 of Harry were about to speak, the sound of 2 footsteps came. First there was Snape, who nodded at Dumbledore, implying that Malfoy was telling the truth. And the other footstep was Lockhart. What's the matter? What's the matter? It seems that something happened. Lockhart ran over excitedly. Seeing the cat in Dumbledore's hand, he leaned forward to get a clue. It must have been a spell that killed it. Well, probably the Transfiguration spell. I've seen people use this spell many times. It's a pity I wasn't there. I just happen to know the D-curse that would have saved it of. It's not dead. It's just been petrified. Filch said angrily. I think so too. Lockhart changed his words shamelessly. Talk about it. Dumbledore met with Lockhart and then asked Harry to talk about the itinerary. All 3 of us are at Professor Lockhart's, Harry said bluntly. Yes, all 3 of them are there. Those 2 little wizards are helping me reply to fans' letters, and the little witch is asking me questions. This time Lockhart didn't have any ink marks when he arrived and said it directly. But after this, after coming out of Lockhart's office, if you want to go back to the dormitory, you shouldn't go here. Snape said suddenly. Both Ronald and Hermione looked at Harry. Because Harry said, his heart pounding wildly. He had a vague feeling that if he told them that he had been led there by a disembodied voice that only he could hear, it would not sound tenable. Because we were hungry and wanted to go to the kitchen to get something to eat, he said. Yes, we're hungry, Ronald said loudly, his stomach rumbling. I think Potter is lying, and I personally think it's best to let him leave the Gryffindor Quidditch team until J-Con gets his act together, Snape said to Dumbledore. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall, who is a Quidditch fan, disagreed. I see no reason why the kid shouldn't be allowed to play ball. The cat didn't get hit in the head with a broom, and there's no evidence Potter did anything wrong. Dumbledore gave Harry a probing look. Facing the gaze of his bright blue eyes, Harry felt as though Dumbledore knew something. No doubt, Severus, he said firmly. Seeing that no one was responsible in the end, Filch quit. My cat is petrified, he screamed, eyeballs bulging outward. I'd like to see someone get some punishment. Filch said, looking at Malfoy viciously. We can fix it, Filch, said Dumbledore patiently. Mrs. Sprout got some mandrakes recently. Once they're big enough, I have a drug that will bring Mrs. Norris back to life. I'll make it, Lockhart interjected. I've done it 100 times. I could make a mandrake resurrection potion while I'm dreaming. Richard, can you make? Snape asked Richard suddenly. Yes, Professor, Richard replied. After the herbs mature, you will be in charge of making them. Richard nodded in agreement. Lockhart originally wanted to say that a little wizard might not be able to do well, but seeing Richard remember what happened on the Quidditch pitch last time, he fell silent. Okay, you can go, at least stay for a while. Dumbledore said to everyone present. Malfoy was the first to leave without looking back. The rest of the people had to leave under the urging of Professor McGonagall. Before leaving, Hermione mouthed 993 and told Richard that the 8th floor would be tomorrow. Snape took one last look at Richard and left without a word. Now, let's go to the office and have a chat. Dumbledore stretched out his arm and motioned for Richard to grab it, and then used apparition to go directly to the principal's office. Tell me, Richard, what you know. I know the necklace you gave Hermione in advance. Principal Dumbledore, I'm really sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. If I knew, I would definitely tell you. As for the necklace you mentioned, you should go to the welfare family to ask about it. You know, these things are gifts from the welfare family. Give it to me. Why don't you go to the welfare family and ask them why they gave me these things? Do they know anything? And if you have an answer, please ask the principal to tell me. Dumbledore also had a headache seeing such a reckless Richard. He was sure that Richard must know something, but how to get Richard to say it? Seeing Dumbledore's distressed appearance made Richard very excited. You have today too, old Riddler. Professor, if you don't believe me, you can use the Dementor curse to see my memory. Richard knew that Dumbledore would not be able to do this kind of thing, and even if he could, he would not be able to break through his own storage protection. Hearing Richard's words, Dumbledore showed a thoughtful expression. Of course, it's not to see Richard's memory. Dumbledore is thinking about letting Richard watch the scene from that year, hoping to touch Richard and let him tell the secret he knows. Thinking of this, Dumbledore took out a shallow stone basin, which was made of ornately carved stone and engraved with slightly modified Saxon runes, making it a handicraft with a strong retro style. In this stone basin, there is a bright silver substance rippling inside. This is a pensieve, which stores part of my memories. Among them is the scene where the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. Richard, would you like to have a look? Dumbledore said to Richard, It's my honor, but is it really safe to accept your memory for others to see? Nothing is impossible, and I only chose the part about the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. It's not a secret. Hearing this, Richard was relieved that he wouldn't be silenced for seeing something he shouldn't have seen, like Dumbledore and Grindelwald's. Seeing Richard coming to the pensieve, Dumbledore said to Richard, Look carefully in the middle of the pensieve, and you can see it clearly. As he said that, Dumbledore stirred the silver memory, and the silver memory immediately turning faster and faster, until it became as transparent as glass. The pictures in the pensieve became more and more clear, until Richard clearly saw tall wizards with auburn flowing long hair and long beards running in a hurry in the corridor. This was the scene from 50 years ago, Dumbledore. As soon as the scene changed, Dumbledore came to the infirmary. Dumbledore, here you come. A shriveled wizard with only a few strands of white hair on his head, who looked weak and bald, said suddenly to Dumbledore, Yes, Headmaster Dippet, I heard there is a girl. That's right, a girl was killed. When she was found, she had already died in the bathroom and left us forever. Principal, is the school safe now? Dumbledore, I'm afraid I can't get back to you for this, but the Ministry of Magic should order the school to close and all students to go home soon. The screen suddenly changed again. Hogwarts foyer, Dumbledore greets a young wizard on the marble staircase. What are you doing, Tom? Tom Riddle's young Voldemort, wandering around at this late hour. I was going to see the headmaster just now, Mr. Riddle said. Okay, go to bed, Dumbledore said, and then gazed at Riddle with that penetrating gaze. It's best not to hang out in the corridors these days. Now that, Dumbledore sighed heavily and started up the stairs. The screen suddenly changed again. This time, it was in a place Richard was familiar with, that is, the place where he was standing now. Well, Dumbledore, leave Hagrid alone now that he's been kicked out of the school. He opened the Chamber of Secrets, killed the students. We're just kicking him out of Hogwarts, and you're getting him out of Azkaban is brought out, so don't talk about it. I can't let him back. The weak old man in the previous scene was obviously in a much better state at this time, and said to Dumbledore, But the headmaster, I don't think Hagrid did it, and Hagrid also said that he kept an acromander. Stop talking, Dumbledore. The attack didn't happen after Hagrid was driven away. Others don't think it has anything to do with Hagrid. It's decided. I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts. You go back first. I'm already tired. Dumbledore had no choice but to walk out of the principal's office, and as soon as he went out, he found Tom Riddle standing at the door. Tom, are you here to see Professor Dippet? No, I came to pick you up. Riddle said. What's matter? Professor, I hear you don't think Hagrid is the murderer. Yes, I really don't think Hagrid was responsible for this attack. The professor, who do you think did it? I don't know either. Professor, can you investigate in private? You know that if there is no murderer, Hogwarts will be closed. 0. It was Dumbledore who fell silent, looking at the young man in front of him with a strange look. Okay, I know. Then the trip is over. Ow! The real Dumbledore asked Richard. He's much handsomer than you. Dumbledore laughed when he heard that. Honestly, I don't think it was Hagrid who opened the chamber, but how could Hagrid open the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin? There's definitely something wrong with Tom Riddle. Hearing this, Dumbledore didn't speak, but took out his wand, wrote the name of Tom Marvolo Riddle in the air, and then gradually changed into I am Voldemort as the wand changed. So he is Voldemort, Richard said in surprise, pretending not to know. That is to say, there's a high probability that Tom opened it 50 years ago. That's when Dumbledore spoke suddenly. We never said this was the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Mistake. And then Richard noticed his mistake. Ms. Grey told me. Ms. Grey. Dumbledore frowned at Richard. Yes, Ms. Grey. She told the founders of the school that they have left a secret room in the school, and only the heir can open it. She doesn't know which secret room is where. And Salazar Slytherin has always had problems with Hogwarts taking in non-pure blood wizards, and even fought Godric Gandolfin for this. And these books have it. So this chamber must be a Slytherin chamber. But Dumbledore Leto changed the subject and asked suddenly, I also know the identity of Ms. Grey, since she can tell you. What about Ravenclaw's chamber? She doesn't know. Ms. Grey seems to have a problem with her memory. I don't know if it was caused by Rowena Ravenclaw or her death, but I can tell you that I have a little clue about Ravenclaw's secret room, but I still lack the key thing. Ravenclaw's crown? That's right, it's the crown. Richard didn't lie. What he had now was either a crown or a Horcrux, and the crown would only be available after removing the soul. Don't talk about the secret room. I've already told you what I know. I'll go back if there's nothing else. It's too late, and I still have to sleep. The last question, you can leave after asking. What is the problem? Who do you think opened the secret room this time? Didn't I tell you? It's Malfoy. He looks like a pregnant seed. Don't say that to another student in front of the professor. He's also good. It's just the influence of his family environment, and it's impossible for him to belong to Malfoy. Alas, it's really difficult. If you still don't believe me after I tell you all the answers, then you can figure it out by yourself. Richard didn't continue to speak and was about to leave the principal's office. Wait a minute. I hope we don't tell anyone else about our conversation tonight, or what you saw. As you wish, my headmaster, Harry, how about them? Don't tell them. Many things can only grow after experiencing. Although he now has Richard as his trump card, Dumbledore still won't give up on continuing to train Harry. Hogwarts, 8th floor, inside the room of requirement. At this moment, Harry was talking to the three of Richard about the voice he heard yesterday. You say, should I tell them about the voice I heard? Don't say it, Ronald said without hesitation. It's not a good sign to hear voices that others can't, even in the wizarding world. 11. Then do you believe what I say? Harry seemed to hear something and asked hastily. Of course we believe you. Richard knew the truth of the matter and gave Harry an affirmation. The whole incident is very bizarre. What's with those writings on the wall? The Chamber of Secrets was once opened. What the hell does that mean? Harry patted himself on the head, obviously confused by these things. Oh, this reminds me of something, Ronald said slowly. It seems that someone once told me about the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets. Probably Bill. Then why don't you write a letter and ask Bill? Harry said hastily. Okay, I'll write Bill later. By the way, what did Professor Richard Dumbledore leave you here to say about this Chamber of Secrets yesterday? Hermione asked curiously. Yesterday, Dumbledore asked me who I thought did it, and I told him it might be Malfoy, but he didn't believe it. Although he couldn't tell Harry them, Richard didn't lie. He just omitted all the middle process. Why Malfoy? I mean, he's a badass, but is there any evidence for that? 20, didn't he say that I will be the next to be attacked? Don't you know when the next attack comes? To tell the truth, now that the diary is in Malfoy's hands, Richard also wonders who will be the next to be attacked. Not sure. You mean there will be another attack? The three of Harry exclaimed. Now that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, The attack will definitely continue. The three of Harry all showed worried expressions when they heard the words. After all, everyone has friends. In the evening, Richard came to Snape's office again, finished all the remaining steps of the compound potion, and left under Snape's urging. When he walked to the place where he was attacked yesterday, Richard saw Filch in a daze quietly at the place where Mrs. Norris was killed. After a while, he took a rag and dipped it in some detergent and started to wash it. The words in blood seemed to have been cast a spell. No matter how Filch rubbed them, the words still shone so brightly on the stone wall. Filch, you can't be wiped off like this. Richard couldn't stand it and walked over. Richard, I know. I tried many times during the day, and just now I was wondering if the murderer who petrified Mrs. Norris would come again. So I came here. Seeing the stains on the wall, I still can't help it. I want to try it. Let me try it. As he spoke, Richard took out his wand and first cast a cleansing spell on the bloody letter, but it had no effect. Richard thought for a while, then continued to use the spell stop on the bloody characters, and then used the cleansing spell again. At this time, the blood writing on the wall dissipated a little. Seeing the effect, Richard cast the cleaning spell again, and soon the blood on the wall was cleaned up. Thank you, Richard. Filch wasn't particularly happy when he saw the blood was cleaned up, but he forced himself to grin at Richard. Filch, don't worry. As long as the herbs are ripe, I can brew the antidote right away, and Mrs. Norris will be fine. Hearing Richard say that, Filch's expression improved slightly. Richard, let me take you back. I don't know if there's any danger in the corridor now. Richard did not refuse Filch's kindness, and came with him to the door of Ravenclaw's lounge. Seeing that Richard returned to the question and walked into the lounge, Filch left in peace. In the next few days, the students stopped talking about Richard's capture of Slytherin and talked about Mrs. Norris' attack all day long. And Filch's performance made everyone never forget this incident. He often paced up and down the spot where Lady Norris was killed, as if thinking that the attacker would come again. While everyone was still discussing this matter, time was slowly passing by. That day Richard was still reading in the library, and the three of Harry ran in from outside. Come to Richard and talk to him. Nearly Headless Nick invited me to his Death Day party. Ronald and Hermione will be there too. Would you like to come along? Death party? Yeah. I'll bet there aren't many people alive who can say they've been to an evening like this. It must be amazing. Hermione said cheerfully. To be honest, Richard was also a little curious. Although he knew that Harry and the others regretted participating in the original work in his previous life. This is a banquet of ghosts, so he can go and see it. If he can't read it, he will leave. At 7 o'clock in the evening on Halloween, if you go, you can wait for us in the auditorium. Okay, I want to see you too. After agreeing, Harry and Ronald left directly, while Hermione stayed and read a book with Richard. Did you wear that necklace? Of course, I wear it all the time. Bring it here. I'll take a look and see if the magic circle is functioning normally. Hermione first reached behind her neck, undid the clasp, and then pulled the necklace out of her clothes. Hermione was a little embarrassed that a student wore such an exaggerated necklace, so she always put the pendant inside the lining. Taking the necklace from Hermione, Richard inhaled a girlish fragrance and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was discovered by Hermione at that time. Hermione's face was reddish, and she directly put her hand on Richard's waist, rotating her thumb and index finger. Richard almost yelled. After careful inspection, the magic circle in the amethyst was working well, so Richard handed it over to Hermione with confidence. Don't forget to infuse it with magic power every day. I know, by the way, Richard, do you know something? Hermione also had some doubts. After all, there was an attack just after Richard sent her own necklace, and the necklace that Richard sent happened to be able to defend against this kind of soul attack. It's hard not to be suspicious, so Hermione didn't tell anyone about the function of the necklace Richard gave her. Even Harry and Luo didn't know, and she was also worried about being suspicious of Richard. Richard still took out the trick he used to deal with Dumbledore. I really don't know. This amethyst happened to be given to me by the Fully family, so I used it directly, and I didn't expect such a coincidence. Seeing Richard's serious expression, Hermione also doubted herself a bit. Could it be that she was thinking too much Is it really just a coincidence? Then Dumbledore came to you because of this necklace? Yes, he was also surprised. He thought I knew something, but I explained everything to him clearly. As for whether he believes it or not, it's up to him. What's the matter, Hermione? Do you doubt me? Li Jian pretended to be sad. Of course not. When Hermione got excited, her voice immediately started chattering, and the other young wizards and Mrs. Pants all looked over. Hermione hastily pulled Richard out of the library, and while walking on the road, Hermione was still trying to defend herself. How can I doubt you, Richard? I'm just curious. Don't be angry. I'm not angry. How could I be angry? It's just a joke. Richard saw Hermione was a little nervous and quickly explained. Hearing that Richard was not angry, Hermione was also relieved, but thinking of her behavior in the library just now, she stretched out her little hand over. Richard was wondering, is this a skill imprinted in a woman's genes? How can women, regardless of size, nationality, or even the world, have this skill? Time go round and round quickly arrives on Monday. Monday night was Richard's first tour of the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. Richard himself was curious about his fate with the Forbidden Forest. The only confinement last semester was in the Forbidden Forest, and the first confinement this semester was still in the Forbidden Forest. In the evening, after having dinner at 440, I came to Hagrid's hut. Richard, you came so early. You have to wait for a while to inspect. It's okay. I came over after dinner. Where are we going to inspect today? Today is mainly the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. In fact, there is nothing wrong with it. The magical animals in the Forbidden Forest are very peaceful. Generally, there will be no intentional escape to the outskirts. Of course, there will still be some little guys who got lost. This is we need to send them back. What about in the Forbidden Forest? I usually don't go in the Forbidden Forest, but according to the agreement, the horsemen are in charge. Hearing this, Richard was a little disappointed. It seemed that he could only sneak in. Then shall we inspect separately? Of course not. You have to follow me. Hagrid said to Richard seriously after thinking for a while. Richard, I know you are very strong, but the rules are like this. You need someone to be present when you are in confinement. So don't make things difficult for me. I know, Hagrid. Don't worry, I will follow you. Hearing what Hagrid said, Richard couldn't say anything. By the way, Hagrid, have you seen Nobo, Norwegian Ridgeback hatched by Hagrid? Of course, said Noble. Hagrid's eyes lit up. During my vacation, I went to Romania to see Nobita. By the way, I haven't told you yet. They found out that Nobo is a female dragon, so they changed her name, and now it's called Nobita. Nobita? A good name. Richard really didn't know this. Yes, she saw that I was agitated and flew towards me quickly, but Charlie and the others did not allow me to approach, saying that now that Norberta's wildness is recovering, she might hurt me. How is this possible? I started her mom. Hagrid said as tears began to glisten in his eyes. In order to avoid subsequent incidents, Richard hastily changed the subject. Hagrid, can we go round now? Hagrid wiped his eyes carelessly, then looked outside and found that the sky had completely darkened. Let's go, it's almost time now. Hurry up and finish your inspection so you could go back to sleep. Saying that, Hagrid led Richard out of the hut. The two walked into the Forbidden Forest with the Hound Yaya. The current Forbidden Forest is almost the same as when Li Cha came last time, but it is a little cleaner than last time, probably because the Forbidden Forest was closed last semester, and this semester the little wizards haven't had time to go in yet. As the itinerary progressed, Lee and Hagrid came to the residence of Hippogriff. Come on, Richard, last time I said I would bring you to see it, but it never came true. Now you can come and see these beautiful guys. Under the bright moonlight, Richard first carefully observed these hippogriffs. These magical animals in front of Richard's eyes. They have the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, but their front legs, wings, and head seem to be eagles. They have steel-like sharp beaks and bright orange eyes. The claws on their front legs are half a foot long and look deadly. Around the neck of each beast is a thick feathered collar. Their fur transitions smoothly from feather to fur in various shades: dark gray, bronze, pinkish sand, red and white, shiny maroon, and finally black. Seeing Richard staring closely at these magical animals, Hagrid said proudly. I feed them all, and I don't know why Hogwarts wants these hippogriffs, but they're very beautiful, aren't they? I guess it's to protect them. Let them get acquainted with the situation of the Forbidden Forest first, and then they can be placed deep in the Forbidden Forest. Anyway, they and the centaurs really want it. Probably. Richard was talking and slowly approached the hippogriff. At this time, a winged beast suddenly straightened up, only using its rear 2 hooves to land on the ground, and its 2 big wings kept flapping. If it wasn't for the chain around its neck restricting it, Richard had no doubt that this was a winged beast. Absolutely will ascend to heaven in place. The other hippogriffs seemed to be affected by the one just now, and gradually became irritable. At this time, the Forbidden Forest was filled with the roars of the hippogriffs. Back, back, Hagrid said to Richard. They are afraid of you. Yes, although I don't know why, but the fact is that they are afraid of you and refuse your approach. Hagrid said helplessly. It seems that you can't touch such a little guy. After finishing speaking, Hagrid took out a few dead chickens from the side frame and threw them to these magical animals, so that their emotions gradually calmed down. But Richard is not depressed. After all, he is not like Hagrid, who likes magical animals from the bottom of his heart. His love for magical animals is utilitarian in nature, mainly for the purpose of extracting, even if these winged beasts like him. So what? Or no. So Richard's main purpose now is to find out the specific location and distribution of these hippogriffs and the thestrals behind them, so as to prepare for the follow-up night attack. Then the two came to the residence of thestrals not far from the hippogriff. This is a relatively large gathering place. After all, except for the little wizards of the first grade in Hogwarts, wizards of all grades are brought into Hogwarts Castle by these magical animals. Thestrals are a kind of magical animal. If you don't know its name and insist on giving them a name, Richard thinks they can also be called horses, although they look a bit like reptiles. There is no flesh on their bodies. The black fur is tightly attached to the skeleton, and every bone is clearly visible. Their heads resemble those of dragons, and their pupilless eyes are white and staring intently. Wings grew out of the bulge between the shoulder bones, big, black, and tough wings, which seem to belong to a huge bat. You may not see it, but there's a herd of magical animals here, Hagrid said to Richard. I can see them. Thestrals, can't I? Unexpectedly, Richard could see the thestrals. Hagrid was slightly taken aback, and then said nothing. After all, every wizard who can see thestrals will have a tragic memory. Although these thestrals are not very auspicious, they have a relatively docile personality. You can touch them and rest assured that they will not reject you this time. After finishing speaking, Hagrid signaled Richard to move forward. Unexpectedly, when Richard came to the edge of the fence, the thestrals that were close to there all retreated one after another. Although it is not as strong as the hippogriff's reaction, the speed of retreat is relatively fast. Richard looked at Hagrid helplessly and innocently. Hagrid is embarrassed and a little weird. What happened to these fantastic animals? Woo-woo, Hagrid called to the thestrals. After a while, a thestral came out, but it stopped approaching when it was more than 3 meters away from Hagrid. There was no way. Hagrid took out their favorite raw meat with blood. Woo-woo stood there as if he was engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. But in the end, the temptation of delicious food took the top spot. He hurriedly ran to Hagrid's side and began to gorge on the food Hagrid brought. Hagrid winked at Richard, who understood immediately. He quietly walked to Hagrid's side and then secretly extended his salty hand. When Richard's hand touched the thestral, the system interface immediately popped up in his mind. It is detected that the host has come into contact with a magical animal, and the magical animal has not been subdued, and the host is requested to subdue it as soon as possible. Subdue? Subdue. Hagrid is next to him, and Richard has no choice but to close the system interface. At this moment, the thestral touched by Richard didn't make any other movements, and was still happily eating the food in front of him. What's the matter? Why are these magical animals afraid of themselves all of a sudden? It was obviously brought by a thestral when I was going to school. Richard couldn't figure it out either. Suddenly, Richard thought that he seemed to use the dragon's breath to melt Mithril 2 days ago, Could it be because of this? If this is the case, let Hermione test it out tomorrow. Otherwise, my plan will not be completed. As soon as you get close to these magical animals, they will immediately howl. How can they secretly draw skills? Seeing that Richard was no longer stroking the cub, Hagrid put away the food, patted its head, and drove it back. Then Hagrid took Richard to continue patrolling, wandering around the Forbidden Forest, and did not encounter any special situations along the way. And there was no little wizard who came out for a night tour. Generally, there is no little wizard who goes to the Forbidden Forest for a night tour. There are also no magical animals that get lost and come out of the Forbidden Forest. However, because the area of the Forbidden Forest is relatively large, the outer space in contact with it is also large. And Hagrid and Richard didn't use any magic props, so it took almost 3 hours to finish the walk. Hagrid, why are you patrolling on a motorcycle? Isn't that more time-saving? The main reason is that the sound of the motorcycle is too loud, and it is easy to disturb the magical animals. If it is not because it takes you to take it for so long. Richard looked at Hagrid, measured it, and found that his legs were still taller than Hagrid's. But after walking for so long, if you encounter an emergency, how can you ensure that you have the physical strength to deal with it? Are you tired? I don't feel anything yet. Hagrid looked at Richard in surprise, as if he was joking. Okay, sorry to bother you. It's my dish, my horse chicken. Richard thought that there would be a week of consecutive night patrols in the Forbidden Forest, and he still didn't give up, so he continued to persuade Hagrid to patrol the night on a motorcycle. Until finally Hagrid had to tell the truth. I don't know why the Forbidden Forest seems to be very attractive to magic modification equipment. Once Hagrid came back from the outside on a motorcycle. When he passed the Forbidden Forest, he didn't know why the motorcycle suddenly flew towards the Forbidden Forest uncontrollably. Direction offset. Hagrid also told Dumbledore about it, but Dumbledore couldn't do anything after seeing it, so Hagrid never rode a motorcycle around the Forbidden Forest since then. By the way, Hagrid, have you seen the car that Harry and Ronald drove to school? Richard suddenly thought of the flying car that seemed to be fine in the original book. Is that the blue car you're talking about? Yes, it's blue. I've seen it a few times before, but I haven't seen it much recently, but it seems to have gone deep into the Forbidden Forest. A coquettish idea suddenly appeared in Richard's mind. If that car is really refined, can it extract skills? If skills can be extracted, can you put Hagrid's motorcycle in it to try? Don't care whether Hagrid agrees or not. If Hagrid's motorcycle can also be successful, is it possible to start a company that transforms magic equipment by itself, and then keep putting it in the Forbidden Forest? If all these are successful, does it mean that I have inexhaustible experience points? It has to be said that Lee was expanded by his own ideas. If all of these are achieved, then why does Voldemort care? He is the king of the next generation, regardless of whether it is black or white. Thinking of this, Richard's whole body began to tremble. Richard, what's wrong with you? Why are you shivering? Is it too cold? Why don't you go back? Anyway, all inspections have been completed now. No, I'm not cold, though. But the time is almost up. I really should go back. Richard intends to go back and make a good plan to see the feasibility of this plan. In the next few days, Richard was busy with the flying car. He went to Ronald first and asked Ronald if their car had any magic spells, and the car would come automatically when the spell was cast. As a result, it is conceivable that there is no such magic spell. Then Richard went to Hagrid and asked him to help him find it in the Forbidden Forest. It would be best to ask his friend Aragog. Now Richard can still remember Hagrid's expression at that time. The look of being caught cheating, shame and horror, relief and shame. Richard didn't hold back for a long time at that time. However, under Richard's soft and hard way, plus threats, if Hagrid doesn't ask, then G will go to the depths of the Forbidden Forest to find it by himself. Eventually Hagrid agreed. However, to Richard's surprise, Hagrid told him the next day that Aragog had also seen it before, but he hadn't seen it recently, and he didn't know where he went. Richard specially observed Hagrid's expression. It was very natural, it should be true, but it was not that Hagrid deliberately lied to him, but he was afraid that Hagrid would not tell him because of the danger. Even Aragog has never seen a flying car, so do we have to wait until the later plot? Although Richard didn't want to wait that long, there was no other way. The Forbidden Forest is so big. So could it be possible for Richard to find it by himself? Thousands of descendants of Aragog have never seen it. Well, that's not even Harry. Just when Richard was depressed, the time came to Halloween on November 1st. Richard and Hermione were still reading in the library when Harry and Ronald ran over. "I'm going to the nearly headless Nick's 500th anniversary party today. Why are you still here? Isn't it 7 o'clock? It's not up yet," Richard asked, puzzled. "Then we must prepare in advance." "What are you preparing for?" "Could it be that we, 040, put you in a gift box, then packed it and gave it to Nick as a congratulatory gift?" Both Hermione and Ronald laughed at Richard's words, but stopped immediately because Mrs. Pants had a regular cough in the meeting. Harry glared at Richard first, then lowered his voice. "I mean, do we need a change of clothes or something? It's Nick's 500th anniversary after all. I'm sorry, I don't have a shroud. Maybe because I'm still young, my parents didn't prepare it for me." 27. Hearing Richard's words, although the weather is still relatively hot, the three of them felt a bit of coolness. "Okay, let's be serious." Hermione couldn't stand it anymore and glanced at Richard. "You guys can't get my point. In fact, what I want to say is that no one should have attended the Death Day party anyway, so we don't need to prepare anything specially. Nick mainly wants Harry to go there, so that his ghost friends boast that he has a good relationship with the Savior, and the three of us are just a foil to accompany Harry in the past, so as long as Harry goes there, it's fine, and there is no need to prepare anything." Hearing Richard's words, both Hermione and Ronald nodded in agreement, while Harry was a little embarrassed. Among several people, he thought Richard was the most powerful, with good family conditions, good parents, and abnormal strength. He is also very good-looking, rotten country. By the way, Richard is still an aristocrat. Compared with those pure-blood nobles, it is obvious to a wizard like Richard who grew up in a world of ordinary people. Even more prominent. As far as Hermione is concerned, she is smart and has good grades. Although her magic cab level is not as good as Richard's, she is an undisputed second place. The last one is Ronald. While Ronald has nothing to say, Harry thinks that Ronald is not as good as himself in terms of magic power. So, even though he thinks so about what Richard said, he is still a little embarrassed to say it. "No, Nick invited us all. Everyone is the same." Seeing Harry's flushed face, several people laughed. Then Mrs. Pants chased her out with her eyes. However, it was almost time for the few people to come out, so they walked directly towards the underground classroom. When they passed by the auditorium, they took a few glances inside, and then quickened their pace to pass through, fearing that they would not be able to get out if they just took a few glances. Arriving at the door of the basement classroom, Nick, who was almost headless, was already wearing a black velvet curtain and a hat with feathers, standing at the door and welcoming the guests. When several people approached the door, there was a sudden sound. In Ronald's words, it sounded like thousands of fingernails scraping back and forth on the huge blackboard. "My dear friend," it's just that Nick also saw everyone rushing forward and said with an infinitely sad expression, "Welcome, welcome. I'm so glad you're here." After speaking, he bowed and let a few people into the banquet scene. When Richard and the others walked into the underground classroom, the sight in front of them was unbelievable. The dungeon was filled with hundreds of milky, translucent figures, most of whom roamed the crowded dance floor, waltzing and playing music to the eerie, quivering sounds of 30 musical saws. Saw's band sat on a black-clothed stage. 1,000 candles were also lit in a chandelier overhead, giving off a midnight blue glow. They began to walk slowly around the edge of the dance floor, past a group of sullen nuns, a ragged man in chains, and a fat monk. A ghost of Hufflepuff, with a lively and cheerful disposition, is chatting with a knight with an arrow in his forehead. Suddenly, a skinny ghost with straight eyes and silver blood stains all over his body blocked their way. "Bloody Barrow!" Harry exclaimed. "Hi, guys. Can I have a chat with Richard?" All three looked at Richard. "Of course." Richard shrugged. "You guys go on shopping first, and I'll go find you when we're done chatting." After speaking, Richard walked towards a corner with the Bloody Baron. When did he meet the Bloody Baron? Harry asked curiously. "Who knows? Let's go see what to eat. I'm hungry." Ronald said, while scanning around. "Look, something to eat," said Ronald. At the other end of the dungeon was a long desk, also covered with black velvet. The three of Harry walked over in a hurry. After all, in this kind of environment, eating something can make people relax. However, as soon as the three of them walked to the table, they stopped in horror. The smell was too bad. Huge chunks of rotting meat lay on beautiful silver plates, black, charred cakes piled high on great trays. In the very center of the table stood a huge gray cake in the shape of a tombstone, with the words, "Sir Nicholas de Mizey Poppington died October 31st, 1492, spelled out in tar-like icing. Then a fat ghost approached the table, crouched down, and walked straight through the middle of the table, his mouth open, just right through a stinking salmon. "Can you taste the way if you go straight through like this?" Harry asked him. "Almost," the ghost said sadly, turned around and floated away. "I guess they let the food rot to make the flavor stronger." Hermione realized right away. "What do you think we serve Richard?" Harry's little head turned suddenly. "I promise he'll smash your head off." Hermione gave Harry a speechless look, and at this time, Lee and Barrow also started their conversation. "Richard, may I call you that?" "Certainly. I called you here just to thank you. Thank you for enlightening Helena. That is, the Ms. Grey you have been talking about for so many years. I have seen that she has been brooding about the past and has always hated her mother. This makes me very sad." As he spoke, the blood on Barrow's body continued to drip down the ground as if alive, but the blood disappeared instantly as soon as it touched the ground, and other souls around saw in the case of Barrow. They all stayed away from here. "Then why didn't you explain it to her?" Richard asked curiously. "I thought about it too, but in the end I killed her, and I have no face to appear in front of her." Barrow became more emotional when he said this, and the blood flow in his body also accelerated a lot. Until one night before school started, she actually took the initiative to find me and asked about what happened back then. I told her everything I knew about Ms. Ravenclaw. She finally knew her mother had always loved her. "What about you? Did she forgive you?" "No, she certainly won't forgive me, and she can't forgive me." Barrow's expression showed that he was not disappointed because he could not be forgiven by Ms. Grey. "Why? Why can't she forgive you?" Richard asked curiously. "I killed her. If she really forgives me from the bottom of her heart, then her obsession will disappear and the ghost will not exist without obsession." Richard was shocked by Barrow's words. "Is the ghost of this world like this?" "How do you know?" Richard asked curiously. "I don't know. It just appeared in my memory." "Then what is your obsession?" "It goes without saying if it's inconvenient." "There is nothing inconvenient. My obsession is to make Helena forgive me. As long as Helena forgives me, my obsession will disappear." Inexplicably, a way for them to die together emerged from Richard's mind. After Richard communicated with the Bloody Baron, he was going to find Hermione and the others. Looking around, the three living people were quite conspicuous among the group of ghosts, and soon Richard locked their positions. They were found chatting at a long table with a ghost in a bright orange party hat, a swirling bow tie, and a grinning grin on a broad, bad-looking face. After Richard walked over, he found that Peeves was recommending a bowl of moldy peanuts to the three of them. After the sale failed, he was going to sue Myrtle, accusing Hermione and the others of speaking ill of her. But when Peeves took a deep breath and was about to call Myrtle loudly, "Peeves, and man Barrow let you pass," Richard said suddenly behind them. In an instant, Peeves seemed to be choked. Can ghosts also be choked? And began to cough violently, coughing and talking. "What are you talking about?" "No, I'm coughing too much and I can't hear anything. I'm going to find a glass of water." After saying that, Peeves' voice slipped down from the table and disappeared. "Great, Richard, you're here. Peeves is so annoying." Hermione watched Peeves disappear and said to Richard in surprise, "Is that so? When we meet Peeves in the future, we only need to mention the Bloodman Barrow." Seeing that Peeves was so afraid of the Bloodman Barrow, the little witty Harry went online. Yes, but you have to pay attention. Peeves is very smart. If he finds out that you lied to him, he will definitely take revenge." Richard still warned them in advance. It is true that Peeves, as a ghost that has existed since the establishment of Hogwarts, is very special. In this school, Only Bloody Baron and Dumbledore can control him. If Richard and Bloody Baron hadn't been talking, he wouldn't believe that the Bloody Barrow would find him on an occasion like today. That's when nearly headless Nick floated in from the crowd. "How are you playing? Are you happy?" "Oh, I'm quite happy." It was a very bad lie, but Nick believed it anyway. "That's fine. I was worried that you guys wouldn't get used to it, but I just saw Richard. Can I call you that?" Richard nodded, and Nick continued. "I saw that Richard and Barrow were chatting happily, and you guys were chatting with Peeves, so I felt relieved." Then Nick looked around and said proudly, "That's a satisfactory number for now, with crying widows coming all the way from Kent. I'm about to speak, and I'd better warn the band." But unexpectedly, before it was Nick's turn to find the band, at this moment, the band suddenly stopped playing. They and everyone in the dungeon fell silent, looking around excitedly when a hunting horn sounded. "Oh no," Nick said bitterly. 12 ghostly horses suddenly ran out from the walls of the underground classroom, and each horse had a headless rider on it. All the people attending the party applauded enthusiastically. Richard and the others were also ready to applaud, but when he saw Nick's face, he quickly reminded them. At this time, the 12 ghost horses ran to the center of the dance floor, stopped abruptly, stood upright on their hind legs, then kicked their hind hooves and rushed forward. Immediately in front was a huge ghost, with his bearded head tucked under his arm, blowing a horn. He jumped off his horse and held his head high in the air so that he could watch the crowd from above. He strode up to nearly headless Nick, sloppily shoving his head on his neck. "Nick," he yelled, "how are you? Is your head still hanging there?" Then he let out a wild laugh and patted nearly headless Nick on the shoulder. "Welcome, Patrick," Nick said stiffly. "Live people." Patrick saw Richard, Harry, Ronald, and Hermione at a glance, pretended to be surprised, and jumped up high, but his head fell down again. "Very interesting," nearly headless Nick said sternly. "Never mind, Nick." Patrick's head yelled at them from the floor. "He's still P********* D off about us keeping him from the hunters. But what I'm saying is, look at this guy. The head is still attached to the body." At this time, all the ghosts present began to roar with laughter. At this time, Nick planned to do something to prove that he was the protagonist of this banquet. "Attention, everyone, I'm going to speak now." Nearly headless Nick yelled and strode to the podium into a cold blue spotlight. "My late lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do not mean great." At this point, Patrick and the rest of the Headless Hunt team played a kind of overhead hockey, and everyone turned to watch. Nearly headless Nick tried in vain to recapture the audience, but he was defeated when Patrick's head flew past him amidst a chorus of cheers. "Do you want to continue watching? I plan to go back. This place is too boring, and I can't say it's boring. Maybe it's too early for me to get in touch with these ghosts." Richard said to the three of Hermione, "I wanted to leave a long time ago. I'm hungry. Let's all go." Harry quickly followed suit. With everyone's unanimous approval, the four moved to the door while smiling at the ghost watching them. Walking through the aisle lit with black candles, Richard silently tightened his nerves, always paying attention to the movement around him. According to the original book, now should be the time for the first attack. But until they came to the first floor and walked into the auditorium, there was no movement at all, and Harry didn't have any special reaction. After entering the auditorium, Richard separated from them and walked alone to Ravenclaw's table. "Richard, why are you here?" Seeing Richard suddenly appearing, Terry asked strangely. "Just went to a very magical Death Day party." Hearing what Richard said, the little wizards around were a little curious and quickly asked Richard about the specific situation. In desperation, Richard could only eat while introducing the situation of nearly headless Nick's 500th death anniversary party to the little wizards around. Ravenclaw's side is okay, although everyone is a little curious, but there is no big move, while Gryffindor's side is like a frying pan. Harry and the others should have told their experiences to the little wizards around them, which made many Gryffindor's adventurous spirit break out, like a neurosis. "Ronald, why don't you sue us? We're your elder brother." Even Richard heard the voices of George and Fred. Zero looking for flowers. Seeing the restlessness of the twins, many young wizards of Gryffindor started to stand up, intending to participate. At this moment, Bulido, who was sitting on the professor's chair, spoke suddenly. It is very impolite to join someone else's banquet without an invitation. While Dumbledore was speaking, Filch, who hadn't been around much, came to the door. And Professor McGonagall has already walked down from the professor's chair with a straight face and came to Gryffindor's dining table, just looking at them like this, and everyone who was still restless fell silent in an instant. Okay, let's continue. Seeing that the Gryffindors were out of action, they could only turn their attention to the three of Harry. Harry and Hermione were too hungry, so they didn't have any extra mouths to explain. At this time, Ronald took the initiative to stand up and told everyone in the situation just now. He liked this feeling too much. On the other hand, Ravenclaw was quite restrained, or they were not interested in this. After Richard finished speaking, no one bothered him to eat. 0. Soon Richard was full and could hear Ronald repeating it over and over again. Richard didn't care about the movement over there. He was only interested in one thing now. That's why tonight's attack didn't happen. Richard stole a glance at the Slytherin dining table and soon found the brightest cub among them, Draco Malfoy. At this time, Malfoy was sitting there and kept reprimanding his two little followers as if because they ate the last pudding and Malfoy didn't eat it. Looking at Malfoy, who is still showing off his might and hasn't improved, Richard is very puzzled. Why didn't the diary properly train Malfoy? Soon the party was over, and Harry and Hermione had also finished eating. After that, Ronald didn't eat much because of his constant explanation just now, but obviously he didn't have the halo of the protagonist. As Dumbledore announced that the banquet was over, all the food and tableware disappeared. Only the chicken leg in Ronald's hand was still there, and he was a little dumbfounded at this moment. After the banquet, Richard followed Ravenclaw's troops back to his dormitory. After washing up, he lay on the bed. A week of night training made him not want to do anything now. He just wanted to sleep early. At this moment, inside Gryffindor's lounge. I didn't eat anything at all. What should I do? I'm still very hungry and can't sleep at all. Ronald complained. Actually, you can go to the kitchen and have a look. The house elves there should provide you with food. Dean Thomas said, but I don't know where the kitchen is. I know. Last time I missed time, a Hufflepuff showed me the location. The kitchen is just under the Hufflepuff lounge. However, if you want to go out now, it will be troublesome if you're caught by Farian, and you will lose your college points. Neville said suddenly. Harry has an invisibility cloak. Harry, can you come with me? Please. Facing his friend's request, Harry has never been able to resist. Although he wanted to sleep very much now, he resolutely took out the invisibility cloak and walked out of the Gryffindor lounge with Ronald. After leaving Gryffindor's lounge, Harry and Ronald will head to Hufflepuff's lounge after donning the cloak. Just as they were walking down the stairs, Harry stopped suddenly, and at this moment he heard the same voice he had heard in Lockhart's office, still so murderous. Tear you, kill you. At this moment, Ronald didn't react. He walked out of the invisibility cloak. He just wanted to turn around and ask Harry what's wrong. Harry was seen staggering to a halt, clutching the stone wall, listening intently, looking around, squinting up and down the dimly lit hallway. Harry, what's the matter with you? That voice appeared again. Don't talk yet. Let me listen to where it came from. Harry quickly stopped Ronald's inquiry and continued to listen carefully. I'm so hungry, it's been a long time. Listen, that's the voice, Ronald. Do you hear that? Harry said urgently. Ronald hastily listened, but heard nothing. It's time to kill, it's time. The voice was getting weaker and weaker. Harry was sure it was moving up. He stared at the dark ceiling, and suddenly felt a feeling of 640 in his heart, which was both fearful and excited. How could it possibly move upwards? Could it be a ghost? The stone ceiling can't stop. This way, Harry called to Ronald. After shouting, Harry ran up the marble stairs at full speed to the second floor. Harry, what's the matter with you? Ronald asked, very puzzled. Hush! Don't talk, let me listen. Harry pricked up his ears. Far away, from the upper floor, the voice came again and became fainter. I smell blood, I smell blood. At this point, Harry felt his calf jerk violently. It's going to kill, Harry yelled, and then, ignoring the confused expression on Ronald's face, he climbed up a flight of stairs in 2 steps, listening to the sound of his heavy footsteps. At this moment, Filch was also attracted by Harry's shouts. "It's you two again. Last time I let you off for Richard's sake, you still dare to come out at night and shout loudly." "Run!" Harry yelled, pulling Ronald to start running. Judging from Ronald's reaction just now, that voice should only be heard by himself. Then Harry wouldn't be able to explain what he heard, so he was going to just sneak around Filch and take him all the way to the scene. If Richard knew what Harry was thinking, he would be very relieved. After his harassment, the little wizard finally knew that he had an organ called a brain. When Harry pulled Ronald around a corner quickly and came to an empty corridor, suddenly I felt a force spread from the back of my neck to my whole body, and then I felt my feet leave the ground. "See where you can go?" Filch was behind the two of them, and even pulled Harry up. Seeing that Harry was captured, Ronald also stopped running away. If I didn't have to go to the kitchen to find food, I wouldn't be like this. Thinking of this, Ronald showed a shameful expression. Seeing Harry's pale face, Ronald was even more annoyed, seeing how scared Harry was. At this point, Harry's eyes were fixed on the lower part of the corridor. "Look!" At this moment, both Filch and Ronald couldn't help looking ahead. Between the two windows on the wall a foot above the ground, there is some writing scribbled, and the emblem is shining under the reflection of the burning torch. The very similar attack scene from last time reappeared. Harry suddenly felt the force behind him loosen, and he fell to the ground in one fell swoop. "Mrs. Norris," Filch murmured suddenly. "There's a person lying there." Ronald cried out in surprise when he found something. Filch also came back to his senses and hurried forward to check it out. Sure enough, under the scarlet letter lay a little wizard of Gryffindor, lying motionless. "It's Lee Jordan!" Ronald exclaimed immediately, obviously knowing the little wizard. "Don't move. I'll go find the professor," Filch said to the two little wizards who were still staring at Lee Jordan. The two who were still very disgusted with Filch immediately shouted, "We'll follow you. That is, I don't know if the murderer is still there." Then Ronald and Harry leaned tightly against Filch, one on the left and the other on the right. There was only one professor's office on the third floor, and that was the office of Professor Lockhart of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, but Filch didn't intend to go to him. Last time, even Richard, a little wizard, could tell that Mrs. Norris was only petrified and not dead, but the dignified defense against the dark arts professor couldn't tell. Since then, Filch has decided that the professor's strength is limited. The three of them came to the small study on the side of the corridor on the second floor. There was a burning fireplace inside, and the Quidditch pitch could be seen from the window. It is both Professor McGonagall's office and her bedroom, with a hidden door leading to a bedroom with a gravel floor. Bang, bang, bang came a loud knock on the door. After a while, Professor McGonagall came out of the room in his pajamas. Seeing Filch leading Harry and Ronald, I thought the two had committed something again, but couldn't tomorrow? Know the importance of sleep for a lady. Before Professor McGonagall could speak, Ronald spoke first. "Professor, Lee Jordan was attacked, and he lay there dead." Hearing Ronald's words, Professor McGonagall was obviously taken aback, but still looked at Filch. "Professor, a little wizard of Gryffindor was attacked and lay motionless on the ground, just like Mrs. Norris last time, but I don't know if he died or not." Hearing what Filch said, Professor McGonagall took out his wand directly. "Call God to protect." A tabby cat made of white light appeared in front of several people. Professor McGonagall whispered a few words to the patron saint, and the tabby cat flew upstairs immediately. "You take me there now." Professor McGonagall knew that although she was the vice principal, she couldn't deal with the attack of a little wizard like this, whether she died or not. So she hurriedly asked the patron saint to notify Dumbledore. The four hurried back to the place just now, and the moment they arrived, Dumbledore suddenly appeared on the scene. Without any words, Dumbledore first got down on the ground, did not touch Lee Jordan, but observed carefully. At this time, Lee Chiaodan, with his face facing upwards, raised one arm and pointed his finger forward, following the direction of his finger. It happened to be a window. 0. He was also petrified he didn't die. "Argus, please send him to Madame Pomfrey." After speaking, Dumbledore picked up Lee Jordan and handed it to Filch. Dumbledore directly summoned his guardian animal Phoenix and let the Phoenix fly away after a few words. Then Dumbledore began to observe his surroundings. There are still blood words on the wall. The beginning is still the sentence. The secret room has been opened. The next words were different from last time. It was, Hogwarts will be completely purified. What do you think of this attack, Minerva? Just now I saw that Li Xiaodon's hand was pointing out of the window. It should be that he saw something outside and attacked him, but the window was not opened. He should have directly attacked him through the window and did not come in. At this time, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout also rushed over. What happened? Another attack, this time a little wizard who was petrified, explained Professor McGonagall. Hearing this news, both Flitwick and Sprout covered their mouths in surprise. Only Snape got the gist of the incident. Why are Pete and Weasley here? The two who were originally small and transparent instantly became the focus of everyone. We were a little hungry, so we wanted to find something to eat in the kitchen downstairs, and we met Filch. He wanted to catch us, so we kept running. We accidentally got here, and Filch can prove it. Harry said quickly, "Are you hungry not long after the dinner?" We attended the anniversary of Nick's death now, and then we went to the dinner party, and it ended without eating much. Ronald replied first. These were all the truth, so he wasn't afraid. Mr. Potter, you were hungry last time, and you were hungry this time. Do you think it's a coincidence? Snape immediately grasped the key point of the matter. Would there be an attack if Harry was hungry? That's right, an exclamation in doubt. Okay, the matter of Snape has nothing to do with Harry and the others. You go to each college to check first. If there are any little wizards who are not in the dormitory, come to my office after the 4.3 check. Minerva, you take them back first. Hearing Dumbledore's arrangement, several headmasters hurried back to the common room of their colleges. But before leaving, Snape still gave Harry a few extra glances, as if telling Harry not to let me catch you. Harry didn't dare to show weakness and stared at Snape without blinking, until his eyes were a little sore. He couldn't help but blink. After seeing the crowd leave, Dumbledore thought for a while, then waved his hand at the wall, and the blood writing on the wall disappeared in an instant. Filch also came back at this time, and Dumbledore asked him about tonight's affairs, and got the same answer as Harry. It's not that Dumbledore doesn't believe in Harry, but that Harry is too young after all, so he is easily confused by some things. Moreover, Dumbledore has always felt that this time, the last time, and the next time that will happen later, have something to do with Harry. And the Chamber of Secrets is related to Voldemort. So what is the connection between Harry and Voldemort? All this puzzled him. Just as Dumbledore turned around and saw himself reflected in the window, he suddenly had some other thoughts. Was the attack really carried out from the outside? Bang, bang, bang. Richard, who was still asleep, suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Mom, stop knocking. I'm already up. I'm going out now." The genes in his bones suddenly burst out at this moment, making Richard shout out with his eyes closed. "I'm not your mother. It's fine if you were here. Go to sleep." A delicate female voice reached Richard's ears from outside. The chaotic Richard didn't pay attention, so he continued to sleep. After checking everything, Penello and Eric came to the common room. Professor Flitwick, Ravenclaw's students are all in the dormitory, and none of them went out. Is Richard there? Professor Flitwick knew that the most troublesome person in Ravenclaw was Richard. As long as nothing happened to Richard, the other little wizards would be fine. Yes. Penello seemed to remember something, covering her mouth and tried to laugh. Professor Flitwick glanced at Penello. What happened to Penello? But he didn't ask because he was in a hurry to get to Dumbledore's office. You two prefects, work harder today. Sit in the common room and watch. Don't let other students go out. The two prefects hurriedly asked after hearing the unusual information from Flitwick. Did something happen, Professor? Knowing that there was no one around, Professor Flitwick still looked around and then whispered to the two prefects. Another attack happened. This time, it was a little wizard of Gryffindor who was attacked. Fortunately, his life was not in danger, but he was petrified. So, you have to be careful with your classmates and don't let them go out. Did the murderer not be caught? Penello asked. Professor Flitwick said nothing, just shook his head and left the Ravenclaw common room. Soon all the colleges have been inspected, except for Li Qiaodan, who was petrified. All the students are in the dormitory intact. In the principal's office at this time, the four deans were reporting the inspection situation to Dumbledore. When Flitwick reported to Dumbledore about Ravenclaw, all Ravenclaw students are in the dormitory and have not gone out. Is Richard there? Yes. Dumbledore nodded, then turned his head to look at the four deans, and continued after thinking for a while. You may not know that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened in the history of Hogwarts. Although the professors present didn't know the specific situation at that time, they had heard about it, except for Snape. Almost 50 years ago, when I was a professor at Transfiguration, the principal was Armando Dippet, and the secret room was opened that year, and a girl even died because of it. At this time, a student reported that Hagrid opened the secret room in order to prevent the school from closed and calm down. Dippet and the Ministry of Magic agreed that Hagrid was the murderer and fired him, although I never thought it was Hagrid. But the Chamber of Secrets has never been opened since then. Until now, the Chamber of Secrets has been open once. Hearing Dumbledore's words, several deans fell silent. Who was the whistleblower? Snape asked suddenly. Tom. It was Tom who reported it. Voldemort, Professor McGonagall exclaimed. What? That Tom is Voldemort. Snape, who obviously didn't know the truth, asked in surprise compared to the calmness of the others. Yes, Tom is the future Voldemort. 1. That must have been the secret room he opened. We have no evidence for these, and what we're talking about now is not what happened 50 years ago. But now, even if it was Voldemort who opened the secret room back then, it is not him now. Really, we are now discussing how to open the secret room. Under the premise of ensuring the safety of the little wizards, find out who opened the secret room. Did it also happen at night 50 years ago? Asked Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore nodded. These 2 times were also at night. Do attacks happen only at night? If it doesn't work, let's start a curfew. After 6 p.m., all the little wizards must return to the dormitory. The professors are divided into 2 groups. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are both upstairs. Upstairs is me, with Professor Flitwick, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff are downstairs, and Professor Snape is with Professor Sprout. If there is no suitable arrangement, let's do it. The toolman Dumbledore immediately echoed. In the early morning of the next day, the prefects of each college called up all the little wizards, and they came to the auditorium together. This situation is something they have never experienced before, so everyone is discussing it. It was very rare that Harry and Ronald didn't talk about it. At this time, all the professors came to the auditorium and sat on the professor's chair. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. Dear Wizards of Hogwarts, now I want to announce something. Starting today, Hogwarts will officially implement a curfew. After 6 o'clock every night, all young wizards must return to the dormitory. The dean of the school conducts night patrols. Filch and Professor Lockhart are in charge of patrolling the entire floor, and Hagrid is in charge of patrolling outside the castle. By the way, the evening astronomy class is temporarily suspended. Okay, that's all I said. You can start your breakfast. Seeing that Dumbledore finished speaking, the young wizards from all colleges started discussions. What's going on? Richard, do you know what happened? Miles asked Richard. I don't know either. Richard probably guessed that there should be another attack. He quickly looked towards Hermione and saw Hermione sitting there talking to Harry. Seeing that Hermione was fine, she felt relieved. At this moment, Richard suddenly thought that someone knocked on his door last night, and he replied subconsciously, but he couldn't remember what he said. Richard looked around and saw that there was an empty seat next to Penello, so he got up and walked over. Senior sister, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly announce the curfew? Did something happen? Yes. Penello looked up and whispered to Richard. Professor Flitwick came over last night and asked to check whether all the students were in the dormitory. After the inspection, the professor told us that a little wizard of Gryffindor was attacked, but his life was not in danger, but he was petrified. Sure enough, it started again, but check if the students are in the dormitory. By the way, sister, were you the one who knocked on the door of my dormitory yesterday? At this moment, Penello began to cover his mouth and laugh out, which made Richard confused what was going on. I knocked, and you answered me. Why can't I remember? What did I say? Penello cleared his throat and tried to speak in Richard's voice. Mom, stop knocking. I'm already up. I'm going out now. Hearing Penelo's imitation, Richard blushed instantly and quickly covered Penelo's mouth. At this time, all the wizards of Ravenclaw saw this scene and were very surprised. And Richard also realized that his behavior was inappropriate, so he let go of his hand quickly and then ran back to his seat. First, he looked towards Gryffindor with a guilty conscience and was relieved to find that Hermione was still talking to Harry and didn't notice. Then Richard looked at Penelo, who had just covered his mouth by himself, and found that Penelo was staring at him with a blushing face. At that time, Richard didn't know what he was thinking, and he really didn't know. He put the hand that just covered Penelo to his nose and sniffed it. At this moment, Penelo's face turned red instantly, and it felt like water would come out with a pinch, and then Penelo turned his head and did not continue to stare at Richard. Richard didn't know what kind of thoughts he had after finishing his breakfast, but he could only say that he felt pretty good. After breakfast, as soon as they left the auditorium, the three of Hermione came over and pulled Richard aside. Do you understand? No, what? Oh, are you talking about an attack? 450. That's right. This time, it was Lee Jordan from our college who was attacked last night. Then, Harry repeated to Richard all the events of last night. I don't know why when Richard heard the name Lee Jordan, Richard's first reaction was, who will explain Quidditch from now on? Did you hear clearly? Hermione saw that Richard seemed a little absent-minded, so she hurriedly asked, Listen clearly. It seems that the incident has escalated. That's right, it's still just a cat, and people are starting to get killed now, said Hermione, looking around to avoid being overheard by Filch. But do you know what the Chamber of Secrets is? Hermione continued. This time Richard didn't hide his secrets and said it directly. It is said that one of the founders of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin, secretly built a secret room in Hogwarts, and there's a monster raised by him in it. As long as his heir finds the secret room and opens the secret room, the monster will die, will come out, and complete the unfinished mission of Salazar Slytherin. What is his mission? Harry asked hastily. Purify the school and remove those who are not worthy of learning magic, by the way, like me and Hermione. What is that monster, do you know? I don't know about this. I haven't seen any relevant records in any book, but you can go to the library and look for it. I know this is a piece of Hogwarts history, right? Hermione said hastily. By the way, in fact, there should be a professor in the school who knows about these things. Ji Sua suddenly remembered a person. Who is it? Harry asked, all three in unison. Professor of History of Magic, Cuthbert Binns. Yes, he must know. Hearing the name, Hermione immediately reacted. Cuthbert Binns is the most experienced professor in the entire Hogwarts, and he is also responsible for the history of magic. I will definitely ask him in the next class. Just after several people finished talking, Richard noticed that Harry had a weird expression, as if he wanted to say something, but he was too embarrassed to say it. You guys go first. I have something to talk to Harry. Richard said to Hermione. Hermione also noticed Harry's abnormality, so she dragged Ronald, who still wanted to join in the fun, and left first. After seeing the two leave, Richard said to Harry, Harry, what's the matter with you? Do you have something to say? Harry knew that Richard saw the uneasiness in his heart. After thinking for a while, Harry decided to speak out. At present, Richard should be the best person to tell. Ronald has been living in the wizarding world, and Hermione is another girl. In comparison, only Richard is more similar to himself. But Richard, I don't know what to say. Just tell me how you feel in your heart now, and why you seem so entangled. I just thought what Snape said that day. Why was I there every time something happened? Why was it only me who could hear that voice? These are superficial phenomena. In fact, what you want to say most is whether the attack on Lee Jordan has anything to do with you. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. Indeed, that's what he wanted to say, but Harry really didn't know how to say it. Harry, ask yourself, did you do these things? Or do you know these things? Of course I didn't do it. I don't know. I just heard a strange sound and followed the sound to discover these things. Harry immediately replied excitedly. That's fine. Since it has nothing to do with you, why are you struggling? For example, you're like an earthquake monitor. Now you hear a strange sound, which means you know there's an earthquake. But you know there will be an earthquake. Can you stop it? Do people who were injured by the earthquake blame you? You are just a monitor, and you can only monitor in real time, not even in advance. After listening to Richard's words, Harry felt a lot more comfortable, and he told Richard that he was right. You see, Ronald certainly doesn't know about earthquake monitors. In fact, Richard didn't say something. If you don't want to do this, it's very simple. As soon as there is a sound, Harry will immediately notify Dumbledore or other professors, or just pretend that he can't hear you, right? But in fact, even if you're an earthquake detector, then you need to notify someone if you detect it. Harry now knows that every time there's a strange sound, there will be an attack. But if he doesn't tell the professor, what's the use of telling Ronald and Hermione? One rushed up and threw it. However, Richard also knows that personal heroism is admired both in the original world and in this world, especially in this deformed world of wizards. Personal strength has an unparalleled effect on the development of the world. So there is a savior this kind of person is born and is talked about by all wizards. Such a world, such a concept, will definitely produce Harry's situation. To be precise, this is also the inevitable result of Dumbledore's continuous cultivation of Harry. Therefore, Richard didn't need or want to interfere too much, as long as the person he valued was not in danger. But if you want to protect the people you value, you must be stronger. To be honest, the improvement of strength is a very addictive thing. But since the beginning of school, Richard has felt that his strength has not improved, which makes him very uncomfortable. The school curriculum does not have much direct effect on him, and it is all in some trivial places. Starting from the ground, every brick and tile is the foundation. These minor details are the foundation, but it is not as refreshing as the improvement of direct strength. Richard's strength includes two aspects. One is system skills, which depend on chance. Originally, Richard planned to secretly extract those magical animals raised by Hogwarts. But now there is a curfew, so we can only wait. Another aspect is the curse. Now we can try to break through the curse, such as black magic. Okay, Harry, don't think too much. Go to class first. Don't forget you have a Quidditch match on the weekend. Harry stopped emo immediately when he heard this, and just jumped up and down happily like a dog and left. Seeing this scene, Richard was a little dumbfounded. Could it be that his patient and meticulous teaching is not as effective as a Quidditch game? Forget it, I really don't understand the children's world. Richard walked in the footsteps of veteran cadres and came to his classroom. After class, Richard went directly to the office of his dean, Professor Flitwick. Professor, I'm going to the restricted area to find some books to read, and I need your signature. Okay, you wait a moment. I'll give it to you right away. After speaking, Professor Flitwick took a piece of parchment and signed it, and then handed it to Richard. Seeing that Flitwick didn't even ask for a word, the quarter is a bit thick. No, this is a banned book, don't you even ask? Seeing Richard still standing there, Professor Flitwick asked again. What's the matter? Is there anything else? It's okay, I'm leaving now. At this time, Professor Flitwick seemed to think of something, and suddenly stopped Richard. Sure enough, I still have to say something. After all, it is a banned book. Richard, Hogwarts is still in danger recently. Don't just run out casually. Since you want to find books to read in the restricted area, then find a few more and come to me after you run out. Hearing this, Richard had a question mark on his face. How worried he was at this moment. In order to make himself more stable, he even read banned books casually. After Richard came to the library, he went directly to the restricted area. Stop! That's not a place for a little wizard to go. Mrs. Pants came out of nowhere and directly stopped the Leaf family from going to the restricted area. Richard hastily handed over Professor Flitwick's signature. Mrs. Pants took the parchment, on which it was written that Richard should go to the restricted area to find the book and Professor Flitwick's signature. Is this true? There has never been such a lone slip. While muttering to herself, Mrs. Pants held up the borrowing slip and took a careful look at the light. It should be true. Seeing this scene, Richard wanted to complain a little bit. What age is this? And he is still a wizard. Go ahead, but keep this lone note. I will check with Professor Flitwick. By the way, you can only borrow one book at a time. Richard shrugged indifferently and walked directly over the rope into the restricted area. After arriving in the restricted area, Richard browsed carefully from the bookshelves. He couldn't make a clue from the title. Those peeling, faded gilt letters spelled out many incomprehensible words. Some books have no titles at all. Another book had a dark blot that looked like blood. Not sure if there's a virus, Richard can't help but think of various blood-borne diseases. At this time, Richard was suddenly attracted by a book, Toxic Magic. Just look at this first. Richard wanted to take out the book directly. All the books in the restricted area were locked by chains. Richard could only go back and find Ms. Pants and told her the book he wanted to borrow. Toxic Magic. It's crazy to let a little wizard choose a forbidden book at will and borrow this book. Although Ms. Pants didn't want to give the book to Richard very much, but according to the Hogwarts rules and regulations, as long as the professor's signature, she must lend the book to Richard. So although Ms. Pants was very reluctant, she finally took the Toxic Magic out of the restricted area and handed it to Richard, but out of duty as a librarian at Hogwarts. So Ms. Pants told Dumbledore that Richard had borrowed the most poisonous magic. After receiving the message from Ms. Pants, Dumbledore took out the memory of the magic book from the pensieve and carefully recalled the contents. At this time, Dumbledore suddenly discovered a special character, the despicable Hellbow. Hierbois is a dark wizard in ancient Greece. He was one of the earliest known dark wizards, and many of his studies still influence the dark arts today. He is believed to be the first wizard to breed the basilisk, Zhao Wang Zhao, and is famous for it. In addition, he invented many evil curses and became the first wizard to successfully create a soul. Horcruxes. Is this what Richard wants to tell himself? Voldemort's secret is the Horcrux? Dumbledore quickly found out about Horcruxes, which are objects that hold part of a person's soul. The process of making a Horcrux is that you split your soul apart and hide part of it in an object outside your body. In this way, even if your body is attacked or destroyed, you cannot die because there is still a part of your soul left unharmed in this world. Moreover, to successfully create a Horcrux, one must murder other people as a prerequisite, so that the soul can be split and put into a Horcrux. Thinking of this, Dumbledore also figured out. It turned out that Voldemort escaped death in this way, and he was able to avoid the rebound of the killing curse by relying on the Horcrux and survived. After everything became clear, Dumbledore instantly felt a lot more relaxed. After experiencing so many things at Hogwarts, he finally had a feeling of seeing the sun through the clouds and mist. How could Voldemort be truly eliminated? Thinking of this, Dumbledore randomly picked one from the pile of cockroaches on the table and threw it into his mouth. Not bad. It tasted like honey. At this time, Richard was in the dormitory, carefully browsing the borrowed book. He never thought that the act of borrowing books by himself would help Lao Ding so much. Time flies, and the weekend is coming soon. Originally, Richard didn't want to watch it, but Hermione strongly requested it, and this was basically the last game of this school year, so Richard also came to the Quidditch field. This match was between Gryffindor and Slytherin. In the original Quidditch match, except for the two schools that played, the other schools were basically only Quidditch teams or extreme fans. But in this competition, basically all the professors and students from Hogwarts came, mainly because everyone has been locked up for so long and finally ushered in a chance to vent. So even those Ravenclaw auditoriums are full. In addition to the school personnel, there were also quite a few people from outside the school, mainly the parents and family members of the Slytherin Quidditch players. Richard saw Lucius Malfoy as soon as he arrived at the stadium. It has to be said that even among the bunch of pure-blood nobles, Lucius can be said to be the brightest cub. Originally, Richard wanted to be on the side of his academy, but Hermione directly dragged him into the Gryffindor auditorium. I asked Cuthbert Binns in class last time. Before the game started, Hermione started to update Richard on the progress of the investigation. I hear it looks like you've also P************** D off Cuthbert Binns. No. Wasn't me. It was Parvati Patil. It was she who had to say that black magic was needed to open the chamber, and that made Cuthbert Binns angry. Hermione explained hastily. But Cuthbert Binns didn't say that you told us. I don't know if he didn't want to tell us. Whether he doesn't want to tell you or 500 doesn't know, the conclusion now is that you didn't get any useful information from her, and you still have to investigate the rest yourself. Richard concluded, "It's not you, it's us. Why don't you want to know the truth?" Hermione stared at Richard with wide eyes. "That's right, it's us, a slip of the tongue." Richard quickly changed his words. "By the way, we found that the spiders in Hogwarts are constantly running out." At this time, Ronald also interjected to tell his discovery in order to prove his usefulness. This is an interesting discovery. In fact, we can investigate the natural enemies of spiders. We must know that except for natural disasters, large-scale transfers of animals usually have powerful natural enemies. Hearing Richard's words, Hermione began to ponder, while Ronald was excited about the usefulness of his discovery. Spiders have many natural enemies, such as frogs, toads, birds, etc. These are not monsters. That's just spiders in the normal world, the wizarding world we're talking about now. Speaking of this, both Richard and Hermione looked at Ronald, and Ronald laughed endlessly after thinking about it at the beginning. "I knew this guy was unreliable. Forget it, I'll go to the library to look it up after the game. By the way, we suspect that Malfoy is the heir, or that he knows the inside story of the matter." Hermione continued, "You guys finally got your doubts right once. It's not easy. In order to find out, we plan to use people who have transformed into Slytherins to secretly sneak into their lounge and ask Malfoy." After speaking, Hermione looked at Richard expectantly, as if saying, "Come and ask me. Come and ask me how to change my voice." Pollution. Richard, the straight man of steel, ruined the atmosphere again. But he quickly noticed this problem and quickly made up for it. "This potion is not what you should know. And how did you get the formula?" "Professor Snape mentioned it in class once, and I remembered it. But the recipe required finding a copy of Strong Potion in the restricted section. So I told Professor Lockhart that because of his book, I needed to find some references in the restricted section, and he signed it for me." Having said that, Hermione showed a look of coming to praise me. Richard also turned the corner. "You're so smart, by the way. What about those raw materials? You probably don't have any. Do you want me to give you some?" "How did you have it?" Hermione asked in surprise. "A few weeks ago, I just made a picture of compound medicine." "No wonder Snape has ready-made ingredients." Hermione whispered. "What are you talking about, by the way? Do you want it? And do you want me to refine it for you? I'm very skilled." "No, we'll take care of it ourselves. And if you can make it, so can I." Somehow Hermione didn't want Richard to know that they had stolen the raw materials from Snape, and she wanted to prove that she and Richard were not different so many. At this time, the entire competition field erupted into violent cheers. The Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch players are on the scene. Mrs. Hooch also arrived with the Quidditch ball. She first came to the center of the field and directed the captains of both sides to shake hands as a gesture of goodwill. Flint and Wood flew out of their respective ranks, glaring at each other menacingly and clutching each other's hands unnecessarily. "Look how passionate they are," Richard said suddenly. Ronald looked confused, but Hermione actually understood and shot Lou directly. "Listen to my whistle," Mrs. Hooch said. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, louder cheers erupted from all directions. All the players flew to their positions according to their respective responsibilities and formations, while Harry and Malfoy flew to the highest place to ensure that they had a wide field of vision and could be the first to see the snitch. Mrs. Hooch directly opened the box at this moment, and the snitch flew away without a trace in an instant, while the other two bludgers flew towards the two teams, and the quaffle flew vertically to the two teams. Middle. The game started in an instant. But obviously Slytherin's broom played a huge role. The quaffle was controlled by the Slytherin players at the beginning, cack, and then quickly attacked towards Gryffindor's position. With quick batting passes, the Gryffindor players simply couldn't get close to the Slytherin players. Soon the quaffle was passed very close to the goal. Gryffindor's captain and goalkeeper, Wood, was staring intently at the quaffle. Suddenly, in his peripheral vision, a round object was rapidly impacting towards him. It was a bludger. In order to avoid being hit by the bludger, Wood had to distract himself and dodge. At this moment, the Slytherin player threw a throw, and the quaffle flew into Gryffindor's goal in an instant. Beep! Slytherin goal, 10 o'clock. Seeing that his goal was captured, Wood was very angry. The bludger came at a bad time. What about the batter? Wood looked around and found that Gryffindor's batsmen George and Fred were surrounding Harry at this time, hitting the ball nonstop. The seeker is indeed more important. It is normal for the hitter to ensure the safety of the seeker first. Come on, attack once according to our training. Wood called out to other players. This time, Gryffindor took the lead in attacking, but unfortunately, he was cut off by Slytherin's double teaming before passing a few times, and then he quickly counterattacked. The fly ball was intercepted. At this time, Harry was still avoiding the bludger's attack. A heavy black bludger flew at him suddenly, and he narrowly dodged it, feeling the ball brush his hair as it flew by. "That's awesome, Harry," George said. Bat in hand, he galloped past Harry, ready to hit the bludger on the Slytherins. Harry saw George hit the bludger hard towards Darien P****sy, but unexpectedly, the bludger changed direction midway and flew straight towards Harry again. Harry ducked down a dodge, and George slammed it hard at Malfoy again. However, like a boomerang, the bludger turned around again and went straight for Harry's head. Harry suddenly accelerated, whizzing towards the other end of the arena. He could hear the bludgers whizzing after him behind him. How is this going? Fred was waiting for the bludger at the other end. Harry ducked his head sharply, and Fred hit the bludger with all his strength, and the bludger was knocked aside. "That's it," Fred exclaimed happily. But he was wrong. The bludger seemed to be magnetically attracted around Harry, and flew after him again. Harry had no choice but to speed up and escape desperately. Is Harry playing super dodgeball? Why does that ball keep following Harry? Richard asked curiously. To be honest, he didn't know anything about Quidditch, but what he saw now felt a little abnormal. No, very wrong. There's something wrong with that bludger. Ronald saw at a glance that the bludger that kept attacking Harry was too weird. It began to rain slowly in the sky, and it was getting heavier and heavier. At this moment, Mrs. Hooch's whistle blew, and Baiji paused for a moment. "Isn't it raining?" Richard first cast a waterproofing spell on the heads of him, Hermione, and Ronald. After the rain came over them, it automatically split to the two sides, which also caused the three of them to be surrounded by a vacuum zone, is formed. No, it was Gryffindor who called timeout. Ronald poked the upper aperture curiously, and then returned to Richard's question. "This is really convenient. By the way," he said with emotion. Sitting in his seat, Richard could only see the Slytherin players pointing and pointing at the Gryffindor players, and occasionally laughing. And there seemed to be some dispute on Gryffindor's side. George was talking to it loudly, but the distance was too far and the sound of the electric was too loud to be heard clearly. Not long after, Mrs. Hooch blew the whistle, and the players on both sides began to fly upward again. At this moment, Harry kicked his feet and flew into the sky. He heard a whizzing sound behind his head and knew that the bludger was chasing him again. Harry rose higher and higher, turning corners, spinning, turning sharply down, circling up, and turning eastward and westward, taking a zigzag route. Richard, who had been staring at Harry, felt motion sickness. Is this how things are played? Wouldn't it be a waste of money sooner or later? Fortunately, he has no feeling for Quidditch. Hogwarts, Quidditch venue, heavy rain. The two sides of the game are Gryffindor and Slytherin, and the score is now 60-0. "Ballet practice, Potter," Malfoy yelled, as Harry had to dodge the bludgers and had to spin stupidly through the air, and Richard would have agreed with Malfoy's words if he could have heard them. Harry sped away, the bludger in hot pursuit, only a few feet away from him. He was staring back at Malfoy hatefully, and that's when he saw the snitch hovering just inches above Malfoy's left ear, and Malfoy was too busy laughing at Harry to see it. For that unbearable moment, Harry hung in midair, not daring to accelerate towards Malfoy for fear that he might look up and see the snitch. Beep! He paused a little too long. The bludger finally hit him, hitting his elbow so hard that Harry felt his arm snap. A searing pain made him feel a little dizzy, and he slid sideways on a rain-soaked broom. The knee of one leg was still hooked to the broom, and his right hand was dangling unconsciously beside his body. It must have hurt a lot. Ronald and Hermione became nervous after seeing this scene. And Gryffindor's cheering sound has also weakened a lot at this moment. The score was already quite disparate. Now, their ace player seeker, Harry, seems to have broken his arm again. Most people have no hope for this game. Even students from Hufflepuff had already started to leave. It was raining so much that they wanted to see Gryffindor beat Slytherin. Now it seemed that Gryffindor had basically no hope, so what were they doing here in the rain? At this moment, Harry in the air also moved. Enduring the severe pain in his heart, he rushed towards the shiny face below who was sneering. Malfoy thought Harry was about to bump into him and quickly moved away from him. "What's wrong with you, Scarhead?" Malfoy said angrily. At that moment, Harry's uninjured hand let go of the broom and reached out to grab hard. He felt his fingers take hold of the cold snitch, but with only his legs now holding the broom, he was plummeting straight to the ground. Try not to faint. When he heard the crowd below, there was an exclamation in the middle. And now Mrs. Hooch hastily blew the final whistle. The two teams who were still in the air turned their attention to Mrs. Hooch when they heard the whistle. Mrs. Hooch quickly came to Harry's side, held him in her arms, and took the snitch out of Harry's hand. Harry Potter caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins. At this time, the audience burst into cheers once. The sound was so loud that even Richard, who was pulled by Hermione and Ronald, had tinnitus. When the three of Richard ran to Harry's side, the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team all came to Harry's side. At this time, Harry was also inspired by the team's winning spirit. When everyone was concerned about Harry, a funny voice suddenly sounded. "Give it up. Let it go. Let me take a look. I have treated this injury many times. Let me treat Harry." Hearing Lockhart's voice, Harry's face instantly turned pale, and when he was about to struggle to say something, he was suppressed by a pair of ruthless hands. It was Professor Snape who wandered over without knowing when. "I think I should go to the hospital," Harry said to Snape desperately. "Since Professor Harold has experience, let him try it." Snape ignored Harry's resistance and handed him over to Professor Harold directly. "Stand back," Lockhart said, rolling up the sleeves of his emerald green suit. Don't," Harry said weakly, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But Professor Lockhart has raised his butcher's knife, no, his wand high. After a moment, he aimed his wand at Harry's arm. Forearm recovery. Is this a magic spell? Richard wondered why he had never heard of it. But Lockhart's wand actually reacted, and a blue light flew to Harry's arm in an instant. At this moment, a strange, very uncomfortable feeling went from Harry's shoulder to the tip of his finger like lightning. It was as if his arm was being sucked out. He didn't dare to look at what was going on, closed his eyes, turned his face to the side, and a tear slipped down from the corner of his eye lonely. Then Harry heard the gasps of the people around him, and Colin Creevey was busy taking pictures like crazy. He knew it was over. He was completely over. But Harry actually felt that his arm didn't hurt anymore. To be precise, he couldn't feel his arm at all. "Ah," said Lohar, yes, it happens sometimes. But the point is, you don't hurt anymore." As he spoke, Lockhart tried to bend Harry's arm. But in the end, Harry's arm seemed to have no bones, and it was bent 180 degrees in an instant, with the back of his hand tightly attached to his arm. Well, you see, obviously not a single bone can be broken. Indeed, how can the bones be broken without bones? Richard answered directly. Lockhart didn't dare to say anything when he saw Richard, but he still spoke in a voice that only he and Harry could hear. "You see how flexible it is. It may be more useful if you exercise." Hagrid couldn't stand it anymore. He carried Harry on his shoulders and walked to the school infirmary. And Richard and the Gryffindor Quidditch players quickly followed. "You should come straight to me," Madame Pomfrey said angrily. Then he took up the poor, lifeless thing which, only half an hour ago, had been a free arm. "I could have put bones together in a second, but let them grow back." "You will too, won't you?" Harry asked urgently. "Of course I would, but it's going to hurt. And you're going to have to spend the night from here now," Madame Pomfrey said sternly, throwing Harry a set of pajamas. On the hospital bed, not far from Harry, Malfoy was also lying on it, screaming nonstop. "Okay, Mr. Malfoy, you are not injured at all. If there is nothing else, you can go quickly." Madame Pomfrey seemed to have heard enough of Malfoy's wailing, and said directly, "And you?" She turned and said to the people who brought Harry here, "You can also go out first. This place needs to be quiet now." Seeing Madame Pomfrey becoming more irritable, Richard and the Wizards of Gryffindor hurriedly left the infirmary. "What do you want now?" Hermione asked Richard. "Zero seeking flowers." "Now, there should be nothing wrong." "What's wrong?" "Would you like to go with me to see the compound potion we made?" Although Hermione was confident that the potion she made would be fine, the raw materials were difficult after all, and Richard had made it before, so let him have a look to avoid what is the problem. And Richard also knew Hermione's purpose, so he agreed. Then Hermione and Ronald took Richard to a girl's bathroom with a malfunction sign on the door. After Richard went inside, he saw a row of peeling stone pools under a large stained and cracked mirror. The floor was wet, and a few candle stubs were burning low on the brackets, emitting a dim light, which made the floor dark and eerie. The wooden doors of individual rooms were peeling and scratched. One door was hanging precariously from its hinges. "You guys make potions here?" Richard exclaimed. If Snape saw him, he would definitely praise you. "Stop talking nonsense there. Come and see our potions," Hermione urged, ignoring Richard's teasing. Zero. Seeing that his bad joke didn't work at all, Richard didn't say any more and walked to the cauldron where Hermione made potions and looked inside. When Richard was seriously looking at the liquid in the cauldron, a female ghost with straight and long hair and thick glasses floated out at some point. "Hi, hello, what are you doing? Do you want to come to my private room and have a chat?" the ghost suddenly said to Richard. "Huh?" Richard was taken aback by the sudden invitation. "Okay, Myrtle, we still have something to do. You go back first." Hermione rejected Myrtle's invitation very protectively for Richard. "Sure enough, you all hate me and despise me. Even if I let you use my bathroom, you still do." Myrtle became emotional when she said that. "I have no joy in my life here, only sorrow, and now that I am dead, people will not let me go. Even Peeves tortured me. With a sob of grief, Myrtle rose into the air, turned around, and fell headfirst into the toilet, splashing water everywhere, and then it's gone. But from the sound of her muffled sobbing, she was hiding somewhere in the toilet seat. Richard was stunned when he saw this scene. It turned out that it could still be like this. If it wasn't for the big splash, could he give a high score? Would you like to talk to Myrtle and let her improve? Maybe I can participate in a diving competition, what? "Okay, leave her alone. You can continue with the potions," Hermione said. "Yeah, leave me alone. I'm just a damn ghost. I deserve to live in the toilet." Myrtle's voice came from the toilet. Richard ignored it and continued to look at Hermione's potion. I have to say that Hermione's talent is really good. In this kind of place, relying on cheated, forbidden books and stolen ingredients, the compound potion has been completed very well. There's nothing wrong with it. We just need to find some portable things that we want to transform into and put them in. Hearing Richard's words, Hermione also breathed a sigh of relief. After spending so much experience and time, it was finally not wasted. After finishing the potion, the three of them left the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the infirmary at Hogwarts, Harry reveled in his Quidditch victory. Accompanied by Harry's smirk and painful groans from time to time, there was a weird atmosphere in the whole ward. If someone came here suddenly, he would be scared to death. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Harry Potter went back to school. Sure enough, something happened, and he's become a fool now. The mysterious voice whispered. Dobby reminded Harry Potter several times. Why didn't you heed Dobby's warning? Harry Potter missed the train. Why didn't he go home? Dobby? Why are you here? And I'm not stupid. Harry propped himself up from the pillow, trying to find that nasty little figure in the dark. It didn't take long for Harry to spot Dobby, the house elf staring at Harry from the darkness with its large tennis ball eyes. A single tear rolled down his long, pointed nose. Dobby muttered under his breath, "Great that Harry Potter wasn't stupid." Harry continued, "What are you doing here? How do you know I missed a train?" Seeing Dobby's trembling lips, Harry suddenly became suspicious. "Could it be you who did it? You sealed the partition wall and didn't let us pass." 010. "That's right, sir," Dobby said, nodding desperately, flapping his big ears. Dobby hid nearby, waited for Harry Potter, and then sealed off the passage, after which Dobby had to burn his hands with an iron. He showed Harry his 10 long, bandaged fingers. But Dobby doesn't care, sir. Dobby thought Harry Potter was safe now, and Dobby never dreamed that Harry Potter flew to Hogwarts by car. He swayed back and forth, his big, ugly head twitching. Harry slumped back onto the pillow. It turned out that Dobby did all of this, that he was responsible for Ronald, and Mr. Weasley, who was so nice, was suspended because of him. You almost got Ronald and I fired. And Mr. Weasley, Harry said grumpily, you'd better get out of here before my bones grow, Dobby, or I'll strangle you. Dobby was not frightened and smiled lightly, with a rather bearish feeling about life and death. Dobby is used to death threats. Dobby hears them at least 5 times a day in the master's house. As he spoke, he blew his nose with a corner of the dirty pillowcase he was wearing, looking pitiful. The inexperienced little Harry immediately forgot the anger just now and asked Dobby full of sympathy, "Why are you wearing that, Dobby?" "This, sir," said Dobby, tugging at the pillowcase. "It's a symbol of house elf slavery. Dobby can only be set free when his master gives him clothes to wear. But the master's family are careful not to give Dobby even a pair of socks, sir, because then Dobby would be free and could leave their house forever." Dobby wiped his big, bulging eyes and said suddenly, "Harry Potter must go home." Dobby thought his bludger would definitely. "Your bludger?" Hearing this, Harry's anger flared up again. "What do you mean, your bludger? You're controlling the bludger. Are you trying to kill me?" "Not to kill you, sir. Definitely not to kill you," Dobby said in horror. "Dobby wants to save Harry Potter's life. As long as Harry Potter is seriously injured and sent home, he doesn't have to stay here. In contrast, Dobby only wants Harry Potter to be slightly injured and sent home. Then I can tell you now, no matter what happens, I will stay at Hogwarts. Even death cannot stop me," Harry said firmly. Dobby was stunned at this moment. He didn't expect Harry Potter to be so determined to stay at Hogwarts. Harry Potter doesn't know what he means to our house elves. Dobby must protect Harry Potter. Then he grabbed Harry's picture from the bedside table, smashed it on his own head, and shook disappeared. A second later, he slowly climbed onto the bed again. His eyes were facing each other, and he muttered in a low voice, "By the way, Hogwarts and Richard, that little wizard who is afraid of even his master. If we can find that little wizard, could keep Harry Potter safe." Hearing Richard's name from Dobby's mouth suddenly, Harry hurriedly asked, "How do you know about Richard? What are you going to do to him?" Dobby stared at Harry with wide eyes. "Harry Potter knew Richard? Of course, he is my good friend. During the summer vacation, I went to his house twice," Harry said proudly. It's no wonder that Dobby went to find Harry Potter a few times, but couldn't find it. It turned out that he went to Richard's house. "You haven't said how you know Richard. I warn you, you're not allowed to provoke Richard. He is very powerful. If you provoke Richard, he will definitely beat you to death. It cannot be said that the master is afraid of Richard. This is the master's secret." "Master? Your master also knows about Richard? Still afraid of him? Bad Dobby, even told the master's secret." 11. With that said, Dobby's hand reached towards the jug again, and Harry grabbed his skinny wrist. "By the way, do you know about the Chamber of Secrets?" Even Harry shook his head after speaking. How could a house elf know about the Chamber of Secrets? The Chamber of Secrets? Yes, history is about to repeat itself, and the Chamber of Secrets has been opened again. Harry was also shocked when he heard Dobby's words. So he really knew, and the Chamber of Secrets had been opened before? And what else? Harry asked hastily, simultaneously putting the pitcher away. Seeing that the jug was taken away, Dobby went straight to the wall and kept hitting his head against the wall. Harry was about to go down to stop him when he heard a series of footsteps outside. Dobby froze suddenly, his 2 bat-shaped ears trembling. "Dobby must go," gasped the elf, terrified. There was only a loud pop, and Dobby disappeared. Harry quickly lay down on the bed, covered himself with the quilt, and then quietly opened a slit, looking at the dark door of the ward, the sound of footsteps getting closer. Immediately afterwards, Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall came into the ward, and they were carrying a statue-like thing. "Go get Madame Pomfrey," Dumbledore whispered. Professor McGonagall hurried past Harry's bedside and walked out. After a while, Madame Pomfrey came to the ward. "Another attack?" Madame Pomfrey asked Dumbledore in a low voice, leaning over the statue. "Yes, Zero," said Dumbledore. McGonagall just happened to find him on the stairs, with a few bunches of grapes beside him. It seemed that he wanted to visit Harry, but unfortunately he was attacked. Hearing his own name, Harry carefully raised his body a few inches so that he could see the statue on the bed. A ray of moonlight shining on that stunned face turned out to be Colin. "Will he take a picture of the attacker?" Professor McGonagall asked eagerly, looking at the camera in Colin's hand. Dumbledore, pride, opened the back cover of the camera without answering, and a gust of hot air hissed out of the camera. Even Harry, who was separated by 3 beds, could smell a pungent smell of burning plastic. "No, it's completely melted," Dumbledore said. "It seems that the school is no longer safe, and now it seems that the attacker is inside Hogwarts, not outside." Both Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey gasped at Dumbledore's words. How was it possible? What about the school's barrier? How could this kind of monster come into the school? Professor McGonagall whispered to Dumbledore. "It's also impossible. The monster has always been in the castle, and it has never been there." "What about the last attack?" McGonagall asked, puzzled. "Last time, that student should have meant the reflection of the window, not the outside of the window." Dumbledore analyzed. Then the 3 of Dumbledore walked out of the ward, talking less and less until Harry could hear nothing. Looking at Colin not far away, Harry shed tears silently. He knew that the attack this time was all because of him, and if it wasn't for Colin who wanted to visit him, he wouldn't have been attacked. After an unknown amount of time, Harry fell asleep with tears in his eyes. At this time, the principal's office, the deans of the 4 colleges, and some professors gathered here. This time, I want to tell you that another attack happened. A young wizard of Gryffindor was attacked and turned into petrification. Now he has been sent to the infirmary. Several professors were very surprised at 5.0 when they heard the news, especially Professor Lockhart. He came here to gain his qualifications so that he could write a book by himself, who knew that Hogwarts is so dangerous now. "But wouldn't it be too much a loss if I quit now? I still need to engage in a wave of activities to earn a wave of popularity." Lockhart turned his eyes and thought of a way. "Professor Dumbledore, anyway, the little wizards are fine at night. They are in the restless period of youth. It is easy to avoid the professor's secret night tour. Otherwise, we will start a dueling club. On the one hand, they will consume their energy, and on the other hand, they will also strengthen them. The ability to respond to danger, of course, as the professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Let me host it." Hearing Lockhart's suggestion, Dumbledore nodded insignificantly. Although this Lockhart has no strength at all, he has a good brain. This idea is indeed feasible, and it happens to be able to train Harry. With Dumbledore's approval, Lockhart's idea was approved, and it was confirmed that Lockhart would host it, with Snape assisting. Although Snape was not very happy to be Lockhart's assistant, becoming a professor of defense against the dark arts had always been his wish, but Dumbledore had always disagreed, and now this club allowed him to get his wish to a certain extent. Early the next morning, news of another attack and the suspension of the Quidditch match came out together. In fact, ordinary little wizards don't have much fear of being attacked. From their point of view, being attacked is petrification. Anyway, it can be lifted soon after the mandrake matures, and being petrified can save you from going to class and doing homework instructions. Maybe in the end, even the exam will not be needed. So many young wizards, especially those in Gryffindor who don't want to study, even look forward to being petrified, so everyone is already immune to attacks, and even some young wizards use this to open it. Joke. However, the suspension of the Quidditch game made many young wizards unable to accept the news. They protested in the auditorium one after another. The Quidditch players of several colleges, especially Gryffindor and Slytherin, one of them had just defeated the strong the enemy, who has updated his equipment, believe that his team will definitely win the final victory this year, so they're the most noisy. Only Draco Malfoy behaved a little weirdly. Draco himself, was the Slytherin Quidditch Seeker, and his father Lucius Malfoy provided the academy team with the best broom so far. He should be the one who couldn't accept the news the most. According to Malfoy's habits, it's time to clamor for his father now. But his reaction was a bit strange, although he was also complaining, but he just followed other people's yelling, and even yelled without a second. He lowered his head as if he dared not meet people, until Dumbledore knocked 20 on the wine glass. Otherwise today's breakfast might not be eaten. Okay, be quiet. The unanimous request of all the professors to stop the Quidditch competition is mainly to ensure your safety. This cannot be changed, so there's no need to discuss it. This school year's Quidditch competition will not be held again, and everyone can look forward to the next school year's competition. By the way, the Quidditch teams of various colleges will not practice. At this time, the auditorium was filled with a huge noise. Be quiet, and let me talk about something that you'll be interested in. Professor Lockhart of our Defense Against the Dark Arts class specially applied for the Duel Club every Tuesday and Thursday night in the school auditorium. Interested little wizards, anyone can participate, no grade limit. The news of launching a Duel Club has just been announced. No little wizard can refuse this. After all, after participating in the Quidditch competition, most people can only watch the Quidditch teams of various colleges, and the Duel Club is different. You can participate in it yourself. Therefore, the complaints of several college Quidditch players were suppressed by the cheers of many young wizards. Seeing the performance of the students, Dumbledore also breathed a sigh of relief. Lockhart is still a bit useful sometimes. Just when everyone was eating and discussing enthusiastically at the Slytherin table, Malfoy absent-mindedly picked the food in front of him and sneaked back to the dormitory without eating anything. After returning to the dormitory, Malfoy took out the diary and wrote in it. "What did you do? Did you do so many people being petrified? My friend, what are you talking about? I'm just a diary, and I can't do anything." Then why during this period of time, I often feel in a trance, often as if I've lost my memory, and every time this happens to me, someone will be attacked and petrified. I don't know about that. It's still the same sentence. I'm just a diary with memories. I can only answer some of your questions. I don't know what you do. And those who were attacked were not all mudbloods. These people were attacked as soon as they were attacked, and there is nothing to be sad about. It's not that I'm wrong. It's that these people were attacked, and now Hogwarts has stopped the Quidditch game. You know, my dad specially replaced the new broom for Slytherin. This year, I became the Slytherin Seeker. In the first year, if we can win the final victory, my dad will definitely reward me well. Moreover, I must defeat Harry Potter. Now, because of a series of attacks, everything is ruined. At this time, new words reappeared in the diary, and the previous topic was not continued. By the way, you don't want to learn magic spells. I have a powerful magic spell that I can give you. Immediately, a black magic appeared in the diary. The gut-extracting curse. As the name suggests, this magic is to pull out human intestines from the body. The inventor was Urquhart Lahallo in the 16th century. He himself was a doctor. The structure is particularly clear, so this spell was invented. Looking at the spell in the diary, Malfoy hurriedly wrote it down, and then tried to do it a few times, feeling that the effect is not bad. So he's going to use this spell to make a big difference in the duel competition. Although the notebook taught Malfoy the spell, and what it said seemed to make sense, Malfoy still felt a little wary of the diary. By the way, how did it know that the people being attacked were all mudbloods? Malfoy suddenly discovered a loophole in the diary. If it really only had memories, then I never told the diary that the one being attacked was a mudblood. Thinking of this, Malfoy couldn't sit still. Could it really interfere with the outside world? Could it be that these attacks were actually? Malfoy didn't dare to think about the next thing. If it was really what he thought, even the school director's father might not be able to protect him. Malfoy barely restrained his imagination, first locked the diary in his suitcase, and then waited for Goyle and Brack to come back. He had some questions to ask them. Just when Malfoy was restless, Second General finally returned to the dormitory after eating. "How can you eat so much? Are you all pigs?" Malfoy scolded the two followers impatiently. No, Malfoy, didn't you eat much? We ate your portion for you two." Hearing this answer, Malfoy felt an urge to kill. Okay, let me ask you guys, were we together when Filch's cat was attacked the first time? Yes, we are together. Gore replied immediately. Hearing Goyle's answer, Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was not what he thought. Then what are we doing? Do you remember? Malfoy asked casually. What? Let's think about it. Why can't I remember? What about you, Crabbe? Goyle's answer made Malfoy's heart hang again. I don't remember either, but I remember we were together, yes. Now Malfoy was completely panicked. These two guys don't even remember what they were doing together. How could they be so sure that they were with him at the time? There was something wrong. There must be something wrong. Malfoy used the family's glory to remind himself to be calm while thinking. Then what did you do last night? Malfoy continued. Last night? We were together last night. Goyle and Crabbe said together. Have we been together all this time? Malfoy asked unwillingly. Yes, since you came out of the infirmary, we have been together and have not been separated. It's over, it's dead now. Malfoy couldn't help feeling sad. He vaguely remembered that he must have gone out last night. And now he clearly remembered that when he woke up last night, he went to the lounge door, they walked back. And when they came back, neither Gore nor Crabbe slept, and they were still grabbing food. And last night was when the little mud blood of Gryffindor was attacked. What is certain now is that he, Goyle, and Crabbe have memory problems. As for the attack in the middle, Malfoy doesn't plan to ask, and it's useless to ask. He doesn't remember. Goyle and Crabbe must have remember yourself with them. There's a problem with that diary, a big problem. But what to do? Malfoy dare not tell his father. Lucius has warned him countless times. Must be careful of those things with self-awareness. And 573 should tell him as soon as you encounter them. If it isn't Hogwarts, he must tell his godfather Snape immediately, never to communicate with these things. Now he is not only communicating, but it is very likely that he is controlled by that thing. No wonder he has been focusing on pictures recently. Malfoy remembered Lucius' warning to him last time. If something went wrong at Hogwarts, he would have to reconsider the successor of the Malfoy family. Are you going to give birth to a younger brother for yourself? Thinking of this, Malfoy's sadness has flowed upstream. No, absolutely not let others know. Malfoy swore silently. Thinking of this, Malfoy sent Goyle and Lackabout first, then put on his dragon leather gloves, first took out the protective necklace that his mother Narcissa secretly gave him, and then took out the diary after getting out. He fastened the diary with the protective necklace as fast as he could, and finally put it back in the suitcase, and cast a door-locking spell on the suitcase with his half-baked spell. After doing this, Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to tell anyone, not even Goyle and Crabbe, and he didn't even say not to touch his suitcase, because he was afraid that if he said now, those two pigs will think that they have hidden something delicious in the suitcase, and then secretly find time to dig it out. Now, they just need to wait for a while to pass and throw away the diary secretly. When the time comes, even if someone finds the diary, as long as he kills him and refuses to admit it, everything will be fine. Not knowing if it was a psychological effect, Malfoy suddenly felt that his spirit seemed to be better. It has to be said that Malfoy is worthy of being the one who has been entangled with Harry all his life. He was protected by the light of the Savior. Under his random manipulation, he actually trapped the diary for a period of time, but it is hard to say how long it can be trapped. But what we can know is that it is absolutely impossible for a simple protective necklace to trap a Horcrux that has absorbed a lot of Malfoy's magic power and spiritual power for too long. The young wizards of Hogwarts are all very interested in the upcoming dueling club. Especially the host is Lockhart, a top star in the wizarding world. Therefore, basically most of the little wizards, especially the little witches, participated in this duel club. With everyone's anticipation, the time finally came to Wednesday, which is the first time for the duel club to start. Richard had just finished his dinner and was still walking outside to digest his food when Hermione dragged him back to the auditorium. At this time, the auditorium has been redecorated, the long tables of the 4 colleges have been put away, and a stage-like thing has been specially placed in the middle, so that all participants can watch clearly lit by hundreds of candles fluttering over the middle professor's presentation stage. The ceiling was once again as black as velvet. When Richard came to the auditorium, there were already many little witches waiting here. Well, if I hadn't dragged you over earlier, you would have to go to the back of the queue. Hermione said to Richard proudly. Actually, as long as you stay with Harry, even if you are at the back, you will be pulled to the front. Richard's teasing was directly ignored by Hermione. In this world, although Hermione is not as obsessed with Harold as in the original book, as a student, she admires her teacher, and as a little witch who just entered the wizarding world, she worships successful wizards. I still have a good impression of Lockhart. No special meaning, just think it is good. But as each class goes on and off, Hermione's affection for this peacock man is gradually declining. But now I still hold there is such a sliver of hope that this professor has real talents and practical learning. By the way, why haven't you seen Harry much lately? Richard asked curiously to Hermione. Ever since Harry Potter was discharged from the school hospital, Richard didn't seem to have seen Harry very much, and even Ronald hadn't. After a few times, Richard couldn't help but wonder if there was some kind of flamboyant operation for the mindless and unhappy couple. Harry blamed himself very much for Colin's attack last time, so now he is pulling Ronald to search for Hogwarts in the hope that he can find the Chamber of Secrets. Then Hermione whispered again. Harry also wanted to look for that voice that only he could hear. Originally, Ronald wanted to invite you to join him, but Harry refused. He said that Colin was attacked because of him, and the possibility of you being attacked, it is also relatively big, and said that Ronald will not be attacked because he is from a pure blood family. Alas, as expected, friends are just friends. Only lovers can share weal and woe. At critical moments, you can only be good friends. At this moment, Harry and Ronald rushed over. Harry, you've come here, what have you gained? Hermione asked Harry. Harry, Ronald, and Richard replied after greeting each other. No, this time we have basically gone all over from the first floor to the fourth floor, but found nothing. We will go to the floors above the fourth floor tomorrow. At this time, Ronald has put on a mask of pain. Richard, do you know anyone from the Master of the Net's family? Harry suddenly said to Lee, Wizard family? I only know the Foley family. The Foley family? Is this a pure-blood noble? Do they have house elves? How do they treat you? Harry continued. Although Richard was curious what Harry was asking, he told him anyway. The Foley family is indeed one of the 28 pure-blooded nobles. As for the house elves, I don't know very well, but there must be some families like this. As for the attitude towards me, it should be better. What's the matter, Harry? After listening to Richard's words, Harry already had a judgment in his mind and was just about to say something when a voice came from the stage. Come around. Everyone, your Lockhart is here. While covering his head and looking at Lockhart in pain, Harry said to several people, Let's talk about it later. Lockhart has been asking Harry to help him reply to his fans, so that every time Harry sees him, he feels like he has received a 10,000-point crit. At this time, Lockhart has stepped onto the stage, wearing a fuchsia robe, radiant. Lockhart waved everyone to silence, then shouted, Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? After being echoed by the students in the audience, Lockhart showed his trademark smile. Great, that's right, Professor Dumbledore allowed me to start this little dueling club and train everyone well. In case you need to defend yourself one day, protect yourself in a way that I have used countless times. If you want to know more about it, please see my published works. After finishing speaking, Lockhart flung the robe he was wearing to the audience in annoyance, which made the little witches nearby scream and rush to grab it. Lockhart watched this scene with satisfaction. Now, let me introduce my assistant, Lockhart said, grinning widely. Professor Snape. At this time, Snape, dressed in black, walked over from the other side of the stage with a windy walk. He told me that he knew a thing or two about duels himself, and he graciously agreed to help me with a little demonstration before class. I said, I don't want to worry you little fellows, etc. I'm done demonstrating with him, and I'll return your potion's teacher to you intact. Don't be afraid. Wouldn't it be great if they fought to lose both? Ronald whispered in Harry's ear. Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other, bowing. At least Lockhart bowed, flipping his hands a lot, and Snape just shook his head impatiently. Then they held their respective wands like arrows to their chests. As you can see, we hold wands in a normal dueling position, Lockhart said to the silent crowd. Then the two turned around, and each took 5 steps forward. On the count of 3, we cast the first spell. Of course, neither of us will take the other's life. I have a feeling he's going to have some bad luck. Harry murmured, watching Snape's teeth bared. 1, 2, 3. The two simultaneously raised their wands sharply over their shoulders. The moment Lockhart opened his mouth, Snape's curse had already come to Lockhart. Disarm you. A blinding red light hit Lockhart in an instant, knocking him off his feet and flying backwards off the stage, hitting the wall before sliding down and curling up on the floor. At this moment, the young wizards in the audience were in an uproar, while the Slytherin students cheered loudly. Lockhart staggered to his feet, his hat off, his wavy hair standing on end. Okay, everyone saw it. He staggered back onto the stage and said, "It's the disarming charm, the most commonly used charm under normal circumstances, which removes your weapon. And as you can see, I lost my wand." "Oh, thank you, Miss Brown." "Yes, Professor Snape, it's a good idea to show them this trick, but don't mind me saying this, your intentions for doing this just now are very obvious. If I want to stop you, it will be easy. I think, for the sake of to increase their knowledge, let them see it." Snape looked at Lockhart with a murderous look on his face, and was about to say something. Lockhart presumably noticed that too, and immediately continued. "This is the end of the demonstration. Now, I will come among you, and you will form your own groups, and Professor Snape and I will give you proper instruction. Professor Snape, if you will help me." Hearing Lockhart's words, as a qualified professor, Snape could only stop wanting to continue dueling with Lockhart. Afterwards, everyone found their own opponents. Harry and Ronald were in a group. Hermione originally wanted to be with Richard, but thinking of Richard's performance on the Quidditch pitch, Hermione gave up and found Pava in the same dormitory. Tippeteer. In this way, Richard was a little embarrassed, and almost no students around him were willing to practice duel with Richard. There was no other way. Richard could only go back to the area of Ravenclaw to see if any senior students he knew were willing to play with him. After all, he couldn't seem too special. Finally, after seeing Richard's embarrassment, Penelo took the initiative to find Richard. "If you have no opponent, then let me try, but you can't go too far." Seeing that the senior sister took the initiative, she quickly said that she would be lighter. The two, who were already, imitated what the professor showed just now, saluted and bowed, turned around and retreated, and then raised their wands to confront each other. "Disarm you." Penelo cast the spell directly. Richard didn't cast a spell, and he felt that it was very possible that Penelope could not catch his own spell, and it was really not too much for someone to take the initiative to help you. Watching the red light come to him, Richard waved his wand casually and scattered Penelo's spell. "Senior sister, when you cast a spell, you weren't firm enough, and your movements were too wide, so it's easy to be guarded by others." Hearing Richard's words, Penelo adjusted, and then continued to use the disarming spell on Richard. Under Richard's teaching over and over again, Penelo's disarming spell has increased significantly, but it is still impossible to disarm Richard's wand. "Okay, I'm the one who cast the spell. You have a try," Penelo said to Richard. "Disarm you." Hearing Penelo's words, Richard's disarming spell was activated instantly, and a red light immediately hit the back of Penelo's wand. Penelo's wand also flew into Richard's hand. Beautiful spell. Lockhart happened to walk nearby, saw this scene, and couldn't help but praise it. "But there is still a little flaw. Of course, it's just compared to my spell. Then why don't you show it on stage?" Snape also came to Richard's side at some point. "Professor Lockhart, I remember that you were a graduate of Ravenclaw. How about letting you, a senior, teach your juniors?" Hearing Snape's words, the surrounding young wizards booed. When Lockhart saw that it was Richard who cast the spell, he was going to say a few words and leave quickly, but he was blocked by Professor Snape with words, and coupled with the booing of the little wizard around him, he couldn't refuse. At the same time, Lockhart had a fluke mentality how powerful a little wizard can be. Although it looked scary on the Quidditch pitch last time, both sides in the fight were young wizards, and he was an adult wizard anyway. Even if it is not as good as this Richard, it should be about the same, and he cast so many spells just now, the magic power must have been consumed a lot, This time the advantage lies with me. Thinking of this, Lockhart felt relieved a lot and said directly to the little wizard around him, "Okay, then let me teach him." With that said, Lockhart walked towards the stage. Richard was also speechless when he saw Lockhart's performance. He didn't want to have too much interaction with this peacock, but he didn't expect that this thing would be so ungrateful and teach himself. Richard decided that since Lockhart was going to teach him the spell, then in return, he had to teach Lockhart how to be a qualified B***************. When Richard walked onto the stage, Snape, who took the initiative to act as the referee, gave Richard a look. Richard nodded in understanding immediately. After seeing both sides standing on stage, Snape came to the center of the stage. Both salute. Both Richard and Harold raised their wands to their chests, then quickly withdrew them, bowing slightly. Then they turned around and walked back to their respective positions. "Get ready, 3, 2, 1, go." Lockhart hastily called out to Richard, "Disarm you." At this time, a red light was generated from the tip of Lockhart's wand, flying towards G. And what about Richard? He didn't even cast any spells, just stood there with a wand in his hand and played a wand flower boringly. Seeing that Richard didn't move, Snape frowned slightly, but then relaxed it, showing an expectant expression, while Hermione and the others in the audience tightly clenched their fists worriedly. Lockhart thought that Richard was very nervous on stage and forgot how to cast a spell. At this moment, he had already started to think about what to say to the audience. Of course, he had to comfort the little wizard who was defeated by him, so that he could appear himself measurement and upbringing. Seeing that the red disarming spell light had come to Richard, Richard waved his wand calmly, and immediately a blue light curtain appeared in front of Richard, instantly blocking Lockhart's disarming spell. At this time, the audience suddenly became quiet, and then there was an uproar. At this time, the iron armor curse is still cast silently. Hermione preached loudly in the audience, her little face flushed with excitement, and Harry and Ronald clapped frantically beside her. Seeing Richard's performance, Lockhart went mad. The nasty little wizard could pretend better than himself, and immediately waved the calf wand to cast a series of spells. All petrified, drowsed, all immobilized, unarmed, all forgotten. Lockhart was so angry that he used his own special oblivion charm. At the beginning, Richard still used the iron armor spell to block and bounced it away with his wand. But when he heard the last spell, Richard also became serious. This forgetting spell is Harold's specialty, and he studied it carefully. It is extremely deep and cannot be underestimated. When a magic light of the forgetting curse finally shot out from Lockhart's wand, Richard first used a spell to stop, but he didn't expect it to be blocked, and then Richard simply cast a Silent God's front and shadowless curse, and instantly it scattered the light of Lockhart's oblivion curse, and fortunately Richard controlled the output of magic power. Otherwise Lockhart would have been miserable. Richard first glanced at Snape, only to see that Snape nodded insignificantly, then shook his head again. Snape wanted to end the game by himself, but he couldn't hurt Lockhart. Richard actually understood such a complicated meaning, just 2 moves. Could it be himself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Richard shook his head and then decided to get it over with. Disarm you. As in the beginning, Lockhart was hit again by the red light, and then flew backwards off the stage, hitting the wall before sliding back down, curled up on the floor. Seeing this familiar scene, all the little wizards were dumbfounded whether they supported Lockhart or were indifferent to him. Only Snape was very satisfied. Not bad. And Snape also recognized Richard's casting of the Shadowless Curse, which actually gave him a sense of participation. Richard bowed to Snape, and after getting the nod, he walked off the stage and came to Hermione's side. "Well done. I dare say no little wizard can do this." Harry and Ronald were very excited. At this moment, Lockhart also slowed down, hurriedly got up, endured the pain, patted the dirt on his body, and continued. "Very good magic, if it wasn't for the fact that I had a little bit of an internal injury while killing vampires in Romania, and just relapsed. Plus this time it was mainly for Richard to cast the spell, so I let him. If it was a real wizard duel, then I can only say sorry here." Hearing this, A large part of the young wizards showed disapproval. You must know that last semester, they had a professor of defense against the dark arts who exorcised zombies in Africa, who was also eliminated by Richard. But many little witches in the first grade showed a look of approval. When Lockhart saw that Richard's body moved slightly, he was afraid that this little wizard who didn't know the importance would come to the stage again. Lockhart hurriedly continued. It might not be very clear what was shown just now, so we're picking 2 little wizards to come up and demonstrate. How about Professor Snape? Seeing that Snape nodded in agreement, Lockhart hurriedly started looking. Just the 2 of you, Harry and the redhead, come on, you guys come up on stage and give a demonstration. Just when Harry and Ronald were about to go on stage, Snape suddenly spoke. The dream team should be broken up. I think Mr. Weasley doesn't need to come up. After all, his wand will have problems casting the simplest wand. Let them duel. Maybe we have to put Mr. Potter in a box and send him to the hospital. Mr. Potter come up first. Hearing Snape's words, Ronald stood obediently and did not move, while Harry bit the bullet and walked to the stage. Snape said, after looking around for a week, "Well, choose one of my houses, Malfoy." At this time, Malfoy had come out of the panic of the diary and had returned to his domineering nature. Hearing his professor calling his name, Malfoy greeted the little wizards around him and came to the stage at a pace of 250,000 to 80,000. "Come on, Malfoy, come here. You have to be careful. This is the famous savior. Be careful not to make him cry." Knowing that the professor didn't like Harry, Malfoy, and the Slytherin wizards in the audience rushed to laugh. Gryffindor, on the other hand, cheered Harry loudly. "Face your partners." Lockhart re-entered the center of the stage and said to the 2 little nets, "Bow first." Harry and Malfoy ignored Lockhart completely. They only had eyes for each other. "Wands up, ready," Lockhart exclaimed. "When I count to 3, I will cast the spell." I want to explain first that the disarming spell is the only way to use the disarming spell. We don't want any accidents. Harry jerked his wand over his shoulder, ready to strike at 3. But it never occurred to him that Malfoy, the dog, would do it just after counting to 2. Phantom attack. In an instant, Malfoy's curse hit Harry hard, and Homley felt as if he had been hit by a saucepan, and then his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Harry immediately shook his head. Fortunately, everything seemed to be working, so Harry seized the opportunity, pointed his wand at Malfoy, and yelled, "Grinholala!" A flash of silver light hit Malfoy in the stomach, and he bent over, gasping for breath, and laughing so hard that he couldn't move. Seeing this scene, Harry and the audience couldn't help laughing, but they didn't notice that Malfoy had slowly recovered. Then directly cast the gut E*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e curse on Harry. In an instant, Harry felt his intestines rumbling nonstop in his stomach, and then even ran towards the trachea. Immediately, Harry's trachea was blocked by his intestines, and his exhalation was also suffocated. Seeing the situation from below, Richard secretly used the magic stop on Harry silently and wandless. Fortunately, Malfoy's magic power is not strong, and he is not very proficient in this magic, and soon Harry returned to normal. As I said, you can only use the disarming charm. Lockhart yelled loudly from behind. Snape seemed to see Richard's casting a spell, and gave Richard a look, but said nothing. At this moment, Malfoy saw that his spell didn't seem to be working, so he hurriedly cast another spell. Oolong out of the hole. A long black snake suddenly jumped out of Malfoy's wand, landed heavily on the floor between them, and then raised its head, ready to attack. "Stand still, Potter," Snape said lazily. Obviously, he felt good seeing Harry standing still with his wand put away, staring at the angry snake. "I'll take him away." "Let me do it, Professor Snape," Lockhart called. Wings Ascension. Lockhart raised his wand and cast a spell directly at the snake. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and instead of disappearing, the snake jumped up more than a foot high and fell back to the floor heavily. This enraged the viper, and it swam straight towards Justin Fletcher, hissing and spitting out a message. Then, it raised its head, bared its fangs, and assumed an attacking posture. Then everyone in the auditorium saw an incredible scene. The savior Harry Potter actually went directly to the poisonous snake and then hissed at the snake. A miracle happened. It was unthinkable, and the snake collapsed on the floor, limp as a pile of thick, black watering hoses, eyes fixed on Harry. Harry felt his fear disappear little by little. He knew that snakes wouldn't attack anyone again, but how he knew that he couldn't say. He looked up at Justin, grinning. He expected to see a look of relief or confusion or gratitude on Justin's face rather than anger and horror. "What do you think you're up to?" he yelled, and before Harry could speak, Justin turned and stormed out of the auditorium. Snake without a trace. Snape stepped forward, waved his wand, and the snake disappeared in a plume of black smoke. Then Harry found that Snape was also looking at him in a way that surprised him, and when Harry turned his head, he found that even Lockhart was looking at him in a strange way, which made Harry feel particularly uncomfortable. At the same time, Harry heard the students whispering to him in the audience. Even Gryffindor students stopped cheering him. "Let's go. Let's go quickly," Ronald whispered to Harry from the audience. Then Ronald led Harry out of the auditorium, and Hermione followed along with Richard. "No, what does this have to do with me?" Richard was quite helpless. Watching Harry and Ronald clear the way ahead, Richard was quite satisfied. After all, when the two people in front went out, people retreated to both sides one after another. If they went out by themselves, it would definitely be very crowded. Richard just followed the three of them and kept walking. He came directly to the empty Gryffindor common room, and Richard was dumbfounded. "It wasn't me, but Ravenclaw. Why did he come here?" "Forget it. Let's visit it." Ignoring Richard, Ronald pushed Harry into an armchair and said, "You're a Parseltongue. Why didn't you tell us?" "What Parseltongue? What are you talking about?" Harry has been in a state of confusion from just now until now. What exactly happened? "Parseltongue means you can talk to snakes," Hermione explained from the side. "Is that weird?" Harry asked, puzzled. "This is the world of wizards. There should be many people who can talk to snakes. Why don't you ask Richard? Maybe he can too." Before Richard could speak, Ronald continued. "Oh, Richard can't do it," Ronald said. "It's not an ordinary skill. Harry, it's a terrible thing to be able to talk to snakes, especially at this time." "How could it be so bad?" Harry asked. "Because being able to talk to snakes is a famous ability of Salazar Slytherin. Therefore, the symbol of the Slytherin school is a snake," Hermione explained to Harry. Only then did Harry realize the seriousness of the problem. And now they're saying that only the heirs of Salazar Slytherin can open the Chamber of Secrets. Since you're Parseltongue, the whole school will think you're his great-great-great-grandson or something after today. "But I'm not," Harry said aggrievedly, and at the same time he felt a panic that he couldn't explain. You will find it difficult to prove this point. He lived about 1,000 years ago, and you should also know about the wizarding world. The Potter family is also a pure-blood family. Based on everything we know, you're probably his successor. Seeing that the three of them were all frowning, Richard smiled wickedly, intending to give them some brainstorming. Then Richard quietly raised his hand. "What's the matter, Richard? Is there anything you can do?" Harry asked hastily. "Didn't you just ask me if I can communicate with snakes?" Then Richard said something that shocked them all in full view. I understand what Harry said just now. Harry let the snake leave the little wizard. After finishing speaking, Richard quietly looked at the three people who were completely stupefied. "Richard, are you sure you were your parents' child?" Ronald said suddenly. "Are you and Harry still related?" Hearing this, Harry showed expectant eyes. What a perfect thing it would be to have an older brother or younger brother like Richard. "It's impossible, I'm 100% sure. And our Harris family has no wizard relatives. We have a family tree to check. As for my mother, it's impossible. Their family is from the beautiful country, and there are no wizard's relative." Hearing Richard's words, Harry showed a disappointed expression, and then his eyes lit up. "That said, I'm not necessarily blood related to that Salazar Slytherin." Hermione and Ronald didn't know what to say when they heard Harry's words. It was Hermione who finally reacted. "But now the question is not whether we believe it, but whether other people in the school believe it or not." At Hermione's words, Harry put his pain mask back on. And even if we tell people that Richard is also a parcel tongue, they will only think that we're deliberately turning their eyes around, and they will not believe us even more. Just as Richard was about to say something, Hermione gave him a glare and told him to shut up. In desperation, Richard could only stare outside. At this time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that snowflakes were fluttering in the sky outside. "Forget it, it's snowing," Richard said to the trio, who were frowning. "It's useless to think so much, as long as you find the person who actually opened the secret room. Wouldn't it be good?" Harry and Ronald agreed with Richard's words, then ran to the window and started looking. "Can you tell us if we can have a snowball fight tomorrow?" Harry asked. "It should be okay. Remember last semester? When George and Fred were having a snowball fight, they threw snowballs at the back of Coral's head. You know where it is." Although Ronald didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. Looking at the three heartless boys, Hermione was also very helpless. Zero seeking flowers. "By the way, Hermione, how's your potion?" Richard asked suddenly. "Should be within the Christmas break." "Then have you selected the people who will be transformed? You must know that many people go back for Christmas. Don't you go back for Hermione?" "Yes, I wrote a letter 2 days ago to tell my parents that I won't go back for Christmas. As for the candidates for the transformation, I have also adjusted them. That is, Goyle, Brack, and Millicent. They and Malfoy will not go back for Christmas. I saw the Christmas Day list from Professor McGonagall, and it gave us the right timing." "Yes, Richard. By the time we come back for Christmas, we will have figured out who opened the Chamber of Secrets," Harry said excitedly. "Oh yes, then I wish you all the best," Richard responded noncommittally. At this moment, the door of Gryffindor's lounge suddenly opened, and a series of young wizards walked in from outside. The people who were still chatting and laughing immediately shut their mouths when they saw Harry. Only the twin brothers ran over happily after seeing Richard. "Hey, Richard, are you here to meet the great Slytherin heir?" Hearing what the twins said, Harry immediately became a little embarrassed, but he also knew that George and Fred wanted to use this method to clear up everyone's misunderstanding about themselves. Sure enough, after hearing what the two of them said, the atmosphere became a lot more normal, and everyone else continued to do what they should do, but they still avoided Harry subconsciously. Only Neville. He didn't know what to say. After saying hello to Richard, he ran directly to Harry's side, expressing his support for him with actions. "Hi, Richard is your Ravenclaw's prefect, Eric. Let me tell you, he's waiting for you outside. I think you should go back." Suddenly Percy Weasley came in from the outside, saw Richard, and said to Richard directly. After thanking Percy first, Richard said goodbye to Hermione and the others and left the Gryffindor common room. After coming out of the lounge, Richard found that Eric was already waiting outside. "I'm really sorry, Senior Arik, but I can just go back by myself." "It's okay, Richard. After all, Hogwarts is not very safe now. Of course your strength must be stronger than mine, so I'm just keeping you company. Look, this man is so good at talking." And after a few words, Richard's favor for him soars. After all, everyone carries the sedan chair. At the same time, our classmate Malfoy also returned to his dormitory, sent Goyle and Brack out, and then carefully took out the diary. As soon as he took it out, Malfoy knew that his decision was very correct, only to see that the gemstone of the amulet necklace he tied on the diary was already dim, and there were still some small cracks. Malfoy avoided others and sneaked to the place he had surveyed a long time ago. It was a girl's bathroom. There was a fault sign hanging outside all the year round, and it was said that there was a ghost inside, so there would be no girls. Coming here to use the toilet is even less likely for boys, so it's a perfect place to ditch that journal. After crossing the sign, Malfoy didn't dare to go inside. He just threw the diary into the compartment and ran away quickly. While running, Malfoy even heard a female ghost from the bathroom, crying. It was really scary on. When Richard woke up the next morning, he found that the sky outside was still dark. He went to the window and looked out. The light snow that started to fall last night has not stopped until now, and has turned into a violent snowstorm. Looking at the weather outside, Richard went back without any hesitation, feeling that any hesitation would be disrespectful to the blizzard. At this moment, there was a bang, bang, bang knock on the door. After thinking for a while, Richard immediately covered his head under the quilt, pretending not to hear. Fortunately, the knocking on the door stopped soon, and the people outside seemed to give up trying to wake Richard up. However, Richard, lying on the bed, had no sleepiness at all, and the reason why he didn't want to get up was only because the bed was warmer. After posting in a daze for a while, Richard couldn't lie down anymore, so he got dressed and got up. There was supposed to be a flying lesson in the morning, but in this kind of weather, it is definitely not possible to take it, and even Richard often does not go to the flying lesson, and after misses. Hooch notified Professor Flitwick several times. He gave up. Not all little wizards have to go to bed, and some even become unconscious as long as their feet are off the ground for a few minutes. So Richard was free and went out dawdly to the auditorium 683. After breakfast, Richard returned to the dormitory, took out the toxic magic, and began a browse. Originally, he had already read almost the entirety of this book, and now he just took it out to read the last bit of content. But it was basically the same as what Guan Guan told him. There was nothing special about black magic, and the main thing was emotion-driven magic spells. Just when Richard was still considering whether to start learning from Guan Guan or looking for a few books to read. On Gryffindor's side, because of the blizzard, herbal medicine classes were also suspended. Hermione and Ronald were playing magic chess in the common room, while Harry was fidgeting. If you really care about this matter so much, you can go to Justin and make it clear. Hermione was a little annoyed by Harry's uneasiness and said directly to him, "Then where can I find him?" Harry asked. "They should not be in class like us. They're either in the lounge or in the library at this time, but I don't suggest you go to their lounge to find him, so you go to the library directly. If there's no one in the library, you can come back." When Ronald played magic chess, it was like a different person. Harry glanced at Ronald in surprise when he heard Ronald's analysis, and then walked out of the Gryffindor common room. When he came to the library, he actually saw Hufflepuff's little wizard in the second grade there. When Harry came to them, he heard them still talking about him. "So, anyway," said a tall boy, "I told Justin to hide in our dormitory. I mean, if Potter is going to kill him, he'd better going undercover for now." Of course, Justin has been expecting this to happen ever since he accidentally let Potter know he's a natural muggle. Justin actually told Potter that he had gone to Eton. That's not something you can say about the descendants of the Slytherins, is it? "So, Ernie, are you sure it's Potter?" a girl with a blonde ponytail asked eagerly. "Hannah," said the big boy seriously, "he's a Parseltongue. Everyone knows that's the mark of a dark wizard. Have you ever heard of a decent wizard who could talk to snakes? They call Slytherins themselves. Snake language is clear." Harry couldn't take it anymore. He cleared his throat and stepped out from behind the bookshelf. If he didn't feel so angry, he would find the scene in front of him very funny. At the sight of him, every Hufflepuff was frozen with horror, and Ernie's face suddenly turned pale. But Harry didn't intend to say anything to them. He knew that no matter how he explained, they would not believe it, just like what Richard said. Only by arresting the person who opened the secret room can these matters be completely resolved. Harry left the library with his head down. He didn't want to be seen anymore, so he didn't pay attention to where he was going. As a result, he bumped his head against something big and strong, which pushed him backwards and fell to the ground. "Oh, hello, Hagrid," Harry said, looking up to see the huge creature in front of him. "Hello, Harry. Why aren't you in class?" Hagrid was holding a dead chicken in his hand. "It's snowing too much, so we're canceling classes. What are you?" "You said this." Hagrid lifted the dead chicken in his handle. "This is the last chicken. I don't know if it was killed by a fox or some other animal. I'm about to ask Headmaster Dumbledore to put a banishing spell around the chicken coop or something." Saying that, Hagrid patted Harry and walked straight forward. Harry doesn't know where he should go or what he should do now. He feels that no matter where he is, someone will talk about him behind his back. Before he knew it, Harry was in Myrtle's bathroom again. "Forget it. It's all here. Let's see how the potion in the crucible is doing. It's better to be quick so that all problems can be solved." Thinking of this, Harry climbed over the rope and walked in. Halfway there, Harry found a diary on the ground. Could it be that someone has been here? Harry was startled and hurried to the room where the potion was refined. Seeing that the crucible was still intact and the potion hadn't changed, he felt relieved. "Myrtle, Myrtle, are you there?" Harry whispered to Myrtle. "Who are you?" said Myrtle in a miserable, gurgling voice. Throwing something at me again? Harry walked to her private room and said, "Why did I hit you with something?" "Don't ask me," cried Myrtle, bursting out and splashing a still larger jet of water on the already soaked floor. "I'm here to stay and think about my own problems. Somebody thought it was funny to throw a book at me. Even if someone throws something at you, it won't hurt you," Harry said rationally. "I mean, that thing can go straight through you, can't it?" Myrtle puffed up at Harry's words and screamed. "Let's all hit Myrtle with books, because she won't feel it. If you hit her in the stomach with books, it's going to be a big deal. 50 points if you hit her head." "Very good, ha 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 ha. What cute game, I can't see it." "So who hit you with the book?" Harry asked. "I don't know, I just got out of the toilet when the book went through my head." "Then has anyone come in?" Harry asked hastily. "Zero. Of course there is." Harry's heart was in his throat. "Who is it? Do you know him? Aren't they the two people who came here with you? But they also brought a very beautiful little wizard." Myrtle twitched when she said this. "Can you get him to do it again? I can share a toilet with him." Harry, who has always been depressed, felt like laughing for the first time today. "I'll ask him." After saying that, Harry took the diary and left the bathroom. Harry hurried back to the Gryffindor lounge and told Hermione and Ronald about the bathroom. The two were also terrified when they heard it, but Ronald was even more terrified when he heard that Harry had brought the diary back. "How dare you bring it back?" Seeing Harry and Hermione's indifference, Ronald said hastily, "My dad told me that there are some books confiscated by the Ministry of Magic, and one of them will burn your eyes out. Anyone who has read the book The Wizard's Sonnet can only use the doggerel for the rest of his life." "Talk." "An old wizard in Bath had a book that you could never put down. You buried your face in it everywhere you went and had to learn to do everything with one hand." And before Ronald could finish speaking, Harry interrupted him directly. "Okay, I got it. But I brought this back, and it's not just a diary." As he said that, Harry directly opened the diary, and there was a name on the title page, Tom Riddle. "I know the name. Riddell received an award for exceptional service to the school 50 years ago." Seeing that Ronald took Hermione's job by virtue of his strength, both Harry and Hermione looked at Ronald with strange eyes. "Because Filch punished me for labor detention and asked me to wipe his medals. I wiped his medals about 50 times. Whoever wipes it so many times will remember it." Hearing this, Harry and Hermione remembered Ronald's tragic experience. The hard work of cleaning the trophy every day until late at night still seems to be effective. Harry tore 4.8 sheets of wet paper. Each page was completely blank, without any trace of writing. "He didn't write a single word," Harry said disappointedly. "I don't understand why anyone would throw it away," Ronald said curiously. Harry turned to the back cover and saw the name of a newsagent in Vauxhall Road, London, printed on it. "Riddle must be a muggle," said Harry thoughtfully. "That's why he bought the diary on Vauxhall Road." Then Hermione suddenly became interested. "Oh, there might be a spell hidden in it." After speaking, Hermione took the diary from Harry and began to observe carefully. "After observing for a while, I found nothing. It looked like an old diary." At this moment, Neville's voice suddenly appeared in the lounge. "Isn't there a transfiguration class today? Could it be that I misremembered?" At this time, the three of them suddenly remembered that there was a transfiguration class taught by their headmaster in the morning. They quickly put down their diaries, found out the textbooks, and ran towards the classroom in a hurry. But before leaving, Harry still worriedly put the diary in his school bag. "Hurry up, Harry. If we're late this time, Professor McGonagall will definitely turn the two of us into pocket watches." Time soon came to the Christmas holiday, because Hermione and others had to do things in school, so only Richard reboarded the Hogwarts Express back to London. After bidding farewell to the three of Hermione who saw them off, Richard went directly to the train. The train at this time is much empty compared to the previous few times when Richard did it. It seems that there are not many students going home. Richard also couldn't understand this. First of all, isn't Christmas the biggest holiday in the West? Secondly, now that Hogwarts is so dangerous, why don't many people go home when these two add up? Pony probably stayed at school to cause trouble. Richard still doesn't know that Malfoy has thrown away the diary. Hermione and others stayed at school to cause trouble for Malfoy. What about the others? This is probably the reason why there are few people in the West that like to die. Passing by boxes one by one, there are basically only 1 to 2 people inside, and the dispersion of personnel has led to the fact that although there are not many people getting on the bus, there are relatively few empty boxes. At this time, Richard saw a girl with light blonde hair in a box, holding a magazine-like book in her hand. "Can I come in?" Richard walked over decisively. The girl turned her eyes away from the book. "Of course, Lou." Hearing Luna's consent, Richard walked in, put the salute on the luggage rack, and sat opposite Luna. "What are you looking at?" Richard asked Luna. "The Quibbler. Have you read it?" Luna turned the magazine upside down so that Richard could see it clearly. "No, basically I haven't read any wizarding magazines." Richard said, "Then this is for you. My father is the editor-in-chief of this magazine." Speaking of which, Luna 20-handed over the magazine in her hand. While casually flipping through the magazine in his hand, Richard asked Luna, "Has your father gone to find the Snork?" Luna took out another copy of The Quibbler from her bag and replied while reading it, "No, it takes a lot of money to go to Switzerland to find the horned snorkel, but we don't have any money now, so Dad didn't go looking for it." At this time, Richard also felt the unusualness of this girl. She is not at all embarrassed about the fact that her family has no money. You must know that even the twin brothers who have always been out of tune are somewhat embarrassed when they mention their family's plight. But Luna didn't. She didn't have any emotional fluctuations when she said it, just like saying a truth is like 1 + 1 = 2. "By the way, how are you doing at Hogwarts?" Richard suddenly remembered that in the original book, Luna seemed to be teased by girls in the same dormitory all the time and would hide her things. "What about it?" Luna raised her head and asked suspiciously. "It's just how you get along with your classmates." "It's okay. Ginny Weasley has been playing with me." Seeing that Luna didn't mention the students from the same college, but mentioned Ginny, the Little Witch of Gryffindor, Richard knew that she must be getting along with the same dormitory. In this way, the two chatted casually. Although Richard mainly asked questions and Luna answered them, the atmosphere seemed exceptionally harmonious, and Richard also felt very relaxed when getting along with Luna. Soon the Hogwarts Express slowly came to a stop. It's the stop so soon. Richard, who was still full of thoughts, looked out of the car. It was just past noon at this time, and the light emitted by the sun shining on the snow made the outside look extraordinarily bright. "Okay, get out of the car." Richard first took off his own salute, and then helped Luna take it off. "If you have anything to do at Hogwarts, you can come to me. I'll go first." Although Richard knew that Luna couldn't find him for anything, he still couldn't help saying, "Shang-Chi." Luna didn't reply, just nodded lightly. Seeing Richard walking out of the car, Luna looked at Richard's back, stayed silently for a while, and then got out of the car. Maybe she didn't even pay attention to it, and she didn't know when a faint smile appeared on her face. Richard pulled the suitcase, walked out of the station, and saw Wilson supporting Olivia, whose belly was already swollen, standing there waiting for him. Richard, who hurried over, was grabbed by Olivia. Seeing Olivia and his son, who seemed to want to cry, they quickly comforted them. Because Hermione didn't come back, the Grangers didn't come either, so the family of 3.5 returned to the car, talking and laughing along the way back to Harris Farm. After returning home, Richard found that his father had specially hired 2 servants. To be precise, one was a chef who specialized in cooking, and the other was a servant who took care of Olivia. This one was hired by Wilson from the maternity and children's hospital with a high salary. After all, Olivia is pregnant now, and of course Wilson won't let her continue cooking. Now it was still some time before dinner, so Richard went upstairs to put the salute away, then washed a bath and went downstairs to chat with Olivia. "Mom, when will you give birth?" Richard put his ear on Olivia's belly and asked while listening. "It's only 5 months now. It should be 5 more months. When you come back next time, you'll be able to see your sister," Olivia said softly while stroking her son's hair. "Is it my sister? Are you sure? Is it really my sister?" Richard was very excited when he heard that he was about to have a sister, and he jumped up from Olivia's side. "It's confirmed. It has been checked. The S*X of the fetus can be tested abroad." Olivia stretched out her hand and pulled her son back. After Richard sat down, He continued to put his ear on Olivia's stomach. Why does a mom have a voice? Silly boy, the fetus is still relatively small now, and you can only hear it when it moves, not all the time. The mother and son were sitting warmly on the sofa while watching TV and chatting. The main thing is to talk about Richard at Hogwarts. Of course, Richard will not tell Olivia about the recent attack on the school. Just talk about some interesting things, but this is really not much. At the beginning, Olivia only asked about Richard, but later she gradually shifted her focus to Hermione and told him that she and Hermione are not in the same academy, and they don't have much time to spend together. Lee Chan needs to visit Hermione more often. Then Olivia began to complain about Wilson, saying that he is not allowed to do anything now, and he should have cooked for his son, but this right was also deprived. Listening to Olivia's words, Richard couldn't help wondering, are you complaining? No matter how you sound, you are showing affection and spreading dog food to me. Soon it was time for dinner. Richard wanted to help Olivia go to the restaurant, but Olivia refused. She rubbed Richard's hair fiercely and then told him that she's still not to that extent. Sitting at the dining table, Richard was eating a dinner made by a professional chef. Well, it was just like that, but it was definitely better than Olivia's. But Olivia is Richard's mother. There is no way for a teacher to compare with the taste of a mother. In terms of professionalism, Richard thinks that the house elves at Hogwarts seem to do better. Seeing that the chef had left, Nan asked his parents, "You say, what if we had a house elf in the house?" "House elf? What's that?" Wilson asked curiously. It was only then that Richard realized that his parents were ordinary people, and they didn't know the species of house elves at all. House elves are a race in the wizarding world. They serve wizards for generations, undertake all the housework, and are bound by wizards. They cannot disobey their master's orders casually. If they disobey, they must punish themselves. And they have magic, but casting spells requires the master's permission. The condition for freedom is that the master hands them a piece of clothing, but traditional house elves think that is being expelled from the house by the master, which is a shame. After listening to Richard's explanation, Wilson was still interested, mainly because he heard that house elves possessed magic. But Olivia is not very interested, and even a little disgusted. She's not like Hermione, who dislikes the existence of house elves as slaves. If you come, you will be unable to do anything with yourself. Richard saw Olivia's concerns and quickly persuaded her. "Mom, in fact, if we have house elves in our family, we will trouble you." "Why?" Olivia asked quickly when she heard that she was going to trouble herself. "You see, house elves are all from the wizarding family. They certainly don't understand the lives of ordinary people. It's not for you to teach them what to do and what not to do. And if there are house elves, it's like pruning the lawn, planting flowers and plants, etc. Don't need Bob, the worker of Harris Farm, to do it, but the house elf should do it. Wouldn't that bother you to tell her how to cut it and what kind of flowers to plant?" Hearing Richard's words, Olivia also figured out, yes, after all, she must be careful now that she's a pregnant woman, since she can't do it, but she can direct it. "Forget it, if you want one. You can keep it, I have no objection," Olivia said, pretending to back down. "Actually, even if we want house elves, it's not that simple. House elves are all owned. They are all descendants of wizard families from generation to generation, and no one sells them in the market. So I plan to ask and see if you can get the best. Don't blame me if you can't." After dinner, Wilson called Richard to the study and handed over the half-year shopping report to Richard. "Show me these. Why don't you just see them yourself, Dad?" Lee Sua asked curiously. "Of course not. You have to know that I only hold the shares in the shopping mall on behalf of you. After you turn 18, they will be automatically transferred to your name, so you have to check and sign the financial statements every year," Wilson told Richard explained. In fact, Richard must have believed in his father, but the contract he signed with the welfare family at that time was stipulated in this way, and no one could do anything about it. In fact, today Richard proposed raising a house elf is not a whim, but a long-term consideration, especially now that Olivia is pregnant and will soon give birth to a baby girl. The safety issue cannot be underestimated. The house elves not only know how to do housework, but also their strength is obvious to all. I didn't see Dobby easily knocking Lucius Malfoy several meters away in the original book. Therefore, it is still possible to use the strength of house elves to protect their own family members. As for where to get house elves, it is more troublesome. In the original book, there are only two free house elves. One is Dobby after the 2nd grade, and the other is Winky after the 4th grade. Compared to these two house elves, what Richard wanted more was Winky. In Richard's opinion, Dobby's temper was not very much. At least it still belonged to the Malfoy family, but he had been betraying the Malfoy family, so Lissois was even more concerned. I like Sparkle, but it was too late for Winky to be free. At this moment, Richard suddenly remembered the question Harry asked himself. Was there any house elf in the Foley family? After hesitating for a while, Richard decided to ask the Welfare family. Although the Wool can't catch one, Richard really has no channels now, and the safety of his parents and unborn younger sister really needs to be taken seriously. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. He originally planned not to contact the protagonist group, but why did he get involved so deeply? Whose problem is it? Forget it. Richard took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter directly to the owner of the Welfare family. He was asking the house elf that the Welfare family did not have. Why young house elves are needed? On the one hand, it is a matter of loyalty, and on the other hand, it is a problem of ideology. You must know that house elves have always been slaves of wizards, and many older house elves will also have certain problems. The phenomenon of discrimination against ordinary people, and the Harris family currently has only one wizard, and that is Richard, and Richard will soon go back to Hogwarts to go to school. So there will be no wizards in the family, so it is still necessary to find a young house elf that can be trained to obey their parents' orders. After writing the letter, Richard asked Barnaby to deliver the letter, and then Richard went to bed. The next morning, Richard had just finished breakfast. The person who came to Richard's house last time came, but this time he didn't come alone and brought a house elf. Mr. Harris. Richard and Wilson looked over at the same time. Just call me Richard. I'm not Mr. Harris yet. Richard knew he was calling himself and said hastily, Okay, Richard, the owner asked me to send you this house elf and a letter. The middle-aged man handed Richard a letter. What's its name? Richard asked as he opened the envelope. It doesn't have a name right now. We have to wait for you to give it a name. As long as it has a name, it will be loyal to you. The middle-aged man pushed the house elf to his side as he spoke. At this time, the house elf was wearing a brand-new pillowcase and a pair of socks on his feet, looking at G. Luo with trepidation. Are you a boy or a girl? Richard asked the house elf. I'm a girl. The elf stammered and answered Richard's question. Well, then your name will be Phoebe from now on. How do you like it? Phoebe likes this name very much. Thank you, master. Phoebe replied timidly. You wait here now. I have something to tell you after I read the letter. Then Richard ignored Phoebe, took out the letter, and read it carefully. Rhodes' reply was not long, but concise. The main content is that this house elf was born in their family not long ago, and the training on housework has been perfected, and adhering to the tradition of the Welfare family, their house elves did not discriminate against muggles, but the house elf only allegiance to the wizard is only engraved in their bones. At the same time, Rhodes told Richard that the sock on it was given by him, and he did not give it a name because it was too small, so this house elf only needs Richard to give a name. We'll be loyal to Richard. Richard took out a pen and paper, wrote a letter of thanks to Chief Rhodes, handed it to the middle-aged man, and asked him to hand it to Rhodes. Then Richard took Phoebe out of the house and into the garden. Phoebe, first tell me what you think of ordinary people. Richard felt that this was important. Ordinary people? Phoebe doesn't understand the meaning of the master. What is an ordinary person? As a young house elf, Phoebe has been staying in the Welfare village since she was born, and she doesn't know the concept of muggles at all. Richard also understood, pointed to his parents, and asked Phoebe, Then do you see the difference between those two and me? Phoebe looked at Wilson and Olivia carefully, and then replied, Those two people who don't have magic power are not wizards, and they can't be Phoebe's master, but the master has magic power and is a great wizard, so they can be Phoebe's master. Then I told you to listen to those two people. Will you listen? Of course, although Phoebe is still relatively young, no matter what the master asks Phoebe to do, Phoebe will do it. Hearing Phoebe's answer, Richard is still very satisfied, as long as he is obedient. By the way, what did you do in the Fuha family before? Jisoo asked curiously. Phoebe has always been with her mother. Whatever mother asked Phoebe to do, Phoebe did. Until this morning, an older wizard suddenly called her mother and Phoebe over and gave Phoebe a pair of socks. At that time, my mother cried and kowtowed to the master wizard, but the master wizard said that he would give Phoebe to the master. The master is very important to their family. It is an honor for Mother and Phoebe to be the slave of the master. It is also the mother's greatest contribution to the welfare family. After hearing that, my mother was very happy. She also told Phoebe to be a good master. Seeing Phoebe's fear when she first arrived in a new environment, and the longing that leaked out when she mentioned her mother, Richard had a feeling that he was a bad person and quickly shook his head. Phoebe, do you want to see your mother? Richard asked. No, Phoebe. Phoebe is the master's slave now. Phoebe will always be by the master's side. The master don't drive Phoebe away. Hearing Richard's words, Phoebe immediately knelt down in fright and kept talking kowtow to Richard. Seeing the elf's excited performance, Lee quickly pulled it back. I'm not trying to drive you away. What I mean is that from Monday to Friday, you have to stay at home. On weekends, if you have nothing to do, you can go back there to see your mother and be with your mother. Hearing Richard's words, Phoebe couldn't stop crying. Phoebe is so lucky to have such a good master, 10,000 times better than Mother's master. By the way, Phoebe, do your house elves usually stay with their masters? No, we usually stay in the kitchen, and we only show up when the master calls. Then how did you hear your master call you? Richard has always been curious about this. As long as the master gives us a name, we can hear the master calling no matter where we are. Only the master can. Yes, only the master can. Others can't. Then do you know Hogwarts? If I call you at Hogwarts, can you hear me and pass? Phoebe knows Hogwarts. Mom once gave something to a wizard named Gemma. She is in Hogwarts. But Phoebe can only hear it now. But she can't get over it. Phoebe is too young. Cannot be transmitted over long distances. Speaking of which, Phoebe yelled that she was useless and slapped herself on the head with her hands. Okay, Phoebe, I don't blame you, and you have to know that you belong to me now. So without my order, you're not allowed to have any behavior that hurts yourself, and you're not allowed to kowtow. Phoebe quickly stopped punishing herself, still muttering in a low voice. Master is the best master in the world. So can you teleport to your mother now? Richard continued. Should work, but Phoebe hasn't tried. Then try it now. Good master. With that, Richard heard a loud pop and Phoebe disappeared. Without keeping Richard waiting, Phoebe returned soon after, and not only was she back, but she was accompanied by a house elf who seemed to be a little older than her age. Master Phoebe can do it. Phoebe can be sent from home to mother. You, Wang Zhao, saw that Phoebe brought her mother too. Hello, dear wizard. I'm the house elf of the Foley family. You can call me Thatcher. Master Foley asked me to come with Phoebe and asked me what you need to ask me. Wow, the house elf of the Foley family. Thatcher? Richard couldn't help feeling, well, your elf has the same name as that Iron Lady. You came at the right time. I was just about to ask when Phoebe can go to Hogwarts directly from here. Li Sheng asked Thatcher. According to Phoebe's age, it will take 2 to 3 years. She is still too young. Richard was a little disappointed when he heard this time. It would take such a long time, and he might have a way to return directly from Hogwarts by then. So, is there anything else Phoebe needs to learn now? No need, sir. I have taught her everything. Of course, those are the rules of the Foley family. Now Phoebe is your slave, sir, and you need to hand over your rules to her. By the way, my lord, Phoebe said that she can visit me on weekends. Is this your permission? Yes, that's exactly what I said. Hearing Richard's answer, Thatcher bowed deeply to Richard. My lord, you are so kind. Soon Thatcher from the welfare family went back. After all, the elves still had to follow their masters, except for Dobby, who was a rebellious cub. Richard led Phoebe to the living room, introduced his father and mother to her, and told Phoebe to listen to the Harris couple when she was not at home. At the same time, he also asked her to show her abilities and told parents Phoebe would stay in the living room of her home from Monday to Friday, and when she was sleeping, she would go to the attic. That's right, the attic was treated the same as Harry Potter. Phoebe was very excited when she heard that she still had a room. If it wasn't for Richard's order, Phoebe would definitely give them a few knocks. After explaining, Richard asked Wilson to take him to see the underground fortress, and Olivia took Phoebe to get acquainted with Harris's house. After Richard followed Wilson to the basement, he saw that the original big iron door was gone, replaced by a display rack displaying red wine. And after turning a specific wine bottle, there was an elevator leading to the underground fortress, and the elevator start button here was also after fingerprinting. Only Harris and his wife, plus Richard, who came to record fingerprints today, can start. Entering the underground fortress is the same as before. As for the other exit, it is exactly as Richard said. The two gates are completely destroyed first, and then the unstepped shaft is poured with concrete and steel bars. Seeing that the entrance and exit doors have been fixed, Richard first put the beds in the rest area, and then put some repurchased compressed food into the warehouse area. As for the diesel and other things, Wilson is already re-prepared, although he does not know that his son what to do. But anyway, the Harris family now has the cash cow of Harrods, and there is no shortage of money at all. And after seeing his son's ability, Wilson paid more attention to the news that Richard told him at the beginning. Without informing anyone, Wilson mortgaged all the assets of the family, even 140% of the Harris farm. All the funds then participated in the money game, and of course it was full in the end. Only Wilson and Richard knew the specific amount. The current Harris family can truly be called a family in terms of the amount of funds. After everything was ready, Richard resumed his lazy life. Now it is too cold in winter, and his morning exercise is temporarily stopped. He sleeps until he wakes up naturally every day, and then prepares Christmas gifts, but now he is Harrods. You don't have to worry about gifts at all. Of course, you still need to spare a day to go to Diagon Alley to see and buy some things. After all, not everyone accepts Muggle things. Time passed day by day, and Christmas finally came. Inside Hogwarts Castle, Harry's trio's Christmas plans had been fully prepared, and they would be implemented after the dinner. At the Christmas dinner, Harry and Ronald had just finished eating the third Christmas pudding, and Hermione had just hurried over, took some food casually, and said to the two of them after swallowing quickly, "We also need something about the people we're going to be. According to our plan, you need to be Goyle and Brack, and I need to be Millicent," Hermione said lightly, as if she was sending them to the supermarket go buy laundry detergent. "I've got everything planned." She continued speaking in one breath. Ignoring the stunned expressions on Harry's and Ronald's faces, Hermione knew how unreliable these two guys were. If only Richard was here. Oh, so tired. She held up 2 chocolate cakes. "I've put ordinary sleeping pills in here. You just have to make sure Crabbe and Goyle find them. You know how hungry their mouths are, and they'll gobble them up. As soon as they're both asleep, pull them out. Take a few hairs out of both of them, and hide them in a drug cabinet." Harry and Ronald looked at each other in disbelief. "Hermione, I don't think that's a good idea." Yes, that could be a big mistake. But Hermione's eyes had an iron-like gleam, quite similar to Professor McGonagall's eyes sometimes. Without Crabbe and Goyle's hair, the potion wouldn't work. She said without hesitation, "Don't you want to end this thing?" "Yes, this matter should be over," Harry said. "But what are you going to do? Are you going to stun Millicent too? She shouldn't be so greedy." "I've got mine," said Hermione happily, pulling a small bottle from her pocket and showing them a hair inside. "I found it from her old clothes in the laundry room. No need to stun her." After Hermione finished speaking and rushed to check on the polyjuice potion, Ronald turned to Harry with a look of imminent disaster. "Are we really going to do this? You know that if you get caught, you will definitely be fired." Harry thought about the criticism others had given him these days. Of course, he didn't know that if it wasn't for Richard's secret manipulation, the treatment he received now would be at least 10 times worse. Yes, that's what we have to do. Seeing the determined Harry, Ronald could only compromise. But to Harry and Ronald's surprise, the first phase of the operation, as Hermione said, went very smoothly. After Christmas tea, they sneaked into the empty hall to wait for Crabbe and Goyle, left alone at the Slytherin table, wolfing down their 4th muffin. Harry used the levitation charm to levitate the chocolate cake in their path. Harry and Ronald hid behind a suit of armor next to the main entrance when they saw Crabbe and Goyle coming out of the Great Hall. "How stupid and stupid you are," Ronald said ecstatically. He saw Crabbe happily pointing to the cake, showing it to Goyle, and grabbing it in his hand. They grinned silly and stuffed the cake whole into their big mouths. For a moment, the two chewed greedily, their faces looking triumphant. Then, seeing no change in their expressions, they rolled over backwards and fell to the floor. And just like that, Goyle and Brack's hair is done. When Harry and Ronald came to the bathroom, Hermione was still stirring the cauldron in the cubicle, and from the cauldron was emitting thick puffs of black smoke, making it almost impossible for them to see anything. "Got it?" Hermione asked breathlessly. Harry showed her Goyle's hair. "Very well. I stole the change of clothes from the laundry room," said Hermione, holding up a small cloth bag. "When you become Crabbe and Goyle, you need to wear oversized clothes." After speaking, Hermione took 3 potions out of the cauldron, gave each of Harry and Ronald 1 vial, and kept 1 for herself. After the 3 of them glanced at each other, they put in the hair they had prepared. After shaking for a while, they looked at each other and found that the color of the Master's personal medicine bottle was different. The compound potion Harry put on Goyle's hair showed a tank-like khaki color. Ronald's compound potion on Crabbe's hair was a dark brown, and Hermione's potion showed an indescribable color. Ugly yellow color. After the 3 of them glanced at each other, they just wanted to drink it cruelly. "Wait." Harry stopped them immediately. "I don't think we can just drink here. You know they're not small. It's better to change into the clothes you have prepared." Hermione agreed to come down first, and quickly came to a compartment, followed by Ronald and Harry, each occupying a compartment. 3, 2, 1. Harry shouted the slogan, and the 3 drank the potion one after another. Immediately, vomiting sounded one after another. "I've never had anything so nasty," Hermione said. After a while, the 3 of them couldn't hold the medicine bottles in their hands and fell to the ground one after another, and then groaned in pain. "Are you all okay?" A thick voice came from Harry's cubicle. "It's all right," Crabbe murmured thickly from his right. Soon Harry and Ronald came out. No, it was Goyle and Brack who came out. They looked at each other and sighed from the soul together. "It's just amazing." Seeing that Hermione hadn't come out, Harry came to her cubicle and knocked on the door. A shrill voice answered him. "I really don't want to come out. You go by yourself." "Hermione, we know Millicent is ugly, and no one will know it's you." "No, I really can't. I don't think I can come." "You two hurry up. Don't waste time. There's only 1 hour in total." Hanley and Ronald opened the door of the bathroom carefully, saw that no one was around, and set off. They descended the marble stairs. Now, all they needed to see was a Slytherin student, and they could follow him to the Slytherin common room, and there was no one around. "Any ideas?" Harry asked in a low voice. "Slytherins always come out there for breakfast," Ronald said, nodding toward the entrance to the dungeon. He hadn't finished speaking when a very annoying voice sounded from behind them. "Have you two been eating and drinking in the auditorium? Why are you still here? I've been looking for you. Come back with me." Malfoy walked over with a look of disdain. Harry and Ronald didn't dare to say a word. They could only nod desperately. Perhaps already accustomed to Goyle and Brack's stupidity, Malfoy didn't say anything and led the two to the door of the Slytherin common room. "What's our new password?" Malfoy said to New Goyle. Harry squeaked and didn't know what to say. "Oh, by the way, the new password is purebred." Malfoy didn't listen to what Goyle said and shouted out the password, directly talking to himself. "I saw a stone door hidden in the stone wall slowly open." Malfoy strode in, followed by Harry and Ronald. After Harry and Ronald came to the Slytherin common room, they stood together stiffly. At this moment, they missed Hermione immensely. If she was here, she would know what to do. "Sit. What are you two doing standing there?" Malfoy reclined on the sofa after entering, and said directly when he saw the 2 people who were being silly, "By the way, my father gave me something. I'll go and get it. You will be very happy after seeing it." Speaking of which, Malfoy stood up and walked towards the dormitory. After a while, he came back with something like a newspaper clipping in his hand. Malfoy handed the clippings to the 2 of them. Harry and Ronald looked up quickly. This is a clipping from the Daily Prophet, which reads, Arthur Weasley, director of the Ministry of Magic's Investigative Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Division, was today fined 5 galleons for enchanting a hemp car. Ow! Malfoy asked impatiently when Harry handed him the clipping. Don't you think it's funny? Ha! Harry quickly laughed dryly a few times. Now, the Weasley family may even have a problem with eating, and I can tell you that my father reported these to the Ministry of Magic. If it wasn't for my father, they might have escaped. Malfoy proudly said. Ronald's face, Crabbe's face, to be precise, contorted in anger. What's the matter with you, Crabbe? Malfoy asked fiercely. Stomach hurts, Ronald groaned. Okay, then you go to the hospital and kick those mud seeds for me, Malfoy snickered. Hearing Malfoy's initiative to talk about the attack, Harry hurriedly asked, You must somewhat know who is manipulating all this. Malfoy was taken aback. Could it be that these two people knew something? No, if you think about it carefully, they're so stupid that they definitely don't know. Malfoy pretended to be calm, then bluffed and shouted at the two of them. You know I don't, Goyle. How many times do I have to tell you? Dad wouldn't tell me the details of the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Of course, that was 50 years ago, and he hadn't been born, but he knew everything. He said it was all confidential, and if I know too much, and I'll look suspicious. But one thing I do know, the last time a Chamber of Secrets was opened, a mudblood died. So, I dare say a mudblood has to die this time. It's just a matter of time sooner or later. I hope it's that Richard Harris. Hearing Malfoy's words, Harry inevitably showed a disappointed look. After seeing Goyle's expression, Malfoy decided to say something to them in order to protect his elder brother's dignity. My father told me not to get involved in this matter, but to tell him what happened as soon as possible. If there is another attack, he will find a way, and we can't let Dumbledore block the sky at Hogwarts anymore. After finishing speaking, Malfoy looked at Harry and Ronald expectantly, hoping to get feedback from them, but unfortunately Malfoy got nothing. I got 2 dazed faces. Brack, did you eat something strange? Malfoy said to Ronald suddenly. No, what's the matter? Then why does your hair look a little red? Are you going to join Weasley in red? Hearing Malfoy's words, Harry quickly looked at Ronald, and sure enough, Ronald's hair was slowly trying to show its original shape. And Ronald also noticed that Harry's scar was looming. No, my stomach hurts more and more. I'm going to get medicine for stomach pain. Ronald murmured vaguely. Then the two jumped up, ignoring the stunned Malfoy, and sprinted across the Slytherin common room, towards the stone wall, before sprinting down the corridor. At this moment, he saw 2 shrunken little wizards running rampant in the corridor. Harry could feel his feet slipping in Goyle's big shoes. His body was shrinking. He had to pick up his clothes and put the shoes on. He took off his socks and ran up the marble stairs to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. It's a complete waste of time. Harry gasped in disappointment, turned around, and closed the bathroom door. Not entirely. At least we know that it has nothing to do with Malfoy. Ronald reassured. This wave of Malfoy can be said to be super long, and he completely deceived Harry and the two of them. It can also be said that Malfoy is too lucky. If Hermione also went, he might find Malfoy's flaws, but just relying on Harry and Ronald, the 2 tough guys, definitely couldn't find anything. But they can't be blamed on these two. After all, they didn't expect Malfoy to not tell the truth to his 2 followers. Harry checked his face in front of the cracked mirror, and he had returned to normal. After putting on his glasses, he came to the door of Hermione's private room and knocked. Hermione, come out. We're going to find our way again. Go away, came Hermione's high-pitched voice from inside the compartment. Harry and Ronald looked at each other in surprise. What's going on? You should have her covered by now. We are all back to normal. At this time, the crying Myrtle suddenly flashed out from the crack of the door of the private room, showing a smile that she had never seen before. Oh, she's so terrible. I'm too scared to go back. At this moment, the two heard the sound of the door lock sliding open, and Hermione came out of the single room crying, but she covered her head with her robe. What's the matter? Do you still have Millicent's nose, or something? Ronald asked suspiciously. Hermione let the robe fall, and Ronald took a step back, bumping against the sink. Her face was covered with black hair, her eyes turned yellow, and two long, pointed ears protruded from her hair. "That's a cat hair!" She cried out terribly. Me, Millicent, must have owned a cat. But this potion is not for transfiguring animals. You will definitely be teased endlessly. Although you can't share the toilet with me, you can choose one of the others. By the way, what about the pretty little wizard last time? Why didn't he come? Myrtle said happily. Hearing Myrtle mentioned Richard, Hermione cried even more heartbreakingly. "It's okay, Hermione," Harry said quickly. "We'll take you to the hospital. Madame Pomfrey never asks." They spent a long time, and finally Ronald said that if Richard hadn't gone to the treatment, maybe Richard would come back, and Hermione would still be like this. 0 for flowers. 0. Hearing Ronald's words, Hermione finally left the bathroom. Moaning, Myrtle laughed loudly and joyously, and made them walk even more quickly. "Wait, everyone will find out that you have a tail." At this time, Richard's house was very lively, and Wilson invited the Grangers to spend this Christmas dinner with them. Just before the dinner started, Richard brought Mr. Granger to the study and asked him to buy some medicines through him, but Mr. Granger didn't agree immediately. After all, there were a lot of prescription medicines in it, and although Richard had always behaved very well mature, but still underage. So he checked with Wilson first, and after getting Wilson's consent, he agreed to Richard's request and promised to help him find relevant consultation. Olivia and Jennifer are in the kitchen, not cooking, of course, but watching how Phoebe cooks. 0. When the three of Richard came to the living room, they could still hear the exclamation of the two from the kitchen from time to time. Soon, the Christmas dinner at the Harris family was ready, and Richard knew that Phoebe would definitely not be on the table, so he sent it away and let it go to find its mother. The two families were left happily eating dinner. At this time, they might not have thought that Hermione, who was far away in Hogwarts, had become a cat person. After the dinner, the Grangers rejected Wilson's request and left the Harris home, but Phoebe came back quietly. "Why don't you stay there for a while? There's nothing going on here." It was Mom who asked Phoebe to come back. She said that Phoebe's master was too kind to Phoebe, but Phoebe couldn't delay her master's affairs, so she asked Phoebe to come back and wait. Seeing that Phoebe insisted on staying here, Richard didn't say much. He took out the gifts he had prepared a long time ago and began to wrap them one by one. These pairs of woolen socks? Well, they are for Dumbledore. These books? Well, Richard specially selected them from the books given to him by the Foley family to give to Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall. Of course, Richard also asked before giving them the Foley family agreed, and they also agreed to give it to the Hogwarts professor. The rest are for the little wizards. Ronald's is the simplest, is a piece of paper, which says, "Please Mr. Ollivander to give Ronald Weasley a replacement wand," signed by Richard Harris. Harry's gift is accursed packets, hoping to keep him well fed at the Dursleys. The most difficult thing was Hermione's. Richard really didn't know what to give. After thinking about it, Richard decided to give the book. Of course, a handbag would be better. It's different from Harry's. There are Richard's choices in it. Hermione's 10 books. These are quite special, and the rest are basically some muggle gifts randomly purchased in Harrods. After all the gifts were wrapped, Lee Rangby sent them out one by one with Barnaby. Lying on the bed at night, Richard couldn't help feeling that it was so difficult to give gifts, and he really didn't know what to do next Christmas. When Hermione was sent to Ms. Pomfrey by Harry and Ronald, even the well-informed Ms. Pomfrey was almost frightened by Hermione, but fortunately, Ms. Pomfrey, who is very professional, did not ask but told Hermione that she needed been in the hospital for a while. Originally, Hermione thought it would take about a week, so when she received Richard's Christmas gift, although she was worried that the gift hadn't been sent to Richard because of her mistakes in the Christmas operation, she also thought that it would be okay to give it to Richard after she got well. Come in time. It never occurred to me at the time that 2 weeks had passed. Hermione's face had returned to normal, but there was no sign of shrinking towards the cat's ears and cat's tail. Hermione asked Ms. Pomfrey, and Ms. Pomfrey told her that it would take at least 3 to 4 weeks to fully return to normal. Hermione just felt that the world was falling apart, and she didn't know that Richard would see her now. How about it? As the time to return to school approached, Hermione's psychological pressure gradually increased. And what about Richard? After so many days of getting along, Chun has gradually begun to trust Phoebe. On the day before returning to school, Richard took Phoebe to the underground fortress. You must know that as long as you come here, Phoebe can be teleported here after 867. Even anti-apparition is useless. Phoebe's here is our safe house, and you're not allowed to tell anyone here. Not even your mother, you know? Phoebe knows. Master, don't worry. Phoebe won't tell anyone. Phoebe clenched her hands into small fists and nodded fiercely. Very well. I know Phoebe can do it. Remember that if I ask you to take my parents to the safe house in the future, you will take them here directly, as quickly as possible. But what if they don't agree? If they don't agree, you can directly use the stunning spell on them. Make them unconscious and then bring them in. After explaining clearly, Richard also felt relieved. It really is convenient to have a house elf. It was Wilson who sent Richard to the station the next day. Olivia also wanted to come, but was rejected by the father and son. After boarding the Hogwarts Express, Richard searched for a while, but couldn't find Luna, so he could only find an empty box and sit in it. Soon as the sky gradually darkened, Chin returned to Hogwarts again. After getting off the train and taking a carriage pulled by Thestrals, Richard came to the auditorium to prepare the first meal of the new semester. The dinner officially began after Dumbledore's speech. He was in the car all day, and he brought a lunch at noon, so now Richard doesn't have a great appetite. He just ate some pudding and drank some black tea, and stopped eating. Looking back at the Gryffindor table, Richard saw only Harry and Ronald eating there, not Hermione. So Liam came directly to Gryffindor's dining table and sat next to Harry and Ronald. Seeing Richard approaching, Harry and Ronald even dodged for a while, and seeing that it was too late, they had no choice but to say hello to Richard. "What's the matter? I don't remember offending you guys. Why do you hate me so much and want to avoid me?" Richard said jokingly. Both Harry and Ronald showed embarrassing expressions. After all, they knew that not only thought but also money had been spent on the Christmas present that Richard gave them. Impossible. Harry winked at Ronald while laughing. Yes, we're good friends. Ronald's performance was beyond words. Okay, let's not talk about that. Where's Hermione? Why didn't I see her come to eat? Seeing that Richard really asked this question, both Harry and Ronald showed embarrassment. Why is this question so difficult to answer? Weren't we still good friends just now? Are we nothing now? After the two looked at each other, they decided to tell Richard. After all, Richard was not someone else. Although they didn't understand why Hermione specifically told them not to tell Richard. Richard, do you remember that potion we made last time? Remember? What? Didn't he all do it by Hermione alone? I saw that it was done very well. What's wrong? There's no problem with the potion. Ronald and I drank it, and we successfully transformed into Goyle and Crabbe. Harry looked around and said cautiously, "They still don't know that we stunned them and stuffed them into the cabinet. You have to know that it's not easy for their physique. It took a lot of effort for me and Ronald to do it." At this moment, Harry proudly introduced his great achievements to Richard. "Then, what did you find out?" Hearing this, Richard understood. What else could it be? What did you get? Unfortunately, it's not Malfoy, and he doesn't know who the heir is. Hearing this, Richard was unavoidably a little surprised. Malfoy was so cautious that he didn't even tell his two little followers. Then we went back to the bathroom and found that Hermione had been staying in the cubicle and couldn't come out. In the end, Myrtle came out and said something terrible happened to Hermione. At this time, Hermione came out, and she turned into a cat. Man, it turned out that the hair Hermione took from Millicent's clothes was not Millicent's but the cat's. Ronald interrupted suddenly. "By the way, Myrtle, let us tell you that her compartment is reserved for you." Richard hastily expressed his refusal. It is better to give it to others. He does not need it yet. Then how is she doing now? Richard couldn't help asking, even though he knew Hermione would be fine. Now Hermione's face is back to normal, but the ears and tail are still cat's. Isn't this the cat-eared girl? Richard couldn't help being a little curious and wanted to take a look. What kind of cat? A tabby like Professor McGonagall's. Hearing Richard's strange question, both Harry and Ronald were stunned. Seeing the two of them staying there, Richard also knew his problem It was a bit strange, so he hurriedly left Gryffindor's dining table. After leaving the auditorium, Richard went straight to the infirmary. After coming to the infirmary, there was only one guest in the empty ward, and that was Hermione. Hearing someone coming in, Hermione quickly buried her head in the blanket. Richard sneaked to Hermione's bedside, sat down quietly, and waited quietly. 0. After a while, Hermione heard that there was no sound outside and thought that some little wizard had made a mistake and had already left, so she quietly stuck her head out. From Richard's side, Hermione's quilt moved a few times. First a pair of cat ears stretched out, and then slowly came Hermione's exquisite little face. Richard's heart was so excited that he was almost bleeding. But Hermione saw that Richard's face was close to her, and hurriedly drew her head back. "Okay, don't shrink in. I've already seen it come out." "No, it's so ugly that I won't go out," Hermione said stubbornly. "How can it be ugly? I think this Hermione is also pretty," Richard said firmly. As if hearing Richard's sincerity, Hermione slowly stuck her head out again. She hadn't seen Richard for a long time, and she really wanted to see Richard and chat with him. "By the way, I haven't given you your Christmas present yet. Don't worry about that. Have you received the gift I gave you?" "I received it, and Harry brought it to me the next day. The bag is very beautiful. I like it very much, and I have read the books in it, all of which are not available in Hogwarts." "Where did you get it?" "Those books were given to me by the Foley family. I found some from them, and I feel that they are very suitable for you. You can do whatever you think is suitable." In this way, the two briefed each other on what happened during the Christmas holiday, mainly because Richard told Hermione that, after all, Hermione spent half of the holiday in the infirmary. While chatting, when Hermione heard the excitement, the two cat ears kept shaking, which made Richard very amused. While Hermione wasn't paying attention, Richard put his salty pig's hand on Hermione's cat ear and started stroking gently. This startled Hermione, but she didn't refuse, but buried half of her face in the quilt. Only the cat ears and eyes were exposed. But from the exposed skin, it could be seen that Hermione was beyond shy. In the days that followed, because Hermione never showed up, it was taken for granted that she had been attacked. So, the students lined up and walked through the hospital ward, wanted to have a look at her, not because Hermione was popular, of course, but everyone wanted to make sure if Hermione had been attacked. So, once again, Madame Pomfrey had to take out her drapes and hang them around Hermione's hospital bed to keep her furry ears out of sight, and shame on her. Richard and the three of them went to see her every night. When a new semester starts, Harry and the others need to bring her homework every day. "If I grow cat ears too, will I be able to rest and not have to do my homework?" One night, Ronald said as he put a large pile of books on the table next to Hermione's hospital bed. "Stop being silly, Ronald. I have to catch up with my homework," Hermione said briskly. Hearing what the two said, Richard automatically imagined that Ronald has a pair of cat ears, goosebumps all over his body, and almost popped out. For the next few days, Hogwarts was very peaceful. The little wizards now also know that Hermione was not attacked. Considering that it has been a long time since the last attack, could it be that the Chamber of Secrets has been closed again? The Quidditch players from several academies are in a commotion. They hope that the Quidditch competition can be restarted. Even if this year's schedule is shortened, or there is no final champion this year, all of these can be done as long as they can continue to play. Quidditch will do. However, the school has not let go of these. In fact, the professors at Hogwarts are also a little hesitant. Is the Chamber of Secrets really closed? Albus, now the students are more and more willing to start Quidditch again. What has applied to me many times. Do you think we should let them start the competition? One afternoon, McGonagall and several professors came to Dumbledore's office and told him about recent school events. "Minerva, we should put the safety of the students first. Restarting the Quidditch game now has hidden dangers to the safety of the students. However, it has been a long time since there was an attack. Just like 50 years ago, will the monster in the secret room fall asleep again? None of us can guarantee these. I don't think there will be any more trouble, Headmaster Dumbledore." Lockhart spoke suddenly. Then he tapped his nose 20 times and blinked again. "I don't think the Chamber of Secrets will ever be open this time. Those criminals must already know that I will catch them sooner or later. It is only a matter of time. It is wise to stop now before I start to clean them up. The morale needs to be boosted in school right now. Erase the memories of last semester. I can't say more now, but I think I have a plan. He tapped his nose again, with a mysterious look on his face. Smile. Seeing Lockhart's performance, all the professors present panicked a little. Okay, let's stop here today. The Quidditch competition will not start this year. You all go back and make it clear to the students. And I need to remind you here, students can relax, but professors can't. We still need to improve. Watch out. By the way, Sprout, how's the Mandrake doing now? The Mandrakes are moody and reticent now, which means they are rapidly losing their childhood. As soon as their acne is healed, they can be replanted, which is a month after transplanting. Hearing Professor Sprout's explanation, Dumbledore nodded. Seeing that Dumbledore was not talking, all the professors got up and left the principal's office. Richard, why are you here? Are you looking for me? As soon as Professor Flitwick came out, he found that Jitcha was already standing at the door of the principal's office. At first, I wanted to ask the professor for the password of Headmaster Dumbledore's office, but I heard that the professors are all here, so I just came here. Just now, when Richard and Harry were playing at Hagrid's place, they accidentally chatted about Fantastic Beasts. At that time, they heard Hagrid say that the former headmaster's phoenix status was poor for some reason. Hearing this, Richard almost wanted to strangle himself. Dumbledore's phoenix was going to Nirvana. How could such an important thing be forgotten? If Hagrid hadn't mentioned it today, he might have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Richard ignored Hagrid and Harry's astonished expressions and said something suddenly happened and ran back to Hogwarts Castle quickly. Originally, Richard wanted to ask Professor Flitwick for the password of Dumbledore's office, but happened to meet Filch. He told Richard that the professors were all meeting in the principal's office now. So Richard came to the door of the principal's office on the 8th floor and waited. Richard, what do you want from me? Dumbledore asked when he saw Richard walking in. It's like this, Headmaster Dumbledore. I heard Hagrid say that Fawkes is in a bad state recently, so I want to take a look at it. Hearing Richard mentioning his phoenix, Dumbledore didn't think too much and said to Fawkes standing on a golden bird stand in the corner. Fawkes, you have guests coming to see you. Then Dumbledore told Richard that Fawkes should be too old and recently prepared to Nirvana. Richard followed Dumbledore's finger to Fawkes. At this time, Fawkes didn't have the air he had when Richard saw it last time. Although he was still standing on the perch, just like last time, he was old like a turkey that had been plucked in half. Richard looked at Fawkes, and Fawkes also stared at Richard, and then let out a suffocating cry. Fawkes looked very ill, his eyes were dull, and while Richard was looking at him, a few more feathers fell off his tail. At this moment, holy flames suddenly burst out of Fawkes's body, and after a shrill bird song, only ashes were left on the ground. I didn't expect you to come at the right time. It has been scary for many days. I have been telling it to act quickly, but it has been reluctant to Nirvana for a long time. I didn't expect that it was still waiting for you. Dumbledore had come to Richard's side at some point, happily looking at the ashes on the ground. Both Richard and Dumbledore were staring intently at the ashes on the ground. At this moment, a small, wrinkled chick poked its head out of the ashes. Its appearance was as humble as that of an old bird. Such a phoenix is not common. It is very beautiful most of the time, with amazing red and gold feathers all over the body. Phoenixes are really strange and fascinating beings. They can carry extremely heavy things, and their tears have healing properties and they are exceptionally loyal pets. Professor, can I touch it? Richard suppressed the excitement in his heart, looked at the bird, and said to Dumbledore, Of course you can, but you have to be gentle. The current Fawkes is very fragile. Richard tremblingly stretched out his hand to Fawkes after Nirvana. At the moment of contact, the system interface popped up automatically. A magical animal has been detected, and the magical animal has no ability to resist. Do you want to start the extraction mode now? After thinking about it for a while, whether it should be done or not, I will study it carefully when I go back to the dormitory. This time is very important. This extraction is being stored. The host is requested to complete the extraction within 24 hours. The extraction will be canceled if the time limit is exceeded. After closing the system interface, Richard did not leave immediately, but asked Professor Dumbledore, "Professor, what should we do now? Do we need to take Fox out?" "Oh, of course not. Fox needs to stay in these ashes for a while, and when it grows its feathers again, it will come out by itself." Saying that, Dumbledore came to his seat and sat down and stretched out his hand to signal Richard to come and sit down. Although Richard really wanted to go back to the dormitory and study the skills that could be drawn this time, he still walked to the table and sat down in the face of Dumbledore's invitation. "Richard, what do you think about the professor's suggestion to restart Quidditch?" "How do I see it? How else can I see it? Sit and watch it in the auditorium. I can't let me go to the competition field to watch it, because I basically don't take flying lessons." Richard complained silently, then addressed Dumbledore. "Although there have been no recent attacks, I don't think this is the end of the matter." Hearing Richard's words, Dumbledore was silent for a while and then spoke to Richard. "Then do you think there will be more attacks?" "I don't know about this, but the opening of the Chamber of Secrets this time is very strange. How could it end so easily when it suddenly opened? We all know that the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened, there was a high probability that Tom, Voldemort, did it. It was because if the attacks continue to happen, Hogwarts will be closed, and Tom can only go back to the Woos orphanage. He should be very disgusted with the lives of ordinary people, so he has to close the Chamber of Secrets and launch 873 Hagrid as a scapegoat." The incident calmed down. "So what about this time? We don't know who actually opened the secret room, and we don't know the purpose of opening it. Who dares to say that the secret room has been closed now? Could it be that there is still a small room in the orphanage? Wizards are at Hogwarts." Hearing Richard's words, Dumbledore pondered for a while, and then expressed his high agreement with Richard's words. "Of course not. All the young wizards at school grew up in healthy families. That couldn't really be Harry, though he hated going back to the Dursleys too." Hearing Richard's words, Dumbledore burst out laughing. After laughing, Dumbledore suddenly said to Richard seriously, "Horcruxes?" Hearing Dumbledore's words, Richard was taken aback. No. How did Dumbledore know about Horcruxes before seeing the diary? "The last time you borrowed the most poisonous magic was to tell me that Tom was resurrected by Horcruxes." Dumbledore continued. Only then did Richard realize that it was because of the books he borrowed, but he wanted to tell him. "That's right. I also accidentally learned about this magic, so I wanted to study it. I think Voldemort's current state is very consistent with the immortality of the Horcrux and the immortality of the soul." "That's right. I carefully recalled the knowledge related to Horcruxes, and I also discovered this problem. Tom should have made Horcruxes." Then Dumbledore changed the subject. "Then do you think this Chamber of Secrets is related to Tom's soul crystal?" "I don't know about that. After all, I don't know what Voldemort will use as a Horcrux, but it should be related. After all, it is impossible for another heir of Slytherin to come out." Hearing Richard's words, Dumbledore also agreed, and after the two exchanged some opinions on Horcruxes, Richard left the principal's office. It didn't take long for Hagrid to ride his cool motorcycle to Richard's house, and brought a pack of homemade rock cakes as a door-to-door gift. Then, under the warm hospitality of the Harris couple, they finished their breakfast. Seeing that Wilson picked up a piece of rock skin cake curiously, he originally planned to break it open and eat some, but Wilson spent a lot of effort, and he couldn't even break off a piece of rock skin cake, so he could only silently take the rock skin cake out again. Put it down again. This scene was seen by Richard, who forcibly endured it for a long time, but still couldn't hold back, and laughed, making Wilson blush, and then glare at Richard. Richard quickly took the bag of rock cakes and walked to the kitchen. In a place where no one could see, Richard secretly used the softening spell on the rock cakes. After using it, Richard took one and took a bite. Well, the taste was amazing, surprisingly good. Then Richard took a few pieces and put them on a plate and took them out. Olivia saw the biscuit that Richard was holding and took a piece out of curiosity. She was about to bite, but was stopped by Wilson. "This biscuit is a bit hard." "It's okay, my teeth are pretty good." After finishing speaking, Olivia put it in her mouth regardless of her husband's obstruction. Fortunately, it is not very hard, and the taste is really good. Watching Olivia eat the biscuits in a 5 or 60 relaxed manner, and even took another one after eating, Wilson was dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that I'm too imaginary now? And then Wilson fell into deep self-denial. Seeing Wilson's expression, Richard instantly understood what was going on and secretly smiled, making you laugh at me just now. Soon after Richard and Hagrid finished their breakfast and said goodbye to their parents, they followed Hagrid out of the house. Hagrid took Richard to sit on his cool motorcycle, twisted the handlebars with both hands, and the flying motorcycle rose from the ground. After arriving in the air, the wind blowing from high altitude is very strong, and the coolness blowing on the face is very comfortable. This kind of relaxed feeling of flying against the wind and the wind blowing over the face is definitely not what riding a motorcycle on the ground or sitting in an airplane in the sky can give you. I feel that this feeling of getting rid of the land directly is really wonderful. The mains can still sit safely in the body of the car, and the comfort level is far more than that of the flying foo-foo. Richard couldn't help but yelled loudly, and Hagrid also laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Before Richard had fully enjoyed the beauty of the sky, he was almost at Welfare Village. It was Hagrid who took the initiative to lower the flying altitude. Richard looked down in the sky and found a beam of light not far away that pierced into the sky, which should be there. Richard patted Hagrid and pointed at the beam of light. Hagrid nodded and flew towards the beam of light. When he was about to arrive, Richard found a middle-aged man in a black robe standing there with Gemma Foley. At this time, Richard suddenly found that the trees in the village in front of him were very strange. No, it was not strange, but it felt a little familiar. Hagrid, leave them alone, raised the height of the motorcycle a bit. I want to see the whole picture of this welfare village. As he said that, Richard first waved his hand at the father and daughter, and then pointed upwards with his hand. After doing this, Richard patted Hagrid. As soon as Hagrid raised his hand, the scooter climbed up to a higher place. "Dad, what's the matter?" Gemma asked curiously when she saw the scene in front of her. "I don't know either. I'll know when your classmate comes down and asks," the black-robed wizard said calmly. Soon the height of the motorcycle had almost climbed. Richard quickly patted Hagrid's arm. "At this height, can you hover for a while?" Hagrid didn't speak, just nodded, and parked the motorcycle in caution. In this way, Richard looked down at the whole village from the air and found that the whole welfare village was surrounded by a strange plant. Richard seems to have seen the shape of these plants somewhere, but he can't remember it. This is a very strange thing. Because of the existence of the memory, Richard's brain is like a computer. As long as it can automatically search for anything it sees, there has never been such a situation. Richard took out a camera from the storage and took a picture of the entire welfare village. Then he patted Hagrid and asked him to take the two of them down. While Foley and his daughter were still standing there waiting, they found that the motorcycle stopped in the air for a while, then turned around and flew towards them. Soon the motorcycle stopped smoothly in front of the father and daughter. Hagrid and Richard got off the motorcycle, and Foley and his daughter walked a few steps to the two. Gemma spoke first. "Let me introduce you. This is my father, Rod Foley, the patriarch of the Foley family. Father, this is the Richard Harris you've been talking about. These two are the staff of Hogwarts, Rubius Hagrid." At this time, Rhodes and Richard, who were introduced, took out their wands respectively, held the wand in their left hand, and pointed the wand head at their right chest, while Hagrid pressed his left hand on his right chest, and then nodded their heads. This is the wizard salute. After saluting, Rhodes walked towards the village with a few people. After entering the village, Richard found that quite a few wizards had already stood on both sides of the main road, saluting wizards to Richard and others. To be honest, apart from feeling the sincerity of the welfare family, Richard was more embarrassed. After all, being watched by so many people was something he had never experienced in 2 lifetimes. Finally, Rhodes took Richard and others to the center of the village. There is a house here, which is no different from a mountain hut in appearance. After walking in, everyone sat down according to priority, and then 2 middle-aged men came in, saluted everyone, and sat down. After the maid put down the tea, Gemma took the initiative to pour tea for everyone, and then at the end sit down on the seat below. "Let me introduce. This is my older brother, Joseph Foley, and this is my younger brother, Frank Foley. This is Richard Harris, and this is Rubius Hagrid. After the introduction, several people walked together again. He gave a wizard salute. Mr. Harris, Gemma should have told you about our family situation. Yes, Sister Gemma told me everything, but I don't know why you're looking for me. I'm just a little wizard in Hogwarts who is not in the second year. You should not look for Dumbledore or Nicholas. Master. Richard asked strangely. This is also the reason why he didn't want to come here at first. If you don't go to a big shot, come to see me as a student. There is a conspiracy. After the three Fully brothers looked at each other, they all showed bitter expressions. Actually, we've looked for everything we can find over the years. Joseph said, the still-living master alchemist Nicholas, the first-generation Dark Lord Grindelwald, the first White Wizard Dumbledore, the second-generation Dark Lord Voldemort, and even the master of magical animals, Newt Scamander, have all found them. Even Nico, but none of them can solve our problem. 0-inch. This was a complete surprise for Tom. Malfoy putting the matter aside first. He decided to have a good time with Harry Potter first. Someone threw your journal down the toilet. Harry waited impatiently for Riddle's answer. Damn Malfoy, dare to do this. Just wait, I will let you know how awesome it is. Fortunately, I record my past in a more permanent way than ink. I always know that there are always some people who don't want this diary to be read. The little wizard is always curious, and Tom decided to use this method to hook piqued Harry's interest. What do you mean? Harry scribbled, tearing the paper with excitement. Feeling Harry's disquiet, Tom felt complacent. What is Harry Potter still a little wizard? I mean, this diary contains some horrible things from the past. Some things that were covered up. Some things that happened at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Here I am right now. I'm at Hogwarts, where horrible things keep happening. Do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets? His heart was beating wildly. Riddle answered quickly, his handwriting becoming scrawled, as if he had been locked up for a long time and couldn't wait to tell all he knew. Of course I know about the Chamber of Secrets. At my time, they told us it was a legend, something that didn't, good jow, exist. But this is a lie. When I was in the 5th grade, the secret room was opened, the monster attacked several students, and finally a little witch died because of it. But I caught the guy who opened the chamber, and he got fired. However, the headmaster of the time, Professor Dippet, was ashamed of what had happened to Hogwarts and forbade me to tell the truth. They announced to the outside that the girl had died in a bizarre accident. They gave me a piece with the inscription, a beautiful golden medal to reward my hard work, and warned me not to speak nonsense. But I know things will still happen. The monster in the secret room is still alive, and the person who has the ability to release it has not been locked up, and has even been at large. Seeing the words on the diary, Harry was very excited. Sure enough, this diary knew about the secret room, and he even caught the person who opened the secret room back then. So Harry hurriedly wrote to answer, and almost knocked over the black water bottle. Now it's happening again. There have been several attacks, but no one knows who did it. Who opened the chamber last time? Can you tell me? If you want, I can take you to see it. You don't need to read my written words. I can bring you into my memory, into the night when I caught him, so that you can have a more profound experience.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.